Chapter 1. Fall, 1893. On a bright fall morning, Nikki looked down at the beautifully simple dress she was wearing for her wedding. It was long-sleeved and mostly lace, with a high collar and intricate designs in the bodice. Other than the lace and the designs, there weren't any other fancy frills. It was amazing to Nikki that she could dream and plan a wedding for the 21st century her entire life, and that dream could change in a couple of months because of one man. She wouldn't change one thing about their wedding. It was simple, small, and entirely focused on their love for each other, not decorations and catering. Victoria poked her head through the door of her room with a wide smile on her face. "Everyone is ready?" Nikki couldn't hold in her squeal of delight. "Okay, I will be right in." Colleen, who had been practicing scattering rose petals, ran over. "Don't forget, you said I could go first. Can I go now?" She may have been just as excited as Nikki was about the wedding. "Yes, go ahead and drop those petals down the aisle." Nikki smiled at her. The girl was out of the door before Nikki could even finish her sentence. Nikki counted to 10 and then opened the door. She walked down the short hall to the ceremony room and looked through the doorway. Just as she had predicted, Colleen was almost down the aisle. She was clearly too excited to lay the petals down slowly. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sean's family, Victoria and Collins, and a few of the people from town that Sean had gotten to know well over the years. But her main focus was Sean. He was watching Colleen with a fond smile and hadn't noticed Nikki yet. Despite the distraction Colleen was providing, Nikki could tell Sean was a little nervous. Then he glanced at the doorway, and Nikki saw all his muscles relax. A radiant smile spread across his face. She responded in kind and stepped fully into the doorway. All heads turned to her now that she was in full view. As she had many times in the last few weeks, she felt an overwhelming peace at her decision to stay and marry Sean. She knew they would be happy together for as long as they lived. Bridget watched almost enviously as Nikki walked down the aisle towards her brother Sean. She noticed that Sean didn't take his eyes off of Nikki for even a second, and the look on his face told everyone how much he loved her. Tears came to Bridget's eyes, and she was incredibly happy that Sean had found someone he loved so much. After things didn't work out with his last fiancée, he had been going through life in a haze. Since Nikki had decided to stay in their time and live on their ranch, Bridget had never seen him happier. Sean's daughter Colleen stood next to him, hardly able to contain her excitement about the proceedings. She was finally going to have a mother. Colleen stood still, but Bridget could tell she was shaking with excitement inside because she couldn't quite keep her arms and hands still. Bridget looked at her sister-in-law, Kimberly, out of the corner of her eye. She stood next to Bridget, a huge smile on her face. Of course Kimberly is happy, Bridget thought to herself. Her best friend from the future was marrying her husband's younger brother from his time, 1893. Bridget's mind drifted for a moment as she thought about the events that had happened in her family over the last year and a half. Her oldest brother, Patrick, had decided he wanted to get married and start a family. So he had made the 4-hour trip from their family ranch that was located deep in the Rocky Mountains to the nearest city, Denver, Colorado. That was when he met with an older woman, Victoria Hilton, who ran a mail-order bride business out of her home. Patrick placed an ad for a wife through Victoria. Unbeknownst to Patrick, Victoria had access to 2 golden keys. They were simple objects, and yet they had changed the lives of her whole family. It might come as a surprise to the average person, but these keys enabled Victoria to travel to whatever time she wished. After experimenting and using the keys for quite a few years while she was married to her late husband, Charles, she made the decision to secretly place Patrick's ad in a newspaper from the future in 2005. Kimberly found the ad. Thinking it was a joke, she answered it and was shocked when she had actually received a personal acknowledgement. Over the next few months, she wrote to Patrick, still not realizing that he was actually from 1892. Kimberly was surprised to find that she was falling in love with him just through their letters, and decided she wanted to meet him. When Victoria told Kimberly the truth about where Patrick was from, Kimberly decided to take a chance on her own future and used one of Victoria's keys to travel back to Patrick's time. She stayed on their ranch with the idea of getting to know Patrick. Over the next month, Patrick fell in love with Kimberly, and they soon married. Nikki Foster was Kimberly's best friend from the future. She was able to come back in time to Kimberly's wedding and had instantly felt a spark with Sean. She spent the next winter exchanging letters with Sean, using the keys to get the letters back and forth from her time to his. When Nikki found out that Kimberly was expecting a baby, she used one of the keys to travel back in time. She wanted to help Kimberly with her pregnancy and labor, but she also wanted to get to know Sean better. Over the ensuing weeks, Sean and Nikki had fallen in love, and now they were marrying. "I now pronounce you man and wife," Bridget heard the minister say through her musings. "You may now kiss the bride." Bridget shook her head slightly and forced her thoughts about the keys out of her head so she could focus on the wedding. She needed to stop feeling sorry for herself. She was very happy for both of her brothers because they'd been able to find love and start a family, but deep down she admitted that she wanted the same for herself. They both had such hard heads, and it had taken many years for them to find someone they loved. Even through all her happiness, she couldn't help the pang of loneliness that rang through her. Both of her brothers were now married, and most of her friends from town were married with children as well. Even Victoria had recently married to her former butler, Collins. Bridget longed for a family of her own. Sean kissed Nikki long and hard, and didn't stop until everyone started to clap. Sean pulled away with a sheepish look on his face, but then placed another soft kiss on Nikki's lips. Bridget glanced at her clasped hands in her lap and wondered if she would ever experience a kiss like what she had just witnessed. The wedding guests started to move out of the chapel and into a small room that was used for gatherings. Food had been set up for everyone to enjoy, and the guests started to fill their plates with cold fried chicken, potato salad, and wedding cake. Bridget had helped prepare the food. She loved to cook and bake, and she enjoyed making many different types of dishes. In fact, that was the main reason she always told herself as to why she stayed on the ranch instead of moving to the city. She felt she needed to take care of her brothers. She just knew that if they didn't have anyone to cook for them, they'd starve to death. But now both Patrick and Sean were married. Her youngest brother, Keegan, enjoyed going to school and wanted to become a doctor someday. Because of this, Patrick had arranged for him to spend his winters living with Victoria and Collins while he finished his schooling. He was only 16 years old, but Bridget knew Keegan planned to go to a medical school in the East as soon as he was done with the local school in Denver. Kimberly and Nikki helped with the chores around the ranch so much there almost wasn't enough for Bridget to do. She thrived off being able to help those she loved, and no longer felt her help was needed. She envisioned what it would be like to have a husband and children of her own. She could help her husband with his chores and her own children with their schooling. She smiled sadly that she hadn't found that for herself yet. "Aunt Bridget?" She heard her name being called and turned. Colleen ran towards her. "Did you see how well I scattered the rose petals on the floor? They were so pretty." Bridget mentally shook herself again and pasted a smile on her face. She would have many moments in the future during which she could feel sorry for herself. Right now, she wanted to enjoy this moment, as it was supposed to be a happy one. She also didn't want to ruin the day for Nikki or Sean, as she knew they would feel bad if they knew how hard this was for her. "Yes, you did a wonderful job," she told the beaming girl. Scattering rose petals was a tradition that Nikki had brought back with her from the future. Bridget had silently scoffed when she had heard that Nikki wanted to pull off the petals from several roses from Victoria's beautiful gardens. Nikki wanted Colleen to be her flower girl, and to scatter the petals in the aisle just before Nikki herself walked down the path toward Sean. Bridget had to admit the fragrance of the petals added to the ceremony, along with their colors of red, pink, and yellow. "I'm going to do the same when I get married. It's so romantic," Colleen declared as she waved her arms in the air. "Can I be your flower girl when you get married?" Bridget was startled at Colleen's question because she had just been wondering if she would ever get married. She recovered quickly and did her best to keep her voice happy. "Yes, if I marry, you can scatter rose petals." I'm going to get some lemonade, Colleen announced, and bounced off towards the large punch bowl. Bridget checked to make sure there was enough food for everyone to eat before filling her own plate. She wasn't very hungry, but knew she needed to eat since she hadn't had breakfast that morning. After getting the food she wanted, she looked around for a chair to sit on, and found one that had been set up a few feet away from her family members. She claimed the chair, wanting a few moments to herself, but it wasn't to be. A few minutes later, Kimberly pulled a chair closer to Bridget and sat down, holding 3-month-old Catherine, one of her twins, in her arms. Bridget noted that the baby was asleep. "I sure hope Kathy sleeps for a while," Kimberly commented as she leaned back in the chair with a sigh. She closed her eyes for a moment and then opened them, looking at Bridget with a twinkle in her eyes. "It was a beautiful wedding, wasn't it?" Kimberly asked happily. "I'm so glad Nikki is going to be here for good." Bridget nodded her head in agreement. It was beautiful. She knew Kimberly was very close to Nikki, like a sister. Kimberly's parents were killed when she was a teenager in some type of accident, and Nikki's parents finished raising her. Bridget envied their close friendship. She was close to her 3 brothers, Patrick more than Sean or Keegan, but as she watched Kimberly and Nikki together this past summer, she realized that also having a sister would have been nice. Of course, she now had 2 sisters since both Patrick and Sean were married, but for some reason, she had a hard time letting herself get close to either of them. She didn't know why. Kimberly and Nikki always included her in whatever they did or talked about. They never made her feel like they didn't want her around. Kimberly enjoyed working in the garden with her and helped bottle fruits and vegetables for winter. Nikki was determined to learn how to cook on the black stove in the large cabin and insisted that Bridget teach her everything she knew about how to use it. In the evenings when the family gathered in the living room, Bridget was always included in whatever Kimberly and Nikki were talking about. But she still couldn't let herself get close to them. Bridget listened silently as Kimberly chattered about the wedding, making sure she nodded her head at the appropriate times. She saw Patrick standing by the food table holding a glass of fine champagne up in the air. Everyone stopped talking and gave their attention to him. "I would like to make a toast," Patrick announced. He waited while Collins walked around the room, handing out champagne glasses to every adult who wanted one. When he was finished, he stood next to Victoria with his own glass. "It's still hard to believe that I watched my younger brother get married today. He can be one of the most stubborn men alive, but I'm sure I don't have to tell most of you that." The people in the room chuckled and nodded their heads. "Despite that, I know he deserves to have a bride as beautiful as Nikki. I don't know anyone more loyal or hard-working than Sean. I am positive that these 2 will have a lovely marriage and beautiful children. Congratulations, you 2. With that, Patrick raised his glass and took a big swallow. After everyone had emptied their glasses, Collins walked around and gathered them, while Sean and Nikki prepared to leave. Bridget knew that Patrick's wedding present to them was a 2-night stay at a nearby hotel. Bridget heard a loud cry and saw that Colleen was holding Catherine's twin brother, Richard, and attempting to soothe him. "Let me have Kathy and you can take care of Richie," Bridget suggested. "Thanks," Kimberly replied as she slid the sleeping baby into Bridget's arms. "Richie is probably hungry." Bridget held Kathy close to her and spent a few moments watching the infant sleep. She wondered if she would ever have a little girl of her own. Maybe it was time to make some changes in her life. Chapter 2. "Let's go," Sean whispered to Nikki after she gave Victoria one last hug. She nodded her head in agreement and allowed Sean to lead her out of the church building. One of Victoria's fine carriages was waiting for them, and Sean helped her inside before climbing in. He clicked his tongue to the horses, and soon they were moving down the street towards one of the fanciest hotels in Denver. Nikki looked around at the businesses that lined the street as the carriage moved slowly by. She acknowledged that everything looked very different from the Denver she knew in her time. It reminded her of the black and white photos she had seen at museums. She could almost see the snapshots that could be taken. Sean took her hand in his own and squeezed. "Happy?" he questioned with a smile. "Very," Nikki responded. "The wedding was beautiful. Victoria did a great job. I'm so grateful for everyone's help." Victoria was in her element. I know she would have preferred to have the wedding at her home, but the church building worked just as well. Nicky nodded, thinking of the large Victorian home the older woman lived in with Collins. The same home was still standing in Nicky's time and was considered a historical site. How long do we have before we need to go back to the ranch? We have 3 days. I wanted to take a longer honeymoon, but I really need to get back. I have a buyer coming to look at a couple of my horses at the end of the week. 3 days will be perfect, Nicky replied, touching his arm to reassure him. I'm excited to live with you on the ranch. I feel that I am living my perfect dream. Do you think you will miss anything about your time? Sean asked, with some concern in his voice. Nicky shrugged. She was used to the question, but answered seriously and honestly, as she knew he still needed the reassurance that she didn't want to go back to her time. Of course, there will be things I miss. Our time periods are very different. I think I will miss my family the most. I really regret not talking to my parents before I left, but I'm not sure what the best way would have been to handle it. Maybe you can exchange letters with your brother like we did, Sean suggested. We'd have to make a trip to the cave to do so, but I wouldn't mind helping you with that. Although Patrick and Kimberly do need to agree to this arrangement. After all, they own the keys now. Nicky felt pleased that Sean understood her feelings about her family. I wondered if that would be an option with the threat that Golan made. I wasn't sure if it would be wise to continue using the keys. She frowned as she thought about the man who'd tried to get the 2 keys from them just a few weeks before. He hadn't succeeded, and they soon learned he had his own key that he used to transport himself from his time in the medieval era to 1893. Golan had shown up at their ranch pretending to be an uncle from Ireland and had tried to steal the keys. Perhaps because of the key he already had, he had found out about the 2 keys Victoria had in her possession. When Patrick had figured out his true intentions, he had sent Golan back to his own time, using his own key. As they had talked with Victoria and Collins, they found out that he had also been to her house and created a huge mess as he searched for the keys. He'd even left Victoria a threatening note when he'd been unable to find them. Everyone had agreed that they needed a safe hiding spot for the keys and had chosen a cave a few miles from their ranch. Nicky felt the carriage slow and then stop in front of a hotel. She would guess it was twice as big as the main family cabin, and it had a second story. The red brick and framing of the porch displayed a rustic country style, while the large windows in front gave evidence that it was a comfortable, clean place to stay in. Sean helped her down as a bellhop took their bags inside. It didn't take long for them to be signed in and found themselves standing inside a simple, yet beautiful, hotel room. The main focus of the room was an iron-framed bed with a gorgeous white blanket draped over it. There was a beautifully carved desk and chair on the opposite wall that had some stationery, pens, and an oil lamp that sat on top. On the far wall was a window framed with white lace curtains. A couple of feet in front of that sat a blue love seat with a decorative pillow on it that made it look perfect for relaxing. The bellhop opened the curtains and Nicky walked over to see the view. After Sean tipped the boy and he left, shutting the door behind him, Sean turned to her. "Are you hungry? We could go down to the dining room for dinner." Nicky shook her head. "I'm still full from that huge meal Victoria prepared." Sean smiled at her. "Maybe we can come up with something else to do," he said, as he took her into his arms. Nicky slid her arms around his neck. "I love you very much, Sean Callahan. Thanks for coming to get me." "I love you too, Nicky Callahan," Sean said as he gave her a light kiss. "Thanks for coming back with me." Medieval times, Ireland, 1570. Right after Patrick sent Golan back to his own time. Golan landed with a hard thump, face first on the ground. After a moment, he groaned and turned over, spitting out the dirt that had ended up in his mouth. He groaned again as he realized his hands were still tied behind his back. How was he going to get his hands loose? With a struggle, he sat up and looked around, pleased that the key had taken him to the time and place in which he wanted to go. He was at the river in Ireland, the exact place where he had first found the key. As far as he knew, no one in his time period came to this spot regularly, so he had plenty of time to figure out how to untie his hands. He spent some time trying to get his hands loose and sighed with relief as he felt the ropes stretch. Soon he was able to slide one hand and then the other through the loop. Once he was freed, he picked up the rope and threw it into the river in anger. Then he sat down on the riverbank to think about what he was going to do next. He was very angry that the Callahans had bested him. He really thought his ploy of pretending to be a long-lost uncle would work, at least long enough to get those 2 keys Victoria Hilton owned. He remembered that he had seen them sitting on a small table in the living room of the cabin when all the family members had left him alone for a few minutes. He wished he had just taken them the moment he'd seen them. It would have been so satisfying to see their faces as he disappeared to his own time, right in front of them, all 3 keys clutched in his hand. He picked up a rock and threw it into the river. When that did nothing to quell his anger, he continued to throw many rocks and stones into the water. Finally, after his anger was spent, he did his best to settle down. He needed to think about what to do next. Maybe he should just travel back to the Callahans' ranch right then. Deciding that was a good idea, he pulled his key out of his pocket and tried to use it to travel back to the ranch, but surprisingly, it didn't work. The key wasn't even vibrating like it usually did when he held it in his hands. Why wouldn't it work? He tried it again, specifically thinking about the outhouse that he had used that was located just outside the large cabin, but again, nothing happened. Golan started to panic and clutched the key in his hands. Then he remembered something that had happened a few years ago. He had time-traveled to the Roman time period, interested in learning about their lifestyle, when he dropped right in the middle of a huge battle. Just in time, he was able to use the key to leave, right before a Roman soldier lifted a spear to kill him. It had taken a few days before the key had worked properly then. Maybe that was what happened this time. When he used the key to remove himself from danger, it needed some time to recover. Golan stood and started the walk towards his small cottage that was located at the edge of his village, a few miles away from the river. He had a few days to kill, which he would use to figure out what his next move would be. He didn't know what he was going to do, but he was convinced that the Callahan family had declared war on him and he would respond in kind. The next time he paid them a visit, he wouldn't be as nice. He would do whatever he needed to get those keys. They belonged to him. Fall 2006. "Garrett, we need to leave for Grandma's birthday party in a few minutes. Are you ready?" Justin shouted upstairs to his 10-year-old son. "I'm almost ready, Dad," Garrett called back. "I just want to get the soccer trophy I earned. I want to show Grandpa." Justin grinned and sat down on his favorite chair, a huge stuffed recliner, to wait for Garrett. As he waited, he smiled again as he thought of his son. As he often did, he said a prayer, feeling very grateful that Garrett was in his life, something that almost hadn't happened. When Justin was a senior in high school, he had gotten his girlfriend pregnant with Garrett. Unfortunately, she hadn't wanted to marry him and she hadn't wanted to raise a baby. She had wanted to give their baby up for adoption. Justin had a huge fight on his hands, doing everything he could to keep Garrett. Right before she gave birth to Garrett, she decided that Justin was sincere in wanting to keep their baby, so she had agreed to let Justin raise him. She even signed papers to give up any rights she had to the baby. They had stayed in touch for a few years. He sent her pictures of Garrett every few months, but around the time their son was 4 years old, the letters he sent to her started to come back to him unopened. His parents helped quite a bit with Garrett for the first few years. He had lived with them, and they had watched Garrett while Justin finished school and worked. Justin had been able to move out of his parents' home and into his own townhouse when Garrett was 2 years old. He hadn't needed to put Garrett in daycare because a video game that he had created had taken off, and he had made quite a bit of money from it. Since then, he had designed and created 3 other games. He figured he had the perfect job. He could work at home while Garrett was at school, and his video games had become very popular. He heard thundering feet as Garrett ran down the stairs, his long arms and legs swinging as he almost tripped on the last stair. "I'm ready, Dad." "Do you have any homework you need to finish up for tomorrow?" Justin asked him as they headed outside of their townhouse, turning around to lock the door behind them. Garrett had just started 5th grade. "Nope, I did it all when I got home from school. I even studied my spelling words." "Good." Justin reached out to place a hand on Garrett's shoulder, but his son was too excited to walk at Justin's comfortable pace. He ran ahead towards their car, his small trophy in his hand. "Did you buy a present for Grandma?" Garrett asked, after they strapped themselves in the car and Justin started to drive towards where his parents lived on the outskirts of Denver. "No, you know that Grandma doesn't want any gifts." "Oh." Garrett sat back with a disappointed sigh. "Why did you ask?" Justin questioned as he drove his car onto the freeway. He saw Garrett shrug his shoulders and then pulled a small piece of paper out of his pants pocket. "I drew her a picture for her birthday. I guess she won't want it." "She'll definitely want a picture you drew," Justin assured him. "You made it special for her?" Garrett smiled with relief and carefully folded the paper to put back in his pocket. He settled back against the car seat and watched as the scenery rushed past them. Justin sighed as he continued to drive toward his parents' house. He thought of Nikki and wished she was riding with them right at that moment, like she would have been doing if she hadn't traveled back through time to marry a man who lived in 1893. He didn't know what he was going to tell his parents, but he knew his mother wasn't going to be very understanding of Nikki's absence that evening. His mother had always been very insistent that no gifts be given to her for her birthdays, but she was equally insistent that both Nikki and Justin be present for her birthday dinner. In her mind, that was their birthday gift to her. Justin wasn't looking forward to the evening. What was he going to tell his parents? After a few minutes, he took the next freeway exit, and soon he pulled his car into his parents' driveway. "Let the games begin," he muttered to himself. Garrett ran up to the door and was soon inside. Justin forced himself to follow. As he let himself into his parents' house, he saw his mother give Garrett a hug before she sat back to admire the trophy. "Douglas," his mother called to her husband, "Justin and Garrett are here." "Is Nikki with them? Tell her I want to talk to her." Justin heard his father call from the family room, where he likely had been sitting in front of the TV, watching his favorite program. He groaned at his father's words. "Where is Nikki?" his mother asked as she looked outside at his car as if hoping her daughter would suddenly appear. "Did she come with you?" Justin shook his head. "I need to talk to you about where she is," Justin said, knowing at that moment that he couldn't lie to his parents. He had never been able to hide the truth from his mother when he'd been a young boy. What made him think he could hide it from her now? It was time to tell his parents where Nikki and Kimberly really were. His mother's eyes widened with concern. "Is she sick? Is that why we haven't seen her lately? Maybe I should go over to her townhouse and see if she needs anything. I've tried to call her, but she hasn't returned any of my calls." Justin grabbed his mother's arm as she walked towards their landline to make the call. "She isn't sick, Mom. How about we eat your birthday dinner, and then I will tell you and Dad about where she is." "Is she okay? Please tell me she is okay. I've been so worried about her. She was so distant all last winter, and then she spent the entire summer on her own." "I promise, Nikki is doing fine," Justin said to her. His mother sighed with relief. She looked at him skeptically, but he could see that she decided not to pester him about it yet. "Dinner's almost ready. I just need someone to slice up the roast beef. Then we can eat." "I can do that," Justin offered. Soon the dinner was ready, and everyone sat around the small dining room table. Justin made himself enjoy the delicious meal his mother had prepared. Later, after eating chocolate cake and ice cream, Justin gave Garrett permission to watch a new movie his grandpa had purchased for him. "What do you need to tell us about Nikki, son?" his father asked after Garrett had left the room. Justin waited until he could hear the movie start. "There have been quite a few things that have been going on with both Nikki and Kimberly," Justin admitted. "I have decided to just tell you both everything." "You said Nikki is okay," his mother reminded him. "Are you telling us the truth?" "Yes, Mom, they are both okay." Justin sighed and rubbed a hand over his eyes. "What I have to tell you will take some time. Can you just listen? Then, if you have any questions, I will answer them." Both of his parents nodded their heads. His father sat back in his chair and sipped a cup of coffee. His mother leaned on her arms. "Just tell us," she said, her voice shaking a bit, as if knowing she wasn't going to like what Justin had to tell her. About a year ago, last May, Kimberly saw an ad in the newspaper that looked strange to her because it looked so old-fashioned, almost as if it had come out of a paper that was printed in the late 1800s. It was an advertisement for a mail-order bride. She showed it to Nikki, who dared her to answer the ad as a joke, and Kimberly took her up on the dare. Nikki and I teased her about it, then thought nothing of it. She actually received a reply from a woman named Victoria Hilton a few days later. With Mrs. Hilton acting as an intermediary, Kimberly started to exchange letters with a man named Patrick Callahan. After they had written a few letters to each other, Kimberly decided she wanted to meet Patrick. At that time, Mrs. Hilton told Kimberly that the only way she would be able to meet him was to travel back to 1892. Justin paused to gauge their reactions. His dad gave him a blank stare, then cleared his throat. "Now, son, I'm starting to think that both Kimberly and Nikki are in some sort of trouble. Time travel, really? Is that the best story you could come up with?" "I thought you were going to tell us the truth," his mother added, tears in her eyes. Justin sighed and ran his hands through his hair again. "Please, will you both just listen?" After getting a short nod from his mother and nothing from his father, Justin continued. "Mrs. Hilton has in her possession 2 golden keys. They can be used to travel back in time, forward in time, or go to any place a person wants to go." At first, Kimberly didn't believe Mrs. Hilton, but eventually she agreed to use one of the keys and travel back in time to 1892. Evidently, this was the time period in which Mrs. Hilton really lived. To make a long story short, Kimberly traveled from our time to Patrick's. He lives with his 2 younger brothers and a sister that is located deep in the Rocky Mountains. They raise cattle and horses. Kimberly and Patrick fell in love and they married at the end of June of last summer, after Kimberly agreed to stay and live in Patrick's time. Kimberly wanted Nikki to attend her wedding. Mrs. Hilton has a butler named Collins who used a key to travel to our time to get Nikki. At that time, neither Nikki nor I knew where Kimberly had gone. Collins explained everything to Nikki and then took her back in time. She was able to witness Kimberly marry Patrick. She also became friends with Patrick's younger brother, Sean. Nikki came back to our time after Kimberly's wedding, but she was somehow able to keep in touch with Kimberly and Sean using the keys. They exchanged letters all last winter. She kept all of this a secret from me. I had no idea what was going on or that she had gone back in time. All I knew was that Kimberly had disappeared, then Nikki was acting strange. So I was very concerned. Early this past summer, she finally told me what was going on. Kimberly was pregnant and Nikki wanted to be there for the birth. Justin took a deep breath. He knew this was a lot of information for his parents and worried about its effect on his mom. She just sat with her hand over her mouth and tears on her cheeks. She hadn't even known Kimberly was married, let alone pregnant. Justin felt guilty that he wasn't able to tell her in a happier way. He forced himself to push that aside and finish his story. So, she used the key and traveled back in time to help Kimberly, with my knowledge. She planned to stay all summer, but I made her promise she would return before school started. She did return the beginning of August, but a lot had changed while she'd been gone. Kimberly gave birth to twins, Nikki helped out, and one thing led to another. She and Sean fell in love. After Nikki had been home for a few days in August, Sean used one of the keys and came to our time to propose to her. "We did bring him over to meet you, don't you remember?" Well, she went back with him just a week or so later. Justin sat back and waited for the onslaught of questions, which weren't long in coming. "Can't you think of a better story than that?" His father almost yelled at him. "Now, dear, I know you make a living making up stories, but we'd prefer you just tell us the truth," his mother cut in. "Something must be wrong if you are trying to make up something so outlandish." I am telling you the truth, Justin protested. I had a hard time believing it myself, but I've seen the keys, felt their magic, and watched them disappear into thin air when Nikki was sending letters back to Kimberly. I also saw both Nikki and Sean leave. It sounds like a fictional story, and it shouldn't be true, but it is. If this is true, why did you let Nikki leave? His father asked. I would think Nikki would be happier in our time. There is a vast difference between our time and the pioneer era. She has always been attached at the hip to her phone, has always loved the entertainment and comforts technology provides. She wouldn't have any of that in, what year was it? It is now 1893, Justin answered. This is crazy, his father retorted angrily, running his hands through his thinning hair, just like Justin did sometimes. Justin threw his hands up in the air in frustration. Although he wasn't upset with his parents, he was upset with the entire situation. Would you like me to continue telling you what has happened? Neither of his parents said anything. Listen, I'm sorry that we haven't said anything to you about what has been going on. Part of the reason is because we weren't allowed to tell anyone about the keys. They are supposed to be kept a secret. Nikki wasn't even allowed to tell me until last winter, and I am going to ask that this conversation not be repeated to anyone else. His parents continued to look at him in silence. Tears ran down his mother's face, and Justin's heart broke. He wished things could have been handled differently, but he didn't know how he could have done any better. I'm going to take Garrett and leave. You two can talk about it and then let me know if you want more information. He stood and started to leave the room. If what you have told us is really true, will we ever see Nikki or Kimberly again? His mother asked. Justin stopped short. This was the very thing he was struggling with himself. He couldn't stand the thought of never seeing Nikki again. He didn't trust his voice, so he just shrugged his shoulders, then left the room. He quickly gathered Garrett, and within a short time they were back at their townhouse. After putting Garrett to bed for the night, he sat in his living room, staring off into the distance. Suddenly, he felt very angry. Angry with Kimberly for starting this whole mess, angry with Nikki for leaving him to pick up the pieces with their parents, angry with Victoria for placing the ad, angry at the entire situation. A small orange foam ball of Garrett's sat on a nearby table, and he threw it at a wall in his anger. The question his mother had was a valid one. Were they ever going to see Nikki or Kimberly again? How was he supposed to get his parents to understand what had happened when he barely understood it himself? Chapter 3. Fall 1893. A few weeks after Sean and Nikki married, everyone was back at the ranch, except Keegan, who stayed in Denver to attend school. Very quickly, a routine was established between the three women, and Bridget found she worked very well with both Kimberly and Nikki. Since Bridget loved to cook, she continued in that job, making sure all the meals were served on time. She made bread and made sure there was always something sweet to eat, since her brothers loved cakes and cookies. Since it was fall, Nikki helped Bridget preserve quite a large part of their garden vegetables for the winter. This in itself was a full-time job, but the company helped pass the time pleasurably. Bridget had a hard time bonding with Kimberly, likely because they were both quiet women. Nikki was different, however, and chatted about anything and everything. Bridget had grown very fond of Nikki over the vegetables and chopping boards. Kimberly's main responsibility was her two babies, which made it hard for her to help with the canning, but she somehow found time to keep the main rooms in the large cabin clean. Although Kimberly and Patrick shared a small cabin that was built soon after their marriage, and Sean and Nikki shared another small cabin that Bridget's father had built when he first arrived in the Rocky Mountains years before, the entire family spent most of their time together during the day in the large cabin. Bridget slept in one of the 4 bedrooms in the large cabin, and Colleen used another room. Sean wanted to build another cabin for Nikki, so when he and Patrick had any spare time, they worked on cutting down more logs so they could be used in the spring. Despite the loneliness Bridget was feeling, she couldn't help but feel her spirit lift with the change of weather. Fall was her favorite season of the year. She loved watching the leaves change color. She enjoyed preserving all the food they had grown all year in preparation for winter, knowing that she was doing her part in feeding her family. But as the days passed, she watched her brothers with their wives, and she knew something was missing in her life. She wanted a family, but she also wanted adventure. She started to realize she wanted more than living on a ranch in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. Despite her growing relationship with Nikki, she still felt like the odd person out. She loved everyone dearly, but understood there was a smaller family dynamic of which she was not a part of. One evening, as the whole family sat on the porch of the large cabin, watching a very colorful sunset, Nikki mentioned that she had written letters to her brother and her parents. She wanted to make a trip to the cave to use the keys to deliver them. "I'm not sure that's a good idea," Patrick told her. "I really think we need to leave those keys alone. It seems to me that the more they are used, the more danger we are going to be in." Sean echoed his brother's opinion, even though Bridget knew he understood Nikki's desire to stay in contact with her family. "We have no idea what that man, Golan, is going to do. We sent him back to his time, but he could easily return." "We've hidden the keys well," Kimberly protested. "Unless he somehow can spy on us, he will have no idea that we hid the keys in that cave." "Yes, but he could come back and cause problems," Patrick argued. Nikki sighed, and Bridget could tell she was doing her best to not let tears fall. Nikki turned to Sean. "I won't go to the cave if you don't think I should, but I really would like to keep in touch with my family, if I can. I know it's hard to be so far from your family. You need to remember that even if you do send some letters to them, there is no guarantee the correspondence will continue indefinitely," Sean reminded her empathetically. Nikki nodded. "I know. I just would like to try." "I'll go with you to the cave," Bridget announced, and everyone looked at her in amazement. She knew everyone was surprised she offered because in the past, she had never left the ranch unless she absolutely had to. "I think that's a great idea," Kimberly quickly replied before Patrick or Sean said something to discourage Bridget's offer. Everyone was silent for a few minutes, waiting for Patrick to say something. He was the head of the family. When a big decision needed to be made that included all of them, everyone was able to voice their opinion, but in the end, Patrick always had the final say. For the first time, Bridget wanted to speak up and announce she was going to the cave with Nikki's letters anyway, no matter what her brother thought. She bit her lip to keep herself from voicing her thoughts. Finally, Patrick nodded, and everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. "I can understand why Nikki wants to keep in touch with her family, but I want everyone to promise me something. When we have those keys in our possession, I don't want them to ever leave the cave. Ever. They are to stay where we hid them, and if there is ever even a hint of danger, any contact with the future needs to stop immediately." Everyone agreed with Patrick's stipulations. Richie started to fuss, and soon Patrick and Kimberly left to retire to their cabin for the night with their babies. Sean suggested to Nikki that they take a walk, and, just like that, Bridget was sitting alone on the porch. Colleen even abandoned her, wanting to say goodnight to her horse, Spirit. "This is the way it's always going to be for me," Bridget whispered to herself. "I love my family, but I'm always going to be alone unless I do something about it." As she thought of things she could do to change her situation, her heart sank. Winter would soon be on its way. Even if she wanted to move to Denver, it was soon going to be hard to get there. Besides, she didn't want to go to Denver without making arrangements with Victoria to stay at her house and finding a job. She didn't want to just show up out of the blue. She would have to wait until spring. Suddenly, Bridget had an idea. She was going to write her own letter to Nikki's brother, Justin. She didn't know how he would react to getting a letter from someone who lived in 1893, and she was sure absolutely nothing would come of it, but it would keep her mind busy for the winter, and then, in the spring, she would follow through with her plans to move to Denver. She went inside to her room and gathered some paper, pen, and ink. Then she wrote her first letter to a man, a stranger, who lived in the future. The next morning after breakfast, Nikki prepared to leave for the cave. Bridget quickly packed some food for them to eat, Since the trip was about a 2-hour ride on horseback, if they'd walked, it would have taken about 3 hours. At the last minute, Sean also decided to come. Bridget would have preferred to walk, but she knew going on horseback would be faster. She had never enjoyed riding horses like her brothers did. Even Nikki could control a horse better than she could, but she was determined to enjoy the ride. Nikki wore her usual breeches, but Bridget rode in a full skirt. She had always hated the thought of wearing men's pants. As they rode, Bridget was careful to watch exactly how to get to the cave. Nikki and Sean rode ahead of her, and she could hear them talking softly to each other. She hadn't told either of them that she had written a letter, and hoped when the time came to tell them, they wouldn't protest. When they reached the bottom of a large mountain, Nikki pointed to a small opening that was located about halfway up, and Bridget had to admit it was a perfect place to hide the keys. Unless someone was actually looking for the cave, it could be barely seen because of trees and shrubs that grew around its entrance. Sean made sure the horses were secured to some nearby trees, and then the three of them climbed the mountain. The opening was small and they had to crawl through the entrance, but once inside, Bridget could stand upright. She could see piles of small rocks all over the cave floor, and watched as Sean went to the wall and started to remove some of the rocks. Once they were moved away, he pulled a small wooden box that had been wedged in a crevice of the wall. Sean gave the box to Nikki, who opened it and quickly unwrapped the 2 keys that were snuggled together in a soft cloth. Nikki set one key on the cave floor and placed her letters on top of it. She started to set the second key on top of the letters. Bridget knew she needed to speak up. "I have a letter I want to send," she said as she pulled it out of her dress pocket. Both Nikki and Sean looked at her in surprise. "You wrote a letter, but why?" Nikki asked. Bridget did her best to act like the idea of writing a letter to someone who lived in the future wasn't any big deal. "I thought it would be interesting to write to your brother and to learn more about the future," she explained, hoping they wouldn't question her further. Sean frowned at her and opened his mouth to comment, but Nikki broke in. "To Justin? Really?" Nikki grinned. "Now that's interesting. I'm just trying to fill the time during winter, that's all. I don't expect anything to come of it," Bridget said, wishing she didn't feel she had to justify herself. Nikki held out her hand for the letter and placed it on top of her own. She quickly placed the second key over it, and Bridget watched in amazement as the entire stack started to vibrate, then disappear. She had seen this happen before when Sean had been writing Nikki last winter, but she never tired of seeing something disappear right before her eyes. "Wait," Sean started to say, but the letters were gone. Both women looked at him in question. He finally shrugged and looked at Bridget. "I just wanted to make sure you understood the ramifications of sending a letter to Nikki's brother." "Of course I understand," Bridget scowled at her brother. "Like I said, I'm not expecting anything to come of it." Nikki looked at her in sympathy, and Bridget felt comfort that her sister-in-law understood why she had wanted to write to Justin. "Well, what's done is done," Sean finally said after he studied Bridget for a moment. "Let's get out of here and eat some of that lunch you prepared." After they half-walked and half-slid down the mountain, they sat under some trees and enjoyed beef sandwiches and crisp apples. They drank cool water from the river that was nearby, and soon were on their way back to the ranch. As they traveled back, Bridget suddenly regretted that she had sent that letter. She realized it was very forward of her. What was Justin going to think? Nikki sent letters to Sean, but it had been her brother's idea to write in the beginning. But, like Sean said, what was done was done. She was going to have to live with the consequences. Most likely, Justin would ignore her letter anyway. Once they arrived back at the ranch and had taken care of their horses, Bridget and Nikki walked to the large cabin while Sean went to check on a new horse he had just purchased. "I didn't want to ask you in front of Sean, but why did you decide to write Justin?" Nikki asked her. Bridget hesitated. Should she explain the real reason to Nikki? Would she understand? "I just thought it would be fun to write to a man from the future. What other woman in my time has that opportunity?" Nikki stopped and looked at her. And? Bridget sighed. To be honest, I've decided to leave the ranch next spring. I want what Sean has with you and Patrick has with Kimberly. I want a family. She stared off into the distance as Nikki reached out to squeeze her hand in sympathy. I used to say I would never leave the ranch, that if God wanted me to marry, he'd need to bring a man right to my doorstep. Now I am starting to think that if I truly want a family, I need to do my part. What does this have to do with Justin? Nikki asked. Bridget turned to her. I'm not thinking Justin is going to fall in love with me like you and Sean did, I promise. I just need something to think about until I can make it into town in the spring. I don't think Justin would ever leave his time. He has a son to consider for one thing, but I don't think it will hurt anything if you write him. A son? Bridget asked. This was information she hadn't known about. Yes, his name is Garrett. He's 10 years old. So he's been married then? No, Garrett's mother hasn't been involved in his life since he was born. Justin has pretty much raised him on his own, although our parents helped quite a bit when Garrett was small. Bridget shook her head in disbelief. How could a woman choose to give up a baby like that and make the decision to be out of its life? To tell you the truth, I am regretting that I sent the letter. It was very forward of me, Bridget confessed. Oh, don't worry about that. I promise he won't think you are being forward. Things are different in the future. Bridget glanced at the cabin. I better get started on dinner if we want to eat on time. I'm going to check on Kimberly, and if I have time, I'll go help Sean with his horses. Nikki. Bridget stopped her before she left. Nikki turned back and looked at her curiously. Please don't say anything to Sean yet about my plans to leave in the spring. I want to find the right time to tell him. Of course, I understand. Nikki smiled. The two women went their separate ways, and Bridget was glad to have something else to think about. She decided she wasn't going to worry about the letter she'd just sent. Whatever happened was meant to be. About a month after Justin's talk with his parents, he wished he could come up with something to help them understand exactly what had happened with Nikki and Kimberly. He was still feeling quite a bit of anger towards his sister, and he wondered why he had ever encouraged her to leave with Sean. Then one day he remembered that she had told him that she might be able to exchange letters with him using the keys. She had taken him to Victoria's house on the other side of town and showed him how they worked. He couldn't believe he hadn't remembered that until now. He wondered what the chances were that if he went to Victoria's house, there would be some letters sitting on her desk from Nikki. If there were, maybe his parents would believe him if he could show them an actual letter from her. After dropping Garrett off at school, he headed toward Victoria's house. He glanced at his car's clock as he drove, hoping he would get there quickly. He had a meeting with a company in a few hours who wanted to purchase his more popular video games. He smiled to himself as he thought about the specific games in which the company was interested. They were all fantasy games. Sometimes he felt like he was living in a fantasy game, with Nikki and Kimberly using golden keys to travel back in time. Maybe he should consider creating a time travel video game. He chuckled to himself as he pulled into Victoria's driveway. He sat in his car for a moment and wondered how it was that this house never seemed to change. The wraparound porch was still there, along with the gazebo. Even the large windows on the front of the house were still clean. He got out of his car, locked it behind him, and walked down a path that led behind the house. He remembered that Nikki had entered the house through a back door that seemed to be always unlocked, at least for her. Maybe it would be unlocked for him. Justin breathed a sigh of relief as he tried the door, found that it indeed was unlocked, and he let himself in. As he did so, he wondered what would happen if someone was in the house. Essentially, he was breaking and entering. He spent a few minutes slowly going through the house to ensure he was alone, then headed towards the office where Nikki had shown him how she had exchanged letters with Sean the year before. He held his breath as he entered the room and looked at the oak desk that sat in the middle of the room. A grin stretched across his face as he saw a small stack of letters with a gold key sitting on top of them. Striding to the desk, he picked up the letters and saw Nikki's familiar writing on the front of the top envelope. Another golden key sat on the desk that had been underneath the envelopes. He shuffled through the letters and saw Nikki's and Kimberly's writing on two of them. He also saw that one envelope was addressed to their parents. Good, he thought to himself. Maybe Nikki would be able to clear up this whole mess with those letters. There was one last letter with his name on it, but he didn't recognize the writing. Who else had written to him? Maybe it was another one from Kimberly, although it didn't look like her handwriting. He wanted to sit down and read the letters right then, but some instinct made him realize he needed to leave the house and read them later. Who knew if someone had seen him go into the house? He stuffed the envelopes into his back pocket and started to leave the room. At the last second, he had a sudden, strong feeling that he should take the keys with him, so he picked them up off the desk and slipped them into a deep pocket of his jacket. He left the house, quickly got into his car and drove off. He didn't see a man who slipped out behind a tree and sneaked into the house. Justin spent the rest of the day in meetings with the men who wanted to purchase rights to some of his games, finally leaving the building close to the time he normally needed to pick up Garrett. His mother had agreed to pick Garrett up from school. Even if she was still frustrated with Justin for telling them about time travel, she wouldn't ever say no to an opportunity to spend time with her grandson. Justin was pleased with the outcome of the meeting, but he wasn't sure if he really wanted to sign off all control of his games. The amount of money they were offering was enough that, if invested carefully, he could live off of it for the rest of his life. But one of the stipulations was that if he created any new games, the new company would have the rights to it. Did he really want to give up all control? Throughout the day, the unopened letters sat in his briefcase, and he wished he could at least find out who wrote the letter with the unfamiliar writing. He finally shoved the letters behind a pad of paper, hoping that out of sight really did mean out of mind, and forced himself to focus on the rest of the meeting. He couldn't afford to be distracted. He needed to know exactly what the terms of this contract were. At the end of the day, he made arrangements to meet with the company in a few days, giving himself time to think about what he really wanted, and to give his attorney time to look over the sale agreement. Once he arrived at his parents' house, he parked in his usual spot under a large shade tree. Letting himself into the house, he noticed first thing that it was quiet, which likely meant Garrett was in the family room playing a game. He headed in that direction, hoping his mother was able to get Garrett to do his homework before he started a video game. He was grateful for the close relationship his son had with his parents. He couldn't have raised Garrett on his own as an 18-year-old young man just graduated from high school. Nikki had also helped quite a bit, especially as she grew older, and he knew Garrett missed her. He was starting to ask hard questions about the whereabouts of his Aunt Nikki and even Kimberly. Justin knew he would someday need to tell Garrett the truth about where they were, but he also wasn't sure if Garrett would be able to understand the significance of keeping time travel a secret. His mother looked up from her crocheting as he entered the room and gave him a small smile, but she didn't say anything. Justin knew she was letting him know she was still upset and concerned about Nikki and Kimberly. He bent down and gave her a kiss on the cheek. "Hello, Mom," he said as he sat down beside her. "Thanks for picking up Garrett from school." "You know I love having him here," his mother responded, as her fingers continued to crochet the blanket she was working on. "Garrett, are you about ready to go home?" he asked his son. Garrett turned around and grinned at his dad, some of his blonde hair falling into his eyes, reminding Justin that he needed to get his son to a barber for a haircut. "Hi, Dad, can I play for a few more minutes? If I quit now, I'll get a penalty." Justin nodded. 10 minutes. He watched with fondness as Garrett grinned at him again, and then turned his attention to the game. Justin looked at his mother and made an instant decision. "I just received a letter from Nikki. Would you like to read it?" His mother looked at him sharply. "And I assume it miraculously came from 1893? He glanced at Garrett and was glad to see Garrett was too involved in his game to hear his grandmother's words. "Yes, but I don't want to talk about it here. Can we go into the kitchen?" For a moment he wondered if his mother was going to refuse, but then she nodded and set the blanket aside. She rose and followed him out of the room. Justin let Garrett know where he would be and then ran out to his car to grab the letters out of his briefcase. "Where's Dad?" he asked his mother as he entered the kitchen. If he was around, he wanted them both to see the letters. "He's out in the garden, as usual," his mother told him. Justin slid into a chair and gave his mom one of Nikki's letters. He watched as she slowly took it from him. She looked at Nikki's handwriting on the envelope. Justin saw tears form in her eyes, and he sat back in his chair, putting 2 fingers on the bridge of his nose. Again, he felt anger towards his sister for leaving him with this mess to deal with. It wasn't just his parents who wondered where Nikki was. A few of her friends had come to his townhouse, asking questions. What in the world was he supposed to tell them? His mother slowly opened the envelope and took out the letter. She started to read, and as she read, tears slid down her cheeks. Nikki had clearly written a long letter. There were several sheets of paper. He set the others on the table and slipped from the room to go find his dad. He left the house and headed towards the vegetable garden his dad kept at the back of their property. He could see his dad bending over, picking large tomatoes and placing them in a box at his feet. His dad loved gardening and spent most of the summer months tending to his plants. He even grew some vegetables during the winter in a small greenhouse he had designed. "Hi, son," his father greeted him with a huge smile as he approached. No matter how mad his dad got, he was still able to remember the fondness the two had for each other. "How was your meeting?" "It went well. I'm still thinking about things, though. I'm not sure I want to give up total control over my games." His father nodded, his understanding. The next few minutes were spent in small talk about the garden and Justin's meeting. "I got some letters from Nikki and Kimberly today. Mom is reading one of them right now." His dad's eyes darkened. "I don't understand any of this. You must know how upset your mother is. Why can't you just tell us where she really is?" "Why don't you take a break?" Justin suggested, as he suddenly remembered he had both gold keys in his pocket. Maybe it would help them understand if he showed them the keys. "Come and read the letters." His father hesitated, but eventually nodded. He placed a few more tomatoes in the box, picked it up, and carried it over to where several boxes were sitting on the grass in the shade, all full of produce picked from the garden. They went inside together and found his mother clutching Nikki's letter in her hands, weeping. "Oh, honey," his father murmured, placing his arms around her in comfort. He glared at Justin. Justin looked at his father with honest, sympathetic eyes, trying to get him to understand that he hated this as much as they did. Justin handed his father the letter Nikki had written to him. Justin picked up the other letters and decided to open the envelope with the unfamiliar handwriting while his father read Nikki's letter. After pulling the paper out of the envelope, he turned it over to see who signed it, and was surprised to see the name of Bridget. He knew Nikki's husband, Sean, had a younger sister named Bridget. He could only assume this letter was from her. Why would she be writing him? Curiously, he began to read. "Dear Justin, Nikki and Kimberly are busy writing letters to you in hopes that the keys will still work in the cave the same way they worked before. I thought it would also be fun to write to you. My name is Bridget Callahan. I am Patrick's and Sean's younger sister. I live on the ranch with my brothers, Nikki and Kimberly, and my brother's children. It has been fun having Nikki and Kimberly join the family, and especially fun being an aunt to Richard and Catherine. I can imagine you miss Kimberly and Nikki now that they have come to our ranch. Life is busy here. It is fall, and most of my time is spent harvesting the vegetables and canning them for winter. I also help Sean's daughter, Colleen, with her schooling. I used to help my younger brother Keegan with his schooling, but he is now attending school in Denver. Since it takes so long to get from our ranch to Denver, and it is especially difficult in the winter due to the snow, he is living with Victoria and her new husband, Collins. If you would like to write back, I would love to hear from you. I expect this winter to be a long one and would like a different distraction. I would love to hear what your life is like." Nikki and Kimberly have explained some of what their life in the future was like. They mentioned, "You have a job in making games on a machine they called a computer. I am not sure what that means, but I would love to hear more about it. Sean has even talked about what he saw when he went to get Nikki from your time. I am sure you would have a refreshingly different description of the future. Sincerely, Bridget. Justin smiled as he set the letter aside. He didn't know what to think of getting a letter from Bridget. He hoped she wasn't writing him with the idea that he would also go back to 1893 like Nikki and Kimberly had. His place was in 2006, and besides, he had his son to think about, and his parents. He didn't want to add to their sorrows if he also disappeared. He glanced at his parents, who were sitting next to each other as they read Nikki's letter together. So he opened the other letter and saw that it was from Kimberly. He enjoyed reading about her life and how much she loved being a mother to her two little ones. She had enclosed a drawing of the babies. They were dressed as babies would have been in the 1890s, both in dresses, although Catherine's dress was feminine with lace. Kimberly had drawn a mischievous grin on Richard's face. He set both the letter and the drawing in front of him, knowing his parents would be happy to get a glimpse into Kimberly's life. Once they accepted the idea of time travel, that is. Justin, his father started to speak, and he glanced up from his letter. I can't believe I am saying this, but I'm starting to consider that what you have been telling us may be true. It's just hard to understand. Justin glanced at his mother, who looked at his dad in shock. But Doug, how can you believe that? Honey, there is no way Nikki could have, or would have, made up what she wrote in her letter. I know you wish everything would go back to the way things were before Kimberly even answered that confounded ad. But she did, and for whatever reason, they both were able to travel back in time. Maybe there are many things that happen in our world that no one can explain, but somehow they are true, like time travel. Justin's mother picked up Nikki's letter and started to read it again. Justin was still feeling confused that Bridget had written him, so he sat back, letting his mother have the time she needed before he showed them the keys. What letters do you have, son? His father asked him. Justin pushed both of them towards his dad. A letter from Kimberly and another from Bridget. Nikki talked about Bridget in her letter. She is Sean's sister, right? His father asked. Justin nodded. I don't know why she wrote to me. I guess she just wanted someone to write. His mother looked up sharply. You aren't going to write her back, are you? What if she tries to talk you into following Nikki and Kimberly? Justin would have smiled if the situation weren't so serious. Based on his mother's words, she did believe in time travel, at least a little bit. He shook his head. I don't know if I will even write her back. Go ahead and read it if you want to. A few minutes later, all the letters were read and stacked together on the table. Justin decided now was the time to show his parents the keys. Before he could say anything, his father spoke up. How did you get these letters? His father asked. I doubt they just appeared out of thin air. The same way Nikki communicated with Sean last winter. She went to Victoria's home, which is located in an older part of Denver. Evidently, this home was built in the 1880s and has been restored, although no one lives there right now. I went to the house this morning to see if there were any letters and found these sitting on a large oak desk, along with these. Justin pulled both keys out of his pocket and placed them on the table, being careful to not let them touch each other. After studying the keys for a few moments, his father asked, Can I pick one up? Justin nodded, watching his father carefully as he did so. He knew Doug felt the zing, the vibration of the key. The moment he picked it up. Amazing, his father whispered. Do both keys vibrate like this? Justin nodded again. I guess when someone holds one of the keys and thinks or says the time period they want to go to and the exact location, the key will take them there. Both keys do the same thing, but they also work together. When Nikki sent these letters to us, she placed one key down, the letters on top of the key, and then placed the second key on top of the letters. Somehow, the keys know to transport the letters to the last location they were at. Do you want to feel it? His father asked his mother. She shook her head fiercely. I don't want anything to do with them. Justin looked at her. If you want to stay in contact with Nikki and Kimberly, you are going to have to trust that what I'm saying is true, Mom. I promise I am telling you the truth. You know I would never make something like this up. even if I were trying to protect Nikki. Are we ever going to see her again? His mother asked softly. Justin shrugged. I don't know. To tell you the truth, I am a bit angry with Nikki for putting me in this position, for not telling you about Sean and the keys herself before she left. I know she was told to be careful who she tells, because there is a danger involved with this kind of knowledge. But she left me to deal with this, and I'm not very happy with her. But I can also tell you that I did have a chance to get to know Sean. I can assure you that he is a good man, and he will take care of her. I could tell that he loved her deeply. Justin heard some movement in the hallway and knew Garrett was coming. He quickly slipped the keys into his pocket. Why don't you keep the letters and write back to Nikki and Kimberly? The next time I come over, we can send the letters off to them. You can see how it works. He was relieved when both of his parents nodded. Garrett ran into the kitchen. I'm done, Dad. Can we go home? I'm hungry. Justin laughed. We sure can. And then after dinner, I want to make sure your homework is completed. I already did it, Garrett complained. All of it? Garrett's shoulders fell. Almost. Justin stood to give his parents a hug. Give Grandma and Grandpa a hug, then let's get going. Once Justin's and Garrett's goodbyes were said, they were soon on their way to their townhouse. As Justin drove, he half listened to Garrett give him a play-by-play of the game he had just won. Justin thought about Nikki's townhouse and knew it was time to clean it out and cancel the lease. He had been holding on to it just in case she returned. But even though he hadn't had a chance to read Nikki's letters yet, he knew she would not be returning. Chapter 4. The Future, Fall 2006. Golan watched as the dark blue car left the driveway of Victoria's home, or what her home looked like in 2006. He chuckled to himself as he slowly and carefully made his way to the house. He had no idea who the man was who just left the house, but his gut was telling him that the 2 keys he was looking for were inside. He briefly thought back to a few days before when he'd tested his key. It had taken a few weeks, but it was finally working again. After taking a few test trips, he traveled again to 1893, spending a few days hiding on Victoria's property. It was surprisingly easy to hide this time around since Victoria had married her butler Collins. The small cottage Collins had lived in was now empty, so Golan hid out there. The day before, he had been frustrated with the lack of clues he was getting. There were times when Victoria and Collins were in their yard, but they never talked about the keys, and he eventually concluded that they were not on the property. He had finally sat down and thought about what he would do if he wanted to hide the keys. He would definitely hide them in a different time period from his own. After trying to figure out which time period Victoria might take them to, he thought his best bet would be to look further into the future, the time period the 2 women who married the Callahan brothers had come from. Around 2006 to be precise. After Golan figured this out, he immediately transported himself to 2006, hoping that he would end up at least on her property. Luck was with him, for he did appear on the same property, and the house looked very much like it had in 1893. He watched it for a full day and saw that no one left or came to the house until the man showed up. He only stayed a few minutes and then left again. When the man left the house, Golan felt his key vibrate slightly in his pocket. He just knew the other 2 keys were in the house. He slipped inside, trying not to be surprised that everything looked the same as it had when he'd broken into the exact home months prior, except he had been in 1893. He did a quick search but came up empty, his anger growing as he went from room to room. He wanted to trash the place, just out of principle, but he talked himself down, knowing that making a mess just to make a statement would let everyone in 2006 know he had been there. He knew he needed to lay low in order to make everyone think he had given up the search. One of the last rooms he entered was a room that had a large wooden desk. It was covered with a thin layer of dust just like all the other furniture was, except for one spot. Golan moved closer to study the area, and he could faintly see the outline of a key, the same size as his own key. he growled in frustration, banging the desk with his fist in anger. Instantly, he knew who had the keys. When the man had left the house just a short time earlier, his key had vibrated in response as he walked past him to his car. That man had both keys in his possession. Golin had no idea who the man was, but he knew he was connected, somehow, to Victoria, Collins, and all of the Callahans. He just needed to figure out how to find him. March 1894. The winter had been a mild one. They'd received a few heavy snowstorms, but it was warmer than usual, and the amount of snow they received usually melted quickly. Nikki and Sean had spent the winter making plans for the cabin they wanted to build in the spring. It was going to be located behind Patrick's and Kimberly's cabin. It was going to be larger than the cabin that was built for Patrick and Kimberly for Sean, and Nikki planned to have a large family. Richard and Catherine rapidly grew like babies tend to do, and soon they were crawling all over the place. The babies added a lot to Bridget's life, and she enjoyed helping to care for them. But it also made her more determined to follow through with her decision she had made the previous fall to move to Denver in the spring. Bridget still hadn't told anyone in her family about her plans, except for Nikki. She decided to wait until the end of March before she broached the subject. She figured Patrick would understand, especially because he had suggested she do that very thing right before Kimberly arrived. Because of the warm winter, Bridget was able to make the trip to the cave 3 times with Nikki and Sean. She didn't know why she was surprised that Justin had written back to her, but he had. There was always a letter for her tucked in between a few letters to Nikki and Kimberly. The first letter was very short, as if Justin didn't really know what to say. But after he had started asking questions about what his life was like, they'd gotten longer and more detailed. It was amazing to Bridget that she could get to know a man in just a few letters. She knew Justin was looking at the situation the same as she was, that they were writing to each other just for fun. It was now the beginning of March, and Bridget decided to take a walk around the ranch one morning. Her fingers itched to start planting the garden, but she knew it was too early. They would more than likely receive another few snowstorms before the weather started to warm up. It wouldn't do any good to plant anything until May, and by then she would be gone. She continued her walk, slowly moving around the barn where Sean's horses were kept and the fenced area he used to train them. She saw the large fields Patrick used to keep all the cows in for the winter. She knew he was busy with spring calving. Bridget turned around when she heard a sound behind her and saw Nikki coming towards her. She smiled a greeting while wishing she could continue her walk on her own. "Planning the garden?" Nikki asked as she came within speaking distance. Bridget shrugged. "It's a bit early to plant the garden." Nikki nodded at her words and started to walk beside her. "Can I ask you a question?" she finally asked after a few moments. "Sure," Bridget agreed, resigning herself to the fact she now had company. "Did Justin say anything weird in his last letter?" Bridget glanced at Nikki sharply. "What do you mean?" Nikki sighed. "I'm just worried about him. Last fall he told our parents about the keys and where I am, and they haven't taken it well at all. It seems our mom is accusing him of hiding me somewhere. She is wondering if I'm pregnant and I am hiding until I have the baby, or if I've gotten involved in something illegal or worse." Bridget reached her hand out to touch Nikki's arm. "I'm sorry, Justin hasn't told me anything about this. He just talks about what he does every day and a little bit about Garrett. I wish I could do something about it. I've been writing our parents, and I know Justin gives them my letters, but they aren't believing any of this. You have to admit, the entire time travel idea is hard to believe. It's almost one of those scenarios that you have to see to believe." Nikki nodded her head in agreement, and then tried to change the subject. "When are you going to start planting the garden?" "I will be leaving at the end of March, so I don't think I will be able to plant it this year." "So you're still planning on going to town in the spring, then?" Nikki asked. Bridget was surprised when she saw that Nikki looked a little sad. "Yes. I've been thinking about it all winter, and I know this is what I need to do. I used to think I needed to wait for someone to come find me, but I know now that I need to do my part. I need to make an effort to meet more people if I am going to get what you and Sean have. A family. Bridget trailed off wistfully. Well, I totally understand why you want to start a family. Meeting and marrying Sean was the best thing that ever happened to me, even if I had to travel into the past to do it. Nikki grinned. Bridget nodded, but didn't say anything. How could she explain or even admit that while she wanted a family, there was still something more she was looking for? Everyone else was happy just having a family, and she was ashamed to admit that it wasn't enough for her. Nikki took her silence as a sign she wanted to change the topic, so she started to talk about her excitement about the cabin that Sean was going to build for her. But Nikki triggered an idea for Bridget. She wanted an adventure. Kimberly, Nikki, and Sean had all been able to use the keys in order to meet each other. On cold winter evenings, she had listened to Nikki and Kimberly talk about some strange things that were found in the future. Even Sean had talked about what he had seen when he traveled into the future to bring Nikki back. Every time Bridget had a conversation about the future with one of them, she ended up with more questions than she'd had before she started. Both of her older brothers had been able to have adventures, and even her younger brother was doing what he loved most, going to school and working to become a doctor. It was her turn. Chapter 5. The following afternoon, Bridget smiled her thanks as Sean gave her another letter from Justin. She slipped the letter into her apron pocket, trying to ignore the quick beating of her heart. She tried to keep her emotions from her face, the excitement she felt when she realized Justin had written to her once again. She turned to the stove and stirred the stew that really didn't need stirring. She sighed with relief when Sean left the cabin without saying anything, letting the door slam behind him. She cringed at the sound, knowing it was Sean's way of letting her know he didn't approve of her writing to Nikki's brother. She wanted to stop right then and read the letter, but she knew it would be best to wait until she retired for the night. She didn't want any interruptions, and she wanted time to write Justin back. Over the last few weeks, she had been asking Nikki and Kimberly quite a few questions about the future, trying to act like she was just curious. She loved to hear about the technology of their time period. Kimberly had gone into great detail about a machine called a microwave and how it could boil water in just a few minutes, along with heating up other foods. Bridget was amazed when Kimberly laughingly admitted it was the way she had made most of her meals. She purchased food that was already prepared and frozen and then heated it up in the microwave. Bridget spent the majority of her day at the stove making meals. Having food ready to eat in just minutes was hard to believe. Kimberly told her about horseless wagons, called cars and trucks. Sean even told her about airplanes, a type of machine that flew in the air. Nikki told her how a person could travel from one state to the next in only a few hours. It was hard to imagine. Nikki and Kimberly had also talked about negative things about their time. Murder and other crimes were high. Powerful guns and bombs were used in war. Both commented on the busyness of the future compared to the past. Bridget came to the conclusion that there were positive and negative aspects of both time periods. She was very careful when questioning them to not seem overly interested. But as she learned more and more about the future, she knew she wanted to experience it, even if it was only for a few days like Sean had been able to do. She knew she wouldn't want to stay in the future indefinitely, and she didn't think she could even if she wanted to. For one thing, how would she support herself? She didn't have any college education, for one thing, and she didn't think anyone would hire her just because she could keep a house clean and could cook. For a while, she had thought that would be enough. However, in one of Justin's letters, he had mentioned that it was probably best that Nikki had gone back in time to live, as Sean didn't have any of the identification paperwork needed to get a job or purchase a house. Bridget hadn't realized that would have been necessary, but knew that having no identification would make it difficult for herself to earn her keep in the future. As the days passed, she knew that despite the hurdles she would need to overcome, she wanted to try to visit the future, even if it was only for a short adventure. Just the day before, she had nonchalantly quizzed Kimberly about how the keys actually worked. Bridget had been asking a lot of questions about the future, so she hoped that this one wouldn't get any extra attention. Luckily, Kimberly had innocently explained exactly what to do, using the townhouse they lived in as a location. After that conversation, Bridget had gone into her room and had written down the instructions exactly as she had heard them. She didn't want to forget them. She wished that the keys were still hidden on the ranch, but she understood the wisdom of hiding them in the cave. They hadn't seen any sign of Golan since her brothers had forced him back to his own time the summer before, but she also knew that didn't mean he had lost interest in acquiring the keys for himself. Because the keys were in the cave, she knew she would need to wait until the snow almost completely melted before she could make the trip on her own. That evening, after the dinner dishes were washed, Bridget was finally able to go to her room and read the letter from Justin. Usually, the family gathered together in the evenings to talk and just enjoy being together, but that evening, her brothers chose to spend time in their own cabins with their families. Again, Bridget was left to spend a long evening alone, but this time she didn't care. As she sat down on a comfortable chair that was in her room, she quickly opened Justin's letter and started to read. Bridget, it was good to hear from you. I enjoy getting these letters from you, and I am so glad Nikki and Kimberly are doing well. You asked about Garrett in your last letter. He just turned 11 years old. His mother isn't in his life. When Garrett was born, she wanted to give him up for adoption, but I was able to convince her to let me raise our son. Even though I was only 18 years old, I couldn't imagine a life without him in it. She eventually agreed. I stayed in touch with her until Garrett was about 4 years old, and then we lost touch. I'm assuming she doesn't want to be part of Garrett's life until he's grown. The first few years of his life were difficult, but I had my parents' help, along with the help of Nikki and Kimberly. I did go to college for a few semesters, but quit school when I created my first video game. I started to make quite a bit of money off the sales of this game and have been able to support Garrett on my own since then. Garrett loves soccer and does well in school. Since my games are geared toward the preteen age group, he does quite a bit of testing of my games. He is a typical mischievous and happy boy. Bridget stopped reading at this point. One of the obstacles to understanding Justin's letters was that he used a lot of words she wasn't familiar with. With his first letter, she had asked Nikki what they meant. She was especially curious about what video games were. Nikki explained that Justin made games that people could play on large screens or small handheld devices. Bridget remembered a drawing that Kimberly had shown them when she first decided to stay with Patrick. It was a picture of a young boy sitting in front of a large box, looking very intently at it. Bridget continued to read the rest of the letter, and her heart skipped a beat at the ending. Even though I will likely never meet you, I enjoy your letters, and I hope you will continue writing for as long as the keys keep working. It has been fun to get to know a lady who lives in 1894. Justin Foster, Chapter 6, Late May, 1894. Bridget wiped down the last dish and put it away on the shelf with the other plates. Colleen was helping her as she used a washcloth and wiped the crumbs off the table. I'm done, Aunt Bridget, Colleen announced as she gave the rag to her. Did you want me to sweep the floor? Bridget hesitated. She enjoyed having Colleen's help after meals, but this morning she wanted to be alone. No, dear. Thanks for your help. You can go find your father. What about my schoolwork? I'm going to the cave this morning, remember? Why don't we take the day off? Colleen looked excited. I want to go to the cave. No one ever takes me. Bridget smiled at the girl's words. She knew Colleen had been quite put out all winter whenever anyone went to the cave. Colleen was curious about where the keys were located, but everyone felt it would be safer for her if she had no idea where the cave was. I'm sorry, honey. I think I'll just make the trip on my own this time. Colleen sighed, but then skipped out the door with her usual exuberance. Colleen was one of the happiest children Bridget knew. Nothing brought her down for long. As Bridget finished cleaning up the kitchen, she thought of the real reason she wanted to go to the cave. It had been a few months since anyone had been able to travel. After a very mild winter, a huge snowstorm came through the Rocky Mountains at the end of March, that left behind several feet of snow. It was weeks before the weather warmed up enough for the snow to melt. There were still patches of snow around, but now most of it was gone. Bridget knew that Nikki was anxious to see if there were any letters in the cave, and she had a stack of her own to send. Over breakfast that morning, Bridget did her best to casually offer to make the trip to the cave by herself. She knew both Patrick and Sean couldn't make the trip for at least another week because of their responsibilities on the ranch. Kimberly couldn't go because of the twins, and Nikki was going to be helping Sean with the horses for the week. She had been itching to get a chance to learn how to work with the horses like Sean did. Sean was protective of her and didn't want her working with horses that were skittish or grumpy because of the cold. Now that the snow had melted, he finally had a job that he felt Nikki could handle, and he was going to teach her a few things throughout the week. Bridget was surprised when everyone agreed with her plan to visit the cave by herself. Usually her brothers were very protective of her and rarely wanted her to leave the ranch alone for long periods of time. She did her best to not act excited about going to the cave by herself. It was finally time to put her plan for an adventure into action. Because of the snowstorm, the family had had plenty of time to be together in the family cabin. Bridget was able to ask precise questions as to exactly how the keys worked. She also found out what the townhouse where Nikki and Kimberly had lived looked like. She felt as prepared as she could be. She laughed in quiet amazement at her thoughts. She wasn't sure if she was crazy or brave. She was going to use the keys to travel to the future. Bridget put the broom away and slipped into her bedroom. She quickly wrote a letter to her family, explaining to them what she was planning to do. She let them know that she loved them, but that she was starting to want more out of her life. She made sure they knew she wasn't planning on staying in the future. She just wanted to visit. After signing it, she slid the note under her pillow. She wanted her family to be able to find it, but not too soon. She wanted to be gone before the note was found. That way no one would be able to stop her. Going back into the kitchen, she quickly prepared a stew that would be ready for lunch. After picking up the letters, she slipped outside and looked around, feeling relief when she didn't see any of her family. She hated leaving without saying goodbye, but she didn't want anyone to be suspicious that she was taking this trip for anything other than the usual reason. She slid the bag she packed with some food, water, and a dress inside onto her shoulder. She quickly found the path that led to the cave and started her journey. Justin let himself into Nikki's townhouse, knowing this would be the last time he would be around his sister's belongings. He had just made arrangements to rent the townhouse out to a newly married couple who were willing to take over the last few months of Nikki's lease. He agreed to leave the furniture for them to use, but he needed to get Nikki's and Kimberly's personal belongings out. Since it was Saturday and not a school day, Garrett was with him, and he was being a great help. After sending his son out the door with a bag of garbage to dispose of, he grabbed another box and started to fill it with Nikki's clothes. He already had filled a dozen other boxes. What was he going to do with all this stuff? Again he felt anger in his gut, and he tried to shove it down inside. This was the last thing he wanted to do, let Nikki's and Kimberly's townhouse go and pack up all their belongings. Making this last step meant he was admitting to himself that Nikki wasn't going to ever come back. His parents had been a bit more understanding since he had shown them the keys, especially after he encouraged them to write Nikki a letter. He hid the keys in his old room at their house, in a dresser drawer that was full of childhood collections and memories. He didn't want to take the keys back to Victoria's home. He didn't want to have to worry about something happening to them. If he had been able to get into the house through an unlocked door, someone else could do the same. After his mother wrote her letter, he had quickly penned a short note to Bridget, letting her know he didn't mind if they wrote to each other. As his parents watched, he laid one key down on the kitchen table, placed the letters on top of it, then placed the other key on top of the letters and watched, with his parents, as the stack totally disappeared. Then came the many questions. Where did the keys take the letters? How did Nikki get them? When he told them the keys transported the letters to a cave in the Rocky Mountains near Denver, they wanted to know where the cave was located. He had no idea where the cave was, or how to find it in their time. He also had no idea how long it would take to get another letter from Nikki. After that first time, another stack of letters appeared on their kitchen table a few weeks later. One of the letters was from Bridget. Over the next few months, letters passed between 1894 and 2007 monthly. Then, 2 months ago, Justin sent off a stack of letters, and they hadn't received any response since. His mother was starting to get very worried. Did something happen with the keys, with Nikki, with her new family? How would they even be able to find out? Justin heard the front door slam shut, and then a shout from Garrett. "Wow, where did you come from?" Justin heard Garrett ask loudly with shock and a little bit of fear in his voice. "You just appeared out of thin air." Justin dropped some books into the nearest box and ran from Nikki's old room and into the living room. He saw Garrett staring at someone, his mouth opened in shock. Justin turned to see who Garrett was looking at and saw a woman dressed in a long, flowered blue calico dress, the type of dress a woman would have worn over 100 years ago. Although she didn't wear makeup and wasn't dressed in anything particularly flattering, she was easily the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had auburn red hair that was pulled back and tucked into a bun at the base of her neck. She had bright green eyes that were looking at Garrett and then at himself, full of surprise and shock, along with a little bit of excitement and amazement. He saw her slip something into a large pocket of her dress. "Dad," Garrett shouted when he saw him enter the room. "It was really weird. I came in from taking out the trash when she just appeared right before my eyes." Justin went over to his son and placed a hand on his shoulder in protection. "Who are you?" The woman stared at them both for a second and then smiled. "My name is Bridget. Is this Nikki's and Kimberly's townhouse? Did I travel to the right place?" Justin frowned and shook his head in confusion. "Did you just say your name is Bridget? Was this Nikki's sister-in-law? Had she time-traveled from her time to his?" "Yes, I'm Bridget Callaghan. Do you know Nikki and Kimberly?" she asked hesitantly. Justin was so shocked he couldn't speak, but his son answered the question for him. "We know them. They used to live here, but they left and got married. They live in a place far away. Dad and I are packing up their stuff and taking it all to a distribution center," Garrett answered before Justin could stop him. "Oh, good," Bridget looked relieved. "Then you know about the keys and where I traveled from." She held out one of the golden keys in her hand. "Keys?" Garrett asked curiously. He ran up to her to study the golden key. Justin sighed and ran his fingers through his hair. Garrett had asked many questions about Nikki's disappearance the fall before, but he'd stopped inquiring when Justin refused to give more than basic answers. How was he going to explain this? "Why did you come?" Justin asked harshly, although he regretted his tone of voice when Bridget's face fell. He could tell she was very happy that the keys had worked, that she had been able to travel from her time to his, and that she had finally met him. "I wanted an adventure," Bridget finally said after a hesitation. She seemed to notice her surroundings for the first time as she started slowly looking at everything in the apartment with awe. She reached out and touched a picture of Justin, Nikki, and Garrett that was hanging nearby on the wall. Realizing how much she must be trying to take in at the moment, he decided to let up on her a little. "Well, you sure traveled a long way just for an adventure," Justin drawled with a small smile. He allowed himself to really look at Bridget and liked what he saw. He could tell, despite the slightly baggy dress, that she was lean and fit. Her auburn hair and skin had a healthy glow to them, and her lips were a natural red that seemed to draw him to her. What caught his attention were her expressive green eyes. When she'd first arrived, her excitement and happiness had been radiant. If it had just been him in the townhouse, he was sure he would have reacted differently. But because Garrett had seen her first, Justin felt frustrated and rattled. When he did show his frustration, he had easily seen every expression cross her face: hurt, disappointment, and regret before her features settled on a determined look. A look that reminded him a little of Nikki. "Why don't you sit down?" Justin invited, and then turned to his son. "Garrett, I want to talk to Bridget." Garrett frowned. "Do I have to go to another room?" Justin hesitated a moment and then shook his head. No, but there will be things that we talk about that you will not understand. Please don't ask any questions. I promise I will explain everything later. Garrett nodded his agreement and sat on the couch near Bridget. Justin could tell he was fascinated with her, although part of it could be that she appeared out of thin air right before his eyes. "Why did you really come?" Justin asked again. "Is everything all right with Nikki and Kimberly? Did something happen to them?" Bridget shook her head. "They are fine, I promise. I just wanted an adventure. I've been living on my family's ranch my entire life. I am planning on moving to Denver in a few weeks, but I wanted to see the future before I left." "What did your family think of your coming here?" Bridget looked away quickly, guilt flitting across her face. "No one knows I came. I made arrangements to deliver letters to the cave, but I decided to deliver them myself." She took a small stack of letters out of her dress pocket and gave them to him. Justin laid the letters aside, not even looking at them. What was he going to do with her? He should insist that she immediately return to her own time. "What do you think your family is going to do when they discover you're missing?" "I left a note. They will know where I am." Bridget couldn't believe her luck. The keys had worked. She had traveled through time and was now sitting on a leather sofa in Nikki's apartment. She hadn't expected to see Justin right away. In fact, she was very glad he had just happened to be there. She wouldn't have known how to find him, even though Nikki had told her he lived in the same area. Before now, she hadn't even known what he looked like. She couldn't decide what she wanted to look at more, the new surroundings or this handsome man in front of her. It was shocking to look at him, since his clothes were so different from anything she had ever seen. He had on a green t-shirt that had some sort of design on the front. His pants were equally baffling. They were cut off at his knees. She could easily see his knees and legs as he sat on the couch, and her cheeks flushed as she realized how much skin he was showing. But even if he had been wearing clothes from her time, she still would have been drawn to him. He wasn't as tall as her brothers, but still held himself in such a way that she knew she would be safe with him. His strong jaw had a layer of stubble on it, and his brown eyes seemed to see right through her. His hair was trimmed slightly shorter than his ears, and was the same color as Nikki's. Strange feelings flooded her heart, feelings she had never had before, raw but powerful. And she instantly pushed them aside, not wanting to deal with them just then. Bridget dragged her eyes off Justin to look around again, and noticed the same rectangular box in Kimberly's drawing, the one that she had been told Garrett played video games on. She looked around in fascination. Justin seemed to realize she needed time to take in her surroundings and stopped asking questions. There was a thick, light brown carpet on the floor that felt soft under her shoes. The couch she sat on was a darker brown and was more comfortable than anything she had sat on before. The sun shone through a large window, and she stood up to look outside. What she saw amazed her. There were large buildings all around, but she also saw lush green grass, big trees, and even a small pond with a few ducks swimming in it. Further away, she saw some fancy, colorful bars and swings with some children playing nearby. To her, the future looked idealistic and beautiful. When she had her fill of looking out the window, she turned around and found Justin studying her. "How long are you planning to stay?" he asked, as if he wanted to get rid of her as soon as possible. "Long enough to experience your time," Bridget told him. "I don't want to go back right away, maybe a few days." And, she admitted herself, she didn't want to go back until she had had some time to get to know Justin better. She had enjoyed exchanging letters with him, but she hadn't expected to be so immediately drawn to him. "I think you should go back immediately," Justin retorted. "Your family is going to worry about you." "My brothers will not be happy when they find out where I went," Bridget admitted. "But I think Nikki and Kimberly will understand. After all, they traveled to my time and decided to stay there because they fell in love with my brothers." Justin's face grew dark. "Is that what you're expecting, to fall in love with me? Because that isn't going to happen." Bridget's face turned red with embarrassment and hurt. "No, I just wanted to meet you. but even as she said the words, she knew she could fall in love with him very easily. She needed to guard her heart. "Don't you want to hear how Nikki and Kimberly are doing?" Bridget asked, changing tactics. "I know how they are doing," Justin said as he raised the letters she had given him. Bridget shrugged and noticed the room she was standing in opened into another room. "What is this room for?" she asked as she walked into it. This room had a hard wooden floor with a tall, narrow table that lined 3 of the walls. There were small white doors underneath the table as well as hanging off the wall above them. When she opened one, she realized there were plates and bowls behind the door. She opened another one and found cups. She looked around in awe, and she was drawn toward a big box that had 2 doors on it. She opened the top door and a blast of cold air hit her face, and she gasped in shock. After the air stopped blowing on her, she stepped closer to see a few boxes with pictures of food on it, food she had never tried before. She also recognized a couple cuts of meat. She shut the door. "How strange and wonderful," she thought to herself. Justin stood. "I'll give you a tour if you'd like. This is the kitchen." "Really? Kimberly talked about a stove that ran on something called natural gas, and she also told me about a large box that kept things cold or frozen all the time. It's so different to see it in person. This is amazing." Over the next few minutes, Justin allowed her to look and explore, willingly answering any of her questions. He had to admit to himself that he would enjoy showing her more of the future, as long as he would get to see the wonder that crossed her face every time she saw something new. Garrett helped, looking eager to show her Nikki's townhouse, although he looked bewildered that she didn't know about such things as stoves and refrigerators. When Bridget again refused to go back to her time, Justin finally agreed to let her stay in Nikki's townhouse, even though he was getting it ready to rent out. Justin showed her Nikki's closet, which was full of clothes. He suggested to Bridget that she find something of Nikki's so she wouldn't stand out so much in his time. He then told her he had a few things he had to take care of but would be back later. After Justin and Garrett finally left, Bridget immediately went to look through Nikki's clothes. She mostly saw pants and shorts that, in her opinion, were too tight and too revealing. She remembered from Nikki's description of clothing that these types of clothes were what women in the future wore, but she knew she would have a difficult time feeling comfortable in them when she was used to long, full dresses. She couldn't believe how many clothes Nikki had owned. Back at her ranch, Bridget owned exactly 5 dresses. She did have several aprons that she wore over her dresses to keep them clean. She sighed with relief when she found 3 long flowing skirts. The design on the material was very different from what she was used to, with large flowers on 2 of them and stripes on the other, but they were as long as the skirts she felt comfortable wearing. She was able to find plain, long-sleeved shirts that were the same color as one of the colors on the skirts. She hoped it was acceptable to wear the shirts and skirts together. Justin had told her he would bring food over to her, but she was starting to feel hungry. After changing into one of the skirts and shirts she found, she went into the kitchen and started to search for something to eat. She found a cupboard that was full of canned goods. Each can was wrapped in paper that showed a picture of what she assumed was inside. One of the cans showed a picture of what looked like a delicious stew, but she didn't know how to open it. She finally found a box of crackers and ate a handful of those, even though they tasted slightly stale. She spent some time looking through all the cupboards in the kitchen, finding beautiful dishes and large pans, along with another cupboard with spices and more canned food in it. After another hour of exploring, she started to feel tired and decided to take a nap. She went into Nikki's room and lay on her bed, and barely had enough energy to marvel at how soft it was before she fell asleep. "What's going on, Dad?" Garrett asked after they entered their own townhouse. "Where did Bridget come from?" Justin lightly pushed Garrett onto a kitchen chair and started to make him a sandwich for lunch. As he made the sandwich, he wondered if Bridget was hungry and would like one. After he talked with Garrett, he would take a sandwich over to her. "What I have to tell you isn't going to make a lot of sense, Garrett," Justin began as he pulled out the bread and started to spread peanut butter on a slice. "I also need you to promise that you won't tell anyone what I'm going to tell you." "I promise," Garrett agreed, with a curious look in his eyes. Bridget lives in the year 1894. She used 2 keys to travel from her time to ours. The keys are a time travel device. Nikki and Kimberly also use these keys. They traveled back in time to where Bridget's family lives. They each married one of Bridget's brothers. Time travel? Really? That's so cool, was Garrett's response. Can I see the keys? Can I try it? Justin grinned at his son as he placed the sandwich in front of him. He should have realized Garrett wouldn't have any problem believing his story. I will ask Bridget to show you the keys, but I don't want you to ever touch them, Justin told him. If you don't know how to use them properly, they could cause all sorts of problems. Yeah, like they could take me to a place I don't want to go, or maybe they won't bring me back here, Garrett agreed as he took a huge bite of sandwich. Nikki and Kimberly are living on a ranch in the mountains. I have been keeping in touch with them ever since they left. The keys helped transport the letters from their time to ours. I guess Bridget wanted to try the keys out for herself. Somehow she learned how the keys work and was able to appear in Nikki's townhouse. His tone of voice hinted at the inconvenience of her visit. However, he had to admit he was looking forward to seeing her again. That is so cool, Garrett said again. Do you think if I ask, she will tell me how the keys work? I'm sure she will, Justin said. I'm sure we are going to see her quite a bit over the next few days. I bet if you take her over to Grandma and Grandpa's house, they'll believe you about where Nikki is, Garrett commented. Justin looked sharply at his son. What do you know about that? Have you been eavesdropping on conversations that have nothing to do with you? Garrett shrugged, but he looked away guiltily. It's hard to not listen when Grandma is crying all the time and Grandpa is talking really loud. Justin sighed. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Yes, Grandma and Grandpa are very worried about Nikki and Kimberly. I think they are starting to believe in time travel, but it is difficult for them to accept. At first, they thought I was hiding something from them. They'll believe you now, Garrett said, nodding knowingly. Then he smiled. I have a great idea. You should make a video game about the keys. Chapter 7. End of May, 1894. Victoria filed the last of the letters she'd received that day for her mail-order bride business. She had received 2 letters from women back east who were interested in becoming mail-order brides, and 3 from different men who lived in the western United States and who wanted a bride. She had to be careful about whom she accepted and had to screen the applications thoroughly. She wanted to bring together people who wanted to fall in love, not the people who just wanted to marry for convenience or money. She enjoyed this business, although now that she'd married Collins, she was spending more time with him than the business, and she wondered if she should stop accepting letters. Maybe it was time to focus on other things. She heard a knock on the front door and Collins answered it. Even though they were married, he still tended to act as a butler in the outside world. He didn't want to hire anyone else to replace his position. He continued the duties he had done for Victoria ever since she'd married her first husband, Charles. Soon she heard footsteps and Collins appeared in the doorway. We have a visitor. He is waiting in the parlor. Who is it? Victoria asked curiously. Collins was acting strange. I don't know. I've never seen him before. I tried to find out what he wanted, why he wanted to talk to you, but he insists on talking to you. He is dressed very different. Victoria stood from her chair behind her desk and followed her husband, very curious about who their visitor was. When she entered her parlor, which was used only for visitors, she saw a small round man standing in front of the large window that looked out over the gardens of her front yard. He had on a pair of black baggy pants, a starched white shirt, and a bright green velvet vest. He must have heard them enter the room, for he turned around, and when Victoria saw his face, she gasped in shock. Standing in front of her was a man she had only seen once many years ago, the man who had given her the first key. He was short and completely bald except for the white hair at the base of his skull. Although his face was kind, there was something about him that told her he was different, and that unnerved her. Hello? Victoria greeted him with a small smile. What was he doing in her parlor? Instinctively, she knew his visit had to do with the keys. "Hello, Mrs. Collins." He returned her greeting formally. "I don't know if you remember me?" "I do, actually. You are the man who gave me the first key. I don't know your name, though." She held out her hand for him to shake. "My name isn't important," the man said to her after giving her hand a small shake. "Please be seated so we can talk. May I offer you some tea?" Collins invited the man. The man simply shook his head, then walked towards the sitting room. After they were seated, the man continued, "I will come right to the point as to why I'm here. Do you remember the day that I gave you the key?" Victoria nodded. "Yes, I do. I remember that my late husband and I were visiting your city. I was walking around looking at different shops and stores while Charles attended a business meeting. I went into your shop and saw the key sitting on a shelf. I was intrigued. You told me the key had chosen me and that I could take it with me if I wished. Do you remember the instructions I gave you?" Victoria frowned in thought. The man didn't say anything, giving her time to think back to that day. What was he talking about? Then her eyes widened and she knew what instructions he was referring to. "You told me I could tell only one person about the key," Victoria said softly. At first she had been very careful about that. For many years only Charles had known about the key, but since he didn't believe that it could have any power, she had never told him what the purpose of the key was used for. It wasn't until Charles had passed away that she had told Collins. He told her he had expected something of the sort for a while, since she would disappear for a few days when Charles went on business trips. After that, Victoria hadn't thought the rule needed to be followed so strictly, and eventually had forgotten all about it. Even after she had first acquired the key, for a long time she hadn't known what it actually did. She remembered that she hadn't known that the key was a time travel device until a few months later. When she held the key, it would vibrate in her hand. But she didn't know its power until one day when she received news that her father had passed away back in England. She had been holding the key, and, as she'd sobbed in her sorrow that she would never see her father again, she pictured her childhood home in England, and suddenly she was there. After that first trip, she'd made many other travels to other time periods and many other places. At first, she used the key to test how it worked, but she soon went on quite a few trips, all while Charles was away on business. "I know that you have the second key," the man continued. "I'm also aware that you have used the keys to further your mail-order bride business." Collins broke into the conversation. "Since you are aware of the fact that she has two keys, you should be aware that she hasn't used the keys to get gain. She has used them to help women and men find love." "Yes, by bringing people from the future to your time," the man stated firmly. "I'm sorry," Victoria told him. "I guess I just felt it wouldn't matter if a few more people knew about the keys. All the people whom I have helped have good souls. I was very careful about that. Kimberly and Nikki know about the keys, and, of course, their husbands and their family know about them. You can trust them. No one else knows. Except Golan." Victoria's heart fell. Of course. Golan knew about the keys. He had his own time travel key. He somehow found out that she owned them and had done his best to steal the keys from her the autumn before. Yes, he knows we have two keys like his own, but I don't know how he found out about them. I'm not even sure what time period he is from. The man stood and started to pace the room, his hands clasped behind him as he walked. "Golan is an evil man who lives in the mid-1500s. He has evil plans he wants to put in place, plans that, if he succeeds, will change history, my history, your history, and the future." Victoria felt chilled at the man's words. She was starting to see that her decisions about the keys had not all been smart ones, but still she couldn't bring herself to feel sorry about it. She felt that using the keys had benefited many people. They had given her a family. "What is he planning to do?" Collins asked. "A few years ago, in his time, a woman he wanted to marry chose to marry someone else. He wants to use the keys to go back in time and force the woman to marry him. He must not succeed. The woman now has a young son, A child that, when he becomes a man, will do quite a bit of good in his village and in his part of the world. If Golan is able to change this part of history, he then plans on using the keys to go back in time and change many things that have happened in history, before his time and ours. He wants to do this for the sole purpose of becoming more powerful and wealthy. Why does he need 3 keys? Victoria asked. The 3 keys will be very powerful if they are together. Somehow Golan has figured this out. Collins looked at Victoria with regret. We should not have sent Golan back to his time last fall when he was at Patrick's ranch. We should have taken his key, forcing him to stay in our time. The man shrugged his shoulders at Collins' words. I don't know if that would have been the best decision. Either way, he would have just kept doing his best to get the keys. What are the chances that he still is trying to get the 2 keys? Maybe he will have given up, Collins suggested. I'm sure he won't give up. I've done my best to keep tabs on him, although I don't know where he is right now. Sending him back to his time last fall did some damage to his key because of the way it happened. The key stopped working for a while. He has been at his cottage for at least 6 months, but he is now missing. The man stopped his pacing and stood directly in front of Victoria. I am here to collect the keys. I need to hide them in a safe place. Because you have allowed more than one person to know about the keys, you have lost your privilege of owning them. Collins made a harsh noise. Now, you need to realize that I had a hand in this too. In fact, it was my idea to use the keys to help women from the future come to our time. We don't have the keys, Victoria broke in as she covered Collins' hand with one of her own. After Golan broke into our home, we knew the keys were no longer safe here. The man looked upset at this news. Where are they? We have given the responsibility of the keys to Patrick and Kimberly, the first people who we told about the keys. They are very responsible. But their entire family knows about them, am I correct? The man asked. Victoria nodded. Yes, they do. In fact, it was their youngest brother Keegan who came up with the perfect hiding place. They are now buried under a pile of rocks in a cave deep in the Rocky Mountains. As far as I know, they are not being used. The man nodded, looking a little relieved. Well, I'm glad to know they are safe for the time being, but I still would like the keys back as soon as possible. When do you think you can retrieve them? Victoria looked at Collins, who answered, Keegan has been staying with us while he is going to school here in Denver. Since school will be ending soon for the summer, he will be returning to the ranch. We planned on going back with him for a visit. We can collect the keys then. The man smiled for the first time since he had entered the home. I will be back when you return. How do we let you know when we are back? Victoria asked. We plan on staying for at least a few weeks. I will know when you are back. The man walked towards the front door to leave. Mr. Victoria called to him, but then remembered she didn't know his name. I'm very sorry I didn't keep your instructions. He nodded his acceptance of her apology and gave her a slight bow. Let's hope that nothing else happens until I get the keys back in my care. I also must ask that they not be used for any reason. It would be a good idea to keep them hidden in the cave until you are ready to come back to Denver. Please be very careful. I don't think I need to tell you what could happen to you both if Golan were to figure out where those keys are. Thank you for your understanding, Collins told him as he walked the man to the door. Please know that we will return them to you as soon as we can. After the man left, Collins returned to Victoria's side on the flowered sofa. That was a surprising visit, Victoria commented. I feel awful. I do remember clearly that he told me to tell only one person, and I did follow those instructions for a while, but after Charles died, I started to feel that it just wasn't important. I shouldn't have encouraged you to use the key for the mail-order bride business, Collins said with regret. I wonder what time period he is from, Victoria speculated. It is obvious he isn't from our time. Collins shrugged. He seems to be a man who has quite a bit of knowledge of what could happen if Golan gets the keys. I wonder how he knows what he knows. Maybe he is from the future, further ahead than the time period Kimberly and Nikki are from. Victoria suggested. Colin smiled. You might be right. Victoria stood. I will go find Keegan and find out when he will be ready to leave for his ranch. We better get those keys back here and into the man's hands as soon as we can. Collins also stood and took one of her hands in his own. I know the man wants the keys, but I do think it will be okay to continue with our plans to visit with them. They are safe in the cave. We will visit with the Calligans and retrieve the keys just before we are ready to come back to Denver. Victoria felt relieved at Colin's words. She had been looking forward to this trip for the last few months. Kimberly and Nikki treated her and Collins like honorary grandparents, and she loved the idea of thinking of them as family. She thoroughly enjoyed having Keegan stay with them during the winter months, and she had learned to love him like a son. Now that the school year was ending, she was looking forward to seeing the rest of her new family. She felt bad that she hadn't followed the man's instructions about the key, but she admitted to herself that she didn't regret it. Those keys had brought her a family. The evening that Bridget went to the cave found the rest of her family gathered around the kitchen table eating leftover stew she had prepared, with the last loaf of bread. I hope Bridget is all right, Nikki commented as she sliced the bread. I thought she'd be back a few hours ago. Sean glanced at Nikki. I'm a bit worried. We shouldn't have sent her on her own. She knows these mountains like the back of her hand, Patrick commented as he helped Richard eat a spoonful of stew. What if she ran into a bear? Kimberly asked with worry in her voice, remembering her own run-in with a mother bear the summer she'd first arrived at the ranch. Colleen gasped with fear and turned to Sean. Have you seen bears around the ranch, Pa? Sean shook his head. I haven't seen any sign of bears this spring. Don't worry, honey. Bridget is fine. She probably just decided to take the long way home. Maybe she went to visit my Indian village, Colleen said. She could have, Sean agreed, although he knew that if Bridget had plans to visit Colleen's Indian family, she would have told them. It made sense, though, for the cave was located close to where the Indians spent their summers, and he knew the Indians had returned from their winter grounds just a week prior. After dinner was cleaned up, Patrick and Sean went to the barn to finish some chores. The brothers had made an agreement with each other that if Bridget didn't show up within the next hour, one of them would start searching for her. An hour later, while Sean was saddling his horse, Colleen ran into the barn clutching a piece of paper in her hand. Pa, look what I found, Colleen said as she thrust the paper into Sean's hands. Sean took the paper and opened it. It's a note from Bridget. He scanned the letter and then gave it to Patrick with a sigh. Where did you find this? Under Aunt Bridget's pillow, Colleen said breathlessly. I know I wasn't supposed to snoop. I went into her room to get a new reading book she'd promised me. I saw that she didn't tuck her pillow under her quilt like she usually does when she makes her bed. I went to do that and found it. Did you show it to Nikki or Kimberly? Sean asked. Colleen shook her head as Patrick crumpled the paper angrily. I can't believe she'd do that. Do what, Pa? Colleen asked curiously. You didn't read it? Sean asked incredulously. He had a hard time believing her curiosity didn't get the better of her. No, I didn't, I promise. It had your and Uncle Patrick's names on it. John turned his attention to his brother. I'm not surprised. Patrick frowned at him before looking at Colleen. Maybe you should go help Kimberly with the babies. Sean could tell Colleen wanted to argue, but in the end, she skipped off toward Patrick's home, excited with the idea of playing with Richard and Catherine for a few hours. After Colleen left, Patrick looked at Sean. Did you know she was going to leave like this? Sean shook his head and started to brush a new horse he had been training over the winter. Its new owner was scheduled to come to purchase him in a few days, and Sean wanted to make sure the horse was ready for him. Of course, I didn't know. But you must admit, she has been asking quite a few questions over the last month about the future and about the keys. Nikki and Kimberly have been more than happy to give her the answers. Patrick continued to frown. Bridget has always been so level-headed. She has never wanted to leave the ranch. I remember right before Kimberly came, I suggested to her that she go live in Denver and get a job in a restaurant or bakery. That way she might be able to meet someone, a man who would want her as his wife, She absolutely refused, saying she was perfectly happy to live on the ranch for the rest of her days. Obviously, she changed her mind. Sean drawled. Even though he was trying to say anything to calm Patrick down, he also was very concerned about Bridget. What if the keys didn't work? What if she didn't make it to Nikki's home? Nikki had explained to him that Justin was supposed to go through her belongings and then rent her home to someone else. What if this had already happened, and Bridget just appeared in some stranger's home? Would she be able to quickly return to their time, or would it put her in danger? I wish she had just told us what she wanted to do and not sneak off like this, Patrick muttered. And what would you have told her if she had? Would you have supported her idea? Are you saying you would have supported her going to the future? Patrick demanded angrily. Sean sighed. No, I would have been just against it as you are. I'm just saying I'm not surprised she used the keys. Both brothers were silent for a few minutes, each thinking his own thoughts. Sean came to the conclusion that they needed to go to the cave to see if Bridget had taken both keys when he heard footsteps coming into the barn. Colleen just told us that Bridget is gone and that she left a note, Nikki said breathlessly. Is that true? Did she go to Denver by herself? Kimberly asked. I was wondering if she was having a hard time being here now that you both have married. Did everyone see the signs except me that she was no longer happy here? Patrick wondered with a groan. Sean stepped closer to Nikki. She used the keys to go to your home, Nikki. What do you mean? Nikki questioned with concern. Kimberly saw the crumpled sheet of paper on the floor of the barn and bent to pick it up. She quickly read it and then handed it to Nikki. Oh, no, Nikki said in disbelief. I think someone needs to go to the cave to see if she left one of the keys. If she did, maybe one of us can go and bring her back. We should have just gotten rid of those keys, Patrick told everyone. We shouldn't have kept them. They are too dangerous to have around. The keys are what brought us together, Kimberly reminded him. And Nikki and Sean, they aren't dangerous, just powerful. I do agree, though, that we shouldn't keep them. Nikki also slowly nodded her head in agreement. I agree. Once we have both keys in this time, we need to give them back to Victoria. Maybe she and Collins can figure out a way to hide them. For good. Late May 2007. Bridget woke up to the sun shining through the open drapes. At first, everything looked strange, and she couldn't remember where she was, but she quickly recognized the large, soft bed she had settled into the night before. She had traveled through time into the future, and she had just spent her first night in Nikki's bed. And how soft that bed was. She had never slept so well. If she'd been at her ranch, she would have been up hours ago, cooking breakfast for her family and then making bread that would hopefully last at least 2 days. But on this first morning in the future, she didn't want to get up just yet. She wanted to think about what she had experienced so far. She had been very glad to find out she'd made it to Nikki's townhouse. She knew she had shocked Nikki's brother Justin and his son Garrett with her sudden appearance, but after they realized who she was, they'd been nice enough. Thankfully, Justin agreed to let her stay in Nikki's home for the time being, and although they left her alone soon after, she knew Justin would keep an eye out for her. After an hour of lazily enjoying Nikki's bed, she decided she should get up and start her first day in the future. She wanted a bath, but couldn't figure out exactly how the water for the tub worked, so she decided to just put on the skirt and shirt she had worn from Nikki's closet. She was hungry, so she ate a few slices of bread she had found in the cold box the evening before. The bread was tasteless, and she realized that she definitely preferred her own baking. After finding a jar of strawberry jam, she ate 3 slices even though they didn't taste very good, but at least she wasn't hungry anymore. Bridget spent the next few hours exploring the townhouse while she waited for Justin to show up. He had said he would come by that day. She just didn't know what time it would be. She walked towards a large bookcase that sat against the wall by the sofa. She marveled at how many books there were. Back at home, she only had a couple of books she read for enjoyment. The rest were for educational purposes. There were also some interesting trinkets on some of the shelves. They reminded her of Keegan's wood carvings on her mantelpiece. She felt a pang as she thought of her brother. It had been a long time since she had seen him. He used to spend most of his days at the kitchen table, studying while she cooked. They had gotten very close, until he started living with Victoria during the school year. With a sigh, she moved on to see what else she could learn about the future. She walked into the bathroom and opened the first drawer she came to. There were several things she saw that Bridget could not figure out. There was a colorful stick with bristles on the end. It was so small, she couldn't imagine it would be good for cleaning anything. She found a couple of small tubes and boxes filled with colored powders. She imagined this was makeup, which she had heard of but had never seen before. Having no desire to try it on, she moved on to the next drawer. She was able to find a hairbrush and figured out how to turn on the water in the sink, and she quickly washed her face and arms, afraid the water would run out if she left it on too long. She finally settled down on the comfortable sofa after experimenting with the large black rectangular box Nikki had called a TV, with a book in her lap. She was thrilled to find a leathered copy of Pride and Prejudice by Jane Austen. Carefully opening the book to the first page, she started to read, marveling that her favorite book in 1894 was also available in the future. She could tell the book had been well read, although it had been treated with care. There was a fancy flowered bookmark about halfway through, and small square sheets of paper that stuck to the pages were scattered throughout the book, with words written on them. Whoever owned this book had made comments about the book on these papers. She looked more closely at the papers and recognized Nikki's careful handwriting. Bridget was able to read for about an hour when the door opened and Justin walked inside, with Garrett right behind him. She was very glad to see him. "Hello," Bridget greeted them both with a smile. "It looks like you made it through your first night in the future," Justin commented with a drawl. "Were you able to figure out something to eat this morning?" Bridget tried not to grimace. "I found some bread and jam." Justin nodded and stared at her for a moment. Bridget wondered what he was thinking. He probably thought she was crazy to have left her time for his, just for an adventure. Was he going to insist she return to the ranch as soon as possible? She noticed that he looked at her skirt. Did he recognize that it was Nikki's? Justin's hair looked wet, like he had just taken a bath, and a lock of dark blonde hair fell over his eyes. Bridget suddenly had an irresistible urge to push the hair back in place, and she gripped the book in her hands to keep herself from following through with her urge. Bridget noticed all over again that Justin was the most handsome man she had ever met. "What do you want to do today?" he asked as he settled himself down beside her. Bridget looked at him in surprise. Did he really want her to decide? Taking him at his word, she made a quick decision. "I would like to take a walk and see what your life is like in 2007. Maybe go to a restaurant or go to a store?" Garrett spoke up with excitement. "I can show you lots of things. My school, the park where I play soccer, and we can eat at Nikki's favorite restaurant. Then afterward we can—" "That sounds like a full day just doing some of those things." Justin interrupted his son with a grin. "Maybe we should give her a choice of what she wants to do." "What Garrett suggested sounds fun," Bridget said as she smiled at the boy. "Are you really from 1893? Do you live with Nikki and Kimberly? Why can't they come and visit like you did?" Garrett asked. "Well, I am actually from 1894 now. I live on a ranch that is in the mountains about 30 miles outside of Denver. Nikki and Kimberly live there. They married my 2 older brothers." "They can't come and visit because it wouldn't be safe. What if they came and couldn't return?" Bridget asked him. "Yeah, just like you might not be able to go back to your time." Justin looked straight at Bridget when he said those words, and she looked away for a moment. "I needed to see what is out there besides my world," she said as she looked back at him. He looked at her for a moment and then nodded. "Well, we don't know how long you are going to be here, so we might as well make this day the best one you could possibly have in the future." He clapped his hands and then ruffled Garrett's hair. The next few hours were the best Bridget had spent in a long time. Justin offered to drive her around, but when she saw the cars, trucks, and other vehicles drive by so fast, she decided she'd rather walk. The building Nikki's townhouse was in was surrounded by other buildings that looked just the same. There were small play yards where children played between each building, and Bridget was pleased to see children were the same in her time and in the future. They ran and yelled as they played, enjoying being outside. As they moved along a busy street, Bridget was glad she had opted to walk as the vehicles sped by her. She marveled that the people who operated the vehicles knew where to go and didn't crash into each other. Justin tried to explain the rules of driving, but she didn't understand them. She didn't see any horses or wagons and quickly discovered that the only people who rode horses were those who lived outside the cities. They ate at a Mexican restaurant, and Bridget discovered she loved the food. It was the first real meal she had eaten since she arrived. She loved the chips and salsa. Garrett suggested she order the beef enchiladas, which she thoroughly enjoyed. After lunch, Justin took her to what he called a shopping mall. She discovered that it was a huge building that housed many smaller stores, although she couldn't call most of the stores small. Justin offered to buy her something that she could take back to the ranch with her, and she opted to purchase a leather journal and a fancy pen. After spending a few hours in the mall, they decided to head back to Nikki's townhouse. They walked leisurely along while Garrett acted like a tour guide, telling Bridget everything that he thought she should know about the future. She could tell he thoroughly enjoyed being able to show her his world. They entered the townhouse, and Bridget felt cool air blow on her face. When she commented on it, Garrett proceeded to explain to her about air conditioning and then something called a furnace that heated the air in homes during the winter. She started to feel very overwhelmed and sat down on the sofa and closed her eyes. "Did we wear you out?" Justin asked with a grin. Bridget shook her head. "There is just so much to learn. It's making my head spin." Garrett turned his attention to the TV, and Bridget watched silently as he turned it on and started to play with a device that moved figures on the screen. She watched, fascinated for a moment before Justin sat down on the sofa next to her. "Can I ask you a question?" he asked as he looked intently at her. Bridget nodded, wondering again what he was thinking. "If I can arrange for Garrett to spend the evening with a friend, would you be willing to go out with me?" "Go out with you?" Bridget asked, confused at the term. "Go on a date. Don't men and women do that in your time? When a man wants to spend time with a woman, they will take her to dinner or a movie. They would do things together so they can get to know each other." "Oh," Bridget smiled at him. "I would like that." She did her best to sound calm, but inside her heart was racing like one of those cars that had whizzed by her earlier that day. Justin looked relieved. Good. They spent the rest of the afternoon watching Garrett play his game. At one point, Justin pulled out a small rectangular flat box, did something with his fingers on the front cover, and then spoke into it. He quickly arranged for Garrett to spend the evening with his best friend. When he saw Bridget looking curiously at it, he showed her what a cell phone was and how it worked. After they left, so Justin could drop Garrett off at his friend's and Bridget could get ready for her date, she thought about all she had seen and experienced that day. She realized that when she made plans to use the keys to travel to the future, she wondered if she would want to stay for good, but she now knew she only wanted to visit. The future was too different from what she was used to. Everyone seemed so busy, rushing from one place to another. She was always busy on her family's ranch, but they also knew how to enjoy the time in the day. Bridget looked through Nikki's closet of clothes and found another long, flowing dress. After changing into the new dress, she brushed out her hair, deciding to leave it hanging down her back. One of the things she noticed at the mall was that the women wore their hair in many different fashions. She even saw a woman with purple hair, but she didn't see anyone with their hair pulled back tightly in a bun. Even though she wasn't used to having her hair loose, she wanted to fit in, so she left it down. When she was finally ready, she sat down on the sofa and picked up Pride and Prejudice to read until Justin arrived. Chapter 8. Justin dropped Garrett off at his friend's home and then went to his own to clean up. He was surprised at how excited he felt about being able to spend time with Bridget. When she'd first arrived, he'd been a bit perturbed. What did she think she was doing using the keys to travel to the future? Especially when he found out that she hadn't told anyone she was leaving. Didn't she know that her family was probably worried about her? He'd enjoyed spending the day with her. She'd exhibited childlike awe and enjoyment with everything she saw. He was surprised at how much he enjoyed being with her. She was kind to Garrett and seemed to enjoy the commentary his son went through as he eagerly showed Bridget the future. He found that he had a difficult time keeping himself from grabbing her hand throughout the day. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her auburn hair shone in the sunlight, her green eyes sparkled with joy. Then he found himself offering to take her out on a date. After cleaning up, Justin walked the short distance to Nikki's townhouse. He knocked on the door, then let himself in. Bridget was sitting on the sofa with a book in her lap. She looked up and smiled as he entered the room. Justin could tell that it had never occurred to her that he could have been someone else, and promised himself to give her a quick lesson on stranger danger before the evening ended. "Hi," Bridget greeted him and stood. He noticed she was dressed in another one of Nikki's dresses. She had brushed out her auburn hair, and it hung down her back in curls. Her green eyes sparkled as she looked up at him. Justin had the hardest time keeping himself from gathering her into his arms. His heart skipped a beat with her smile. She seemed to be as happy to be with him as he was to be with her. "Will you be okay if we go to where I want to take you in my car?" Justin asked as he shoved his hands into his pockets to keep himself from running his fingers through the curls of her hair. He noticed a little bit of fear in Bridget's eyes. "I promise I will drive very carefully." "I know you will. I'm assuming driving those machines so fast is normal. I'm just not used to it." Then she smiled, and again Justin's heart skipped a beat. "Actually, I would like to experience riding in your car at least once before I leave." Justin led her out the door, making sure it was locked behind him. He took her hand as they walked to his car and was pleased that she didn't pull away. He opened the passenger door and showed her how to secure the seatbelt before getting in on the driver's side. He started the car and pulled carefully out of his parking spot. As he drove onto the street, he noticed Bridget clutching the sides of her seat, but she soon relaxed and started to ask questions about how cars worked. They drove for about 15 minutes before they arrived at the restaurant he planned to take her to. It was a nice restaurant that served many different types of food from which Bridget could choose. After they were seated, the waitress handed them the menus, and Bridget eagerly started to read hers. After a few moments, her face fell, and Justin picked up on it immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. "Doesn't anything look good to you?" "It's not that. There are so many choices. I have no idea what to choose," Bridget told him with a slight smile. Justin leaned back in his chair and looked at her. "How about I order for both of us?" Bridget looked relieved and set the menu aside. "That would be nice, thank you." After asking her what types of food she might like, he decided to stick with the basics of American food and ordered barbecued ribs with fries and a side salad. He wanted her to try something that she probably hadn't eaten before, like salmon or shrimp, but he wasn't sure she would have liked them. It was obvious that her main diet was what was available on their ranch, like beef, chicken, and basic fruits and vegetables. After he placed their order, he watched as she curiously looked over the salt and sugar packets, along with barbecue sauces that were in a small basket at the edge of the table. "Tell me about Nikki and Kimberly," he invited her. "Judging from their letters, they seem to be happy, but I'd like you to tell me what their life is like." Bridget's face lit up. "They are happy, I promise. Nikki and Sean are growing closer every day, and Colleen loves her. She enjoys having a mother. Nikki is very good with Colleen and spends quite a bit of time with her. She has even taken over some of the schooling for her, which has freed up time for me. I guess you are too far away for Colleen to go to a regular school with other children?" he asked. Bridget nodded. "It takes about 4 hours to get to Denver on horseback. There aren't any other towns that are closer. I taught my younger brother Keegan until he was old enough to go to school in Denver." "How old is Keegan?" "He just turned 17. He wants to be a doctor. Next year will be his last year in school. We are hoping we can send him back east to a medical school." "What about Kimberly?" "She loves being a mother. Richie and Kathy are happy babies. It's great to have babies in the family again." Justin shook his head slightly. "It's hard to believe that she has children, but I know she must be a good mother." Bridget continued to talk. telling him about what their day-to-day life was like on the ranch. She talked about Patrick and his job of overseeing the cows, and about Sean working and training horses. She described the large vegetable garden she took care of, and mentioned that she would be canning peas when she returned. Justin learned that they grew or raised most of their food. They went to Denver only a few times a year for supplies. It was hard for him to picture choosing to be so isolated, but he could also tell Bridget loved living in the mountains. He also knew that in her time, being isolated like her family wasn't very unusual. Bridget told him a little about Colleen's history and that Sean wasn't her birth father. Evidently, Sean had been good friends with her birth mother, who was a Native American, although Bridget used the word Indian to describe them. Colleen's mother had died giving birth to her, but not before requesting that Sean and his family raise her. Colleen's father was a mountain man, and that would make it hard for the tribe she lived in to accept her. Colleen's mother wanted something better for her daughter than what she could get in her Indian village. Justin discovered that Colleen's Indian family lived in a village tucked in a small valley in the mountains, a few miles away from the ranch during the summer, but always left in the fall, going to their winterland further south. The food was delivered, and Justin enjoyed watching her taste the ribs carefully, then eat them with gusto. He was glad she enjoyed the food, and soon their meal was over. He didn't want to take her back to Nikki's home yet, so after paying the bill, he suggested they walk to a nearby park. She eagerly agreed, making him think she also didn't want the evening to end. As they walked along a path that weaved its way through the park, they were both silent. It was beginning to get dark, and Justin could see a few stars starting to twinkle in the night sky. He reached over and took her hand in his as they walked comfortably together. Bridget loved the feeling of Justin's hand covering her own. They strolled along together, just enjoying each other's company. She had thoroughly enjoyed the date with Justin. She realized that if she allowed herself to, she could easily fall in love with him, but that would never be an option for either of them. She enjoyed exploring the future and had absolutely loved getting to know Justin and his son, but she also knew she didn't want to stay in this time. She belonged in the time in which she'd been born. Nikki and Kimberly were willing to travel to her time and marry her brothers, but it would be different for her. Suddenly, Justin stopped her under a huge shade tree. She turned her towards him, keeping her hand in his. She couldn't see his face clearly in the dark night, but she saw enough to make her heart skip a beat. "I enjoyed spending today with you," Justin told her quietly. "So have I," Bridget admitted with a soft smile. I'm not sure how things are done in your time, but I'd like to kiss you," he confessed as he used his free hand to tilt her chin upwards. She debated for a moment, knowing that she would fall for him if he kissed her. She recalled the thoughts she'd had just moments before. They would never be able to marry, as they both belonged in their own time. She almost said no, but couldn't bring herself to. "I did want an adventure, didn't I?" she thought to herself. "Just one kiss. I won't let it go further than that." She looked into his eyes and could see his face much more clearly now, even though it was dark, and she reached a hand to touch his face in invitation. He bent his head, and as their lips touched, stars exploded. He cupped her face with his hands as he deepened the kiss. As kisses go, it was brief, but as he stepped away from her and they continued to walk, she knew she was in deep trouble. She had always wanted to know what love felt like for another man, what it would feel like getting to know a man like Justin. She had only been in Justin's time for 2 days, so she shouldn't feel so comfortable with him. But they had written to each other for many months, and she felt closer to him than she had ever felt to any other man, including her brothers. She firmly believed when a relationship was meant to be, things worked out one way or another. She knew that her life would never be the same. Chapter 9. The next morning, Justin showed up early at Nikki's home. Bridget had just risen for the day, so was still in Nikki's nightgown. When Justin had dropped her off the evening before, he'd given her a quick lesson on how to use a machine in the kitchen, something he called a microwave, and she instantly remembered Kimberly talking about it. Because of his instructions, she was able to heat up some water for oatmeal, He had started another machine that made coffee, and she woke up to the pleasant smell of the drink brewing. As she took her first sip, she realized that there were a few things she would like to take back with her, although the coffee maker wouldn't work at the ranch. The electricity needed in order to run wasn't available at her ranch, although some people in large cities were starting to use it in their homes. Justin told her he had just dropped Garrett off at school, but he wanted to invite her to his parents' house that evening for dinner. He had a meeting to go to for his work, but he'd be by to get her around 6 o'clock that evening. He cautioned her to stay close to Nikki's townhouse and not go anywhere by herself. Then he was gone. Bridget chuckled to herself. It was obvious he was in a great hurry. The meeting he needed to get to must be very important. When she woke up that morning, she decided it would be best to return to her time as soon as possible. But after hearing Justin's plans for the evening, she decided another day wouldn't matter. She found it interesting that Justin had stopped asking her when she was planning on going back. Did he think she was staying for longer than a few days? She spent the day cleaning the kitchen and living room the best she could. She found several boxes in Kimberly's room and decided to help Justin by packing some of her belongings. After eating a sandwich for lunch that she didn't enjoy because she didn't like the bread, she decided she would make her own bread. She was pleased to find the ingredients she needed in Nikki's pantry. She found wheat flour, salt, and oil. She also found a small package that was labeled yeast, but she had no idea how to use it. She decided to boil a few potatoes and used the water to make yeast, and a few hours later, she had some bread dough ready to rise. Knowing she would need to use Nikki's oven, she spent an hour experimenting with it. Once she figured out what the buttons and knobs were for, she was able to turn the oven on. While the dough sat, she took a short walk around the complex and enjoyed watching some children climb on the fancy metal playset. Once back in the kitchen, she preheated the oven. She had to guess the temperature, but when she pulled 2 loaves of crusty brown bread out of the oven an hour later, she was very pleased with herself. She had just made bread in the future with a fancy oven. After letting the bread cool for a few minutes, she was cutting herself a slice of bread when Justin knocked on the door and then let himself in, Garrett right behind him. "Man, something smells really good." Garrett ran into the kitchen. "Homemade bread. Can I have some?" "Sure." Bridget answered him with a smile and sliced another piece. "It's still a bit warm, so be careful." Justin followed his son into the kitchen and leaned against the wall. He watched as Garrett spread butter and strawberry jam on his bread and then sat at the table to enjoy his treat. "Would you like some?" Bridget asked, suddenly feeling shy in his presence. He grinned at her. "Of course. I'd be a fool to pass up homemade bread." Bridget gave him a slice. The 3 of them sat at the small table, and she loved watching Justin and Garrett enjoy the bread that she had made. "I guess you figured out how to use the stove?" Justin questioned. "It took a while, but I did figure it out. It baked this bread very well." "Why don't we head over to my parents when you're ready?" he suggested. "That will be fine. Do they know about me, where I'm from?" "Not yet." Justin looked away sheepishly as he took a bite of bread. "I thought I'd tell them when we go over." "Grandma and Grandpa don't believe in time travel," Garrett said, adding to the conversation. "They think Dad's hiding Nikki because she got herself into some kind of trouble." Bridget looked sharply at Justin. "Do you think they'll believe you if I just show up? Maybe it would be better to at least warn them. They know about the keys. They've even received a few letters from Nikki, and they have seen them disappear. I think they believe more than they want to admit." "They are in denial," Justin commented. "Denial?" Bridget questioned, not sure what he meant. "They don't want to admit to themselves that they may never see their daughter again," Justin explained as he stood up and went to slice another piece of bread. Bridget smiled as she watched him cut a thick piece. The loaf was already half gone. There wasn't going to be any left the way Justin and Garrett were eating it. "To be honest with you, I've been a bit upset with Nikki and Kimberly for putting me in this position. Time travel is thought of as fiction in our time. They left without telling anyone. What about our parents? I'm supposed to figure out what to do with their townhouse and all of their stuff." He waved his hand in the air as he talked. Bridget looked down at her lap. I guess I've added to the problem, just showing up like I did. Justin sighed at her words. I'm just trying to adjust to all the changes, just like my parents are. I am glad you came. It's been fun to get to know you, and it's nice to talk to someone face to face about how Nikki and Kimberly are doing. If your parents let me, I will try to talk to them and let them know Nikki and Kimberly are very happy, she offered. Everyone was silent for a while as they finished eating their bread. Then Bridget spoke. I am thinking I should go back to my time tomorrow. I didn't plan on being gone very long, and it has already been 3 days. Justin looked at her intently, and she wondered what he was thinking. After a few moments, she started to feel uncomfortable. Why was he staring at her in that way? Maybe he agreed with her that it was time for her to leave. Why do you need to go back? Garrett asked. I think you should stay. I have a soccer game tomorrow. You could come watch me play. Justin smiled at his son. That game is a pretty important one, isn't it? It will determine whether his team goes on to play at the state level. Bridget nodded her head, although she had no idea what they were even talking about. I'll think about it. Soon the three of them were in Justin's car and on their way to his parents' house. The longer they drove, the more nervous Bridget felt. From what Justin had told her, his parents weren't going to be very receptive to her. She wished she hadn't agreed to come, but at the same time, she was curious about where Justin had grown up. She quietly prayed and hoped she could help ease his parents' fears about Nikki's and Kimberly's whereabouts and how they were doing. Bridget watched as Justin maneuvered his car onto a long driveway that led to what looked like a small cottage. It was a single-level brick home with shutters on the windows and a brick path making its way through the luscious green grass. There were rose bushes and other flowers lining the whole path. Bridget took in a breath, feeling refreshed. This was the first time she had felt comfortable in the future. Although the house was very different from the cabin in which she lived, there was a definite peaceful feeling surrounding the home. The moment the car stopped, Garrett jumped out and ran up to the front door. The door opened just as he touched the doorknob, and Bridget saw a dark-haired woman step out and wrap her arms around him in greeting. She followed Justin from his car and towards the woman whom she assumed was his mother. As they approached, her eyes widened and then looked confused as she looked at the flowered skirt Bridget was wearing. Hi, Mom. Justin greeted her with a kiss. Grandma, this is Bridget. She is from... Garrett stopped as Justin laid a hand on his shoulder to quiet him. Why don't you go find Grandpa, Garrett? We can introduce Bridget to both of them at once. Garrett nodded and ran into the house, the screen door slamming behind him. Come in, Justin's mother invited. We can talk in the family room. Doug is out back in the garden. Justin led her into a large room that had 2 huge brown leather sofas. A large rug filled the space between the sofas, and a brick fireplace on the far side of the wall. Behind the sofa, Bridget could see an odd table with what looked like a soft green fabric on it and holes lining the side. She couldn't imagine what that could be for. She noticed a large rectangular flat box that was mounted on one of the walls, and she knew this was a television, just like the one that was in Nikki's townhouse, although this one was quite a bit larger. She wanted to look closer at it. It fascinated her that these TVs were so important to people in the future. Bridget stood next to Justin as Garrett ran in with an older man following behind. Mom and Dad, this is Bridget Callahan, Justin said as he introduced her. Bridget, these are my parents, Doug and Michelle Foster. It's nice to meet you. Bridget tried not to stammer as she looked at both of them in their eyes. She knew Justin was going to tell them who she really was, and she wanted them to know they could trust her. Let's sit down, shall we? Doug asked as he gestured to the 2 sofas. After they were seated and comfortable, Michelle asked, Where are you from, Bridget? I live on a ranch in the mountains. Bridget started to explain, but stopped when Justin placed a hand on her knee. She is from the ranch where Nikki and Kimberly are living now, Justin told them. There was a moment of silence. What did you say? Michelle asked suspiciously. Bridget traveled through time, Garrett said with a huge grin. She just appeared in Nikki's living room right in front of me. Oh, Justin, Michelle started to say, but Bridget interrupted her. Nikki and Kimberly are doing fine. They are happy being married to my brothers Patrick and Sean. For the next few minutes, Bridget told them all she could about their life on the ranch. She talked about Colleen, Richard, and Catherine, and how fun it was to have the children around. Once Bridget started to talk, both of Justin's parents started to ask questions. She could tell that they both wanted as much information as she could give them, and over the next hour she freely answered any questions they had. After a while, Michelle and Doug relaxed and seemed very pleased she had the information they so desperately wanted. While they talked, Bridget heard a loud buzzing sound, and Michelle stood. Michelle seemed to sense Bridget's alarm at the strange noise and smiled gently at her. "That's the stove saying dinner is ready. Should we continue to talk while we eat?" she suggested. They all moved into the kitchen. Bridget offered to help, but Michelle told her she could finish on her own, so she sat at the table with the others. There was a large roast with potatoes and carrots, along with mashed potatoes and gravy. Michelle also offered homemade rolls, and Bridget was thrilled at how soft they were. She enjoyed how everything reminded her so much of home. After the blessing was said and the food passed around, Doug asked, "So, what are you going to do now, Bridget? Are you going to stay here in our time or go back?" Justin and Garrett both stopped eating and looked at her, waiting for her answer. "I only came to experience the future. I've heard so much about it from Nikki and Kimberly that I had to see it for myself. I've been here for 3 days, and I'm thinking I should return soon. Maybe tomorrow," Bridget admitted. "Bridget snuck here," Garrett told everyone as he took a drink of milk. "She didn't tell anyone she was leaving." Bridget felt guilty. "There is an evil man who is after the keys, so my family hid them in a cave a few miles away from our ranch. I knew if I told anyone, especially my brothers, they would have prevented me from coming." "I, for one, am glad you came," Justin told her with a smile. "I think we needed some closure here, and to hear how Nikki and Kimberly are doing." "Can you explain how the keys work?" Doug asked. Bridget told them what she knew about them, including how they brought her to the future, and how they worked together delivering the letters back and forth between their 2 time periods. The rest of the evening was spent in pleasant conversation. Garrett wanted to watch a movie called Star Wars, and the family gathered around the large television. Michelle popped a huge bowl of popcorn and served a slice of chocolate cake to each of them. Bridget enjoyed the evening, especially watching her first movie, although she had no idea what was going on. Most of what happened didn't make sense to her at all. Justin tried to explain it to her as a fictional story that was supposed to take place hundreds of years in the future. Halfway through the movie, Bridget felt Justin take her hand into his. She quickly glanced at his parents, but since they didn't seem to have noticed, she relaxed and decided to enjoy this last evening in the future, sitting beside Justin holding her hand, thinking that movies were so interesting and bizarre. She found it fascinating to see real people and make-believe creatures on the television, but the noises were loud and startling, which put her on edge. After the movie, Justin insisted that they leave because Garrett had school in the morning. Once they were in the car and on their way home, Justin asked Bridget if it would be all right if they went to his home first to get Garrett in bed, and then he would walk her back to Nikki's home, to which Bridget agreed. Justin's home was in the same layout as Nikki's. The colors of the carpet and walls were the same. The only thing different was the furniture. Everything was darker and much simpler. Justin invited her to wait for him on his sofa while he helped Garrett get into bed. When he returned, she noticed that he looked very serious. "I have been thinking about something all evening," Justin began. "I have something to ask you." "How do you think things went at your parents'?" Bridget asked him. He looked so serious, she wasn't sure she wanted to know what his question was. "They seemed to accept what I told them. I hope it helped that I was able to talk to them. They were relieved, but I don't want to talk about them. You said you want to return to your time tomorrow. I want to go with you." "What?" Bridget asked with surprise. Did she hear him right? "It's possible for us to go with you, right? I want to see Nikki. I will only stay for a few days, but I want to come." "What about Garrett?" Bridget asked. "He can come too. I'm sure he'd enjoy the trip, and I promise I will make sure he knows he can't tell anyone. School is almost over for the summer, so missing a few days won't cause any problems in that area." Bridget leaned back against his sofa in disbelief. She knew her brothers could not have been happy once they found out where she'd gone. What would their reactions be if she returned with Justin and Garrett in tow? But at the same time, she could understand Justin's concern for his sister. Wouldn't Patrick or Sean want to do the same if the situation were reversed? After a moment, she nodded. "Okay, I guess it would be all right if you came back with me," she agreed, trying to keep her voice steady. She felt she needed to return to her time as soon as possible, but there was one person who was holding her to the future, and that was Justin. She knew a relationship with him wouldn't work. They both were from different times, and neither of them wanted to leave their own time for good. But it would be fun to show Justin her life. She didn't like that she felt so much relief when she realized she didn't have to part company with him for at least a few more days. She hadn't planned on getting so close to him. Then, after he returned to his time, she would make arrangements to move to Denver. She knew Victoria and Collins would be more than willing to let her stay with them as she looked for a job to support herself. And just maybe she would be able to find someone who would help her make her forget all about Justin and his son. "How would this work?" Justin asked. "You have both keys, correct?" "Yes. The best way to do this would be that we will both hold on to one of the keys with Garrett between us. We will all hold hands. I will picture the cave in my mind while saying my time out loud. The keys should do the rest." "So we'd go to the cave? Why not directly to your ranch?" "The cave is where we are hiding the keys. They need to stay there. We can't take them to the ranch. It's too dangerous." "Because of Golan?" "Yes. We don't know where he ended up or if he would be able to use his own key to travel back to our time again. He definitely wanted those keys and seemed to be doing whatever he could to get them. That's why we hid them. Should you have used the keys to come here if it was so dangerous?" "Probably not. I know it was selfish of me, but I wanted to see the future. The things Nikki and Kimberly talked about fascinated me, and I just couldn't imagine not seeing it for myself. I wanted to learn and experience everything at least for a few days, and I wanted to—" Bridget stopped talking, not wanting to admit what was deep in her heart. "You wanted to what?" Bridget shook her head, suddenly feeling shy. "Come on, you might as well tell me." Justin smiled as he took her hand. It was almost like he knew what she was going to say. She took a deep breath. "I wanted to meet you." Justin's eyes softened at her confession. "I enjoyed the letters we exchanged. Nikki told me so much about you and Garrett. I wanted to see if you were real." Justin touched her face with his hand and leaned to touch his lips to hers, and the world faded away. Her hands started to tremble as he deepened the kiss. She knew then that although she planned to move to Denver when she returned, she wasn't going to be able to forget Justin anytime soon, if ever. He pulled away, but he had a soft and tender expression on his face as he gazed at her. Justin leaned back against the sofa but kept an arm around her shoulders. "If you can wait one more day, let's plan on leaving the day after tomorrow. There are a few things I need to do tomorrow, and I want to tell my parents where I'm going. I don't want to suddenly disappear like Nikki and Kimberly did." "Do you think they will be okay with you and Garrett leaving?" Bridget asked. She didn't think they would. During her evening with Doug and Michelle, she could tell it had been very difficult for them to have Nikki and Kimberly leave like they had. Justin shrugged. "I will promise them that I will return. They'll have to accept that. And I will point out that I can make sure Nikki and Kimberly really are doing well. Okay, let's plan on leaving in the morning the day after tomorrow. That way we will have plenty of daylight to walk to the ranch." Justin agreed to her plan, and they spent the next few minutes solidifying their plans. Justin told her it would take most of the next day to arrange for him to be gone for a few days, and he needed to make sure Garrett's school year was wrapped up. He wanted to allow Garrett to play one last soccer game. He also wanted to make sure his deal with his video game was solidified before he left. It wouldn't do him any good if they wanted to contact him, but could not for several days. He figured it would only take one more meeting, at which he would sign the final set of papers. Justin walked Bridget home when she was ready to leave, promising to be in touch with her by the next evening. He left her in Nikki's home, making sure she had enough food to eat. Bridget offered to box up what she could of Nikki's and Kimberly's belongings, and Justin took her up on her offer, looking relieved that she was willing to help. He showed her where the empty flat cardboard boxes were and how to fold them into a box, using a very sticky substance he called packing tape. After Justin explained how to make the boxes and what to pack, he left. Bridget quickly readied herself for bed. She looked forward to laying in Nikki's comfortable bed, wanting to think about the day's events, especially Justin's kiss. But she quickly fell asleep instead. Chapter 10. Bridget woke up early the next morning, determined to enjoy her last day in the future. She ate some oatmeal and a slice of the bread she'd made the day before for breakfast. Then, after dressing for the day, she started in Kimberly's room, putting her belongings into the boxes. Although it took a while for her to figure out the easiest way to put the cardboard boxes together, once she did, filling each box was easy. As she went through Kimberly's things, she marveled at what she saw and found. What caught her attention first was a small black box that was sitting on top of the dresser. She saw that there were several buttons with different symbols on it, and decided to try a few of the buttons to see if she could figure out what it did. After a couple of tries, she was delightfully surprised to find music somehow came out of the box. The songs were soft and feminine, and like nothing she had heard before. After listening intently to the first few songs, she started filling boxes, but had to stop again soon when she found something else that interested her. There was a lot of jewelry, all held in a beautifully painted box, with special drawers and a glass lid to help organize and display everything. She couldn't imagine owning this much jewelry. She only owned a necklace that had once been her mother's. She would get it out every now and then, but was afraid of ruining it if she wore it every day. As she reverently looked at them before packing them away, she also found a stack of Kimberly's old sketchbooks and spent some time admiring those as well. Some were done with colored pencils, and others with more solid colors that looked like paint. Bridget spent all day packing. In reality, she could have been done in just a few hours, but Nikki and Kimberly both had so many beautiful, interesting things that she had to take her time and admire everything. When she was almost done with Kimberly's room, she suddenly had an idea. She would choose one thing that belonged to Kimberly and one thing to Nikki to take back with her, something that meant something to each of them, something to remind them of their previous life. After thinking about what to take, she suddenly knew. Kimberly loved to draw with her colored pencils she had snuck into her bag when she first arrived to meet Patrick. When Kimberly had any amount of free time, even if it was only a few minutes, she would spend it drawing things, landscapes, and family around her. The sketchbook that she had brought with her was almost full. Bridget found a stack of empty sketchbooks and decided to bring them. After another moment's thought, she went back to the box with the used sketchbooks and grabbed one that looked like it had been drawn by a child. She figured that that was from Kimberly's childhood and held a lot of memories. She took the sketchbooks and set them on a small table in the living room, and then instantly saw what she could take back to Nikki, her copy of Pride and Prejudice. She could tell as she'd read its pages over the last few days that the book meant something to Nikki. She loved reading the small colored papers that were placed all through the book, with notes written on them. She would take this book back in time to Nikki. Feeling good about her choices, she went into Nikki's room and started packing her things, keeping herself busy until Justin arrived that evening. He let himself in at the exact time he told Bridget he would, but he wasn't alone. Along with Garrett, Doug and Michelle were with him, both looking very grim and upset. Justin smiled sheepishly when Bridget looked at him, curious as to why his parents were there. From what she could figure out, they weren't at all happy. Justin then announced that they all were planning on going back in time with her and taking Garrett with them. He hoped Bridget would be able to help him convince his parents to stay in their own time. He didn't want to have the responsibility for them. Would the 2 keys be able to transport 5 people? They were supposed to hold hands while the actual time travel took place. What if someone let go? Bridget's eyes darted between him and his parents. "Oh, I think it's really cool," Garrett announced as he threw himself on the sofa. "I get to experience time travel. I want to tell my best friend Paul about it, but Dad says I can't tell anyone, which stinks." "Your father is correct. It would be best if you didn't tell anyone, Garrett," Bridget told the boy. Garrett sighed. "I know. No one would believe me anyway. But it's still going to be cool. We get to go. And I miss Nikki and Kimberly. I want to see them again." Justin watched as Bridget smiled at his son. "I know it's going to be hard to not tell anyone, but it would be best if we keep this a secret. Your father told you about the keys because he trusts you." Garrett sat up, pride filling his chest. "I can be trusted, I promise." Doug cleared his throat and everyone looked at him. "We do not agree with this. We already lost one daughter, and Kimberly, whom we think of as a daughter. What if something happens to Justin and Garrett and they don't return?" "Dad," Justin started to say, but stopped when his father lifted his hand to silence him. "But I also understand why Justin wants to go. We need to know for sure that our daughters are doing well." "Not that we don't believe you, my dear," Michelle quickly added. "So we've decided we are going with you," Doug continued. Justin exchanged a glance with Bridget. "I'm not sure it's a good idea." Bridget stayed silent and just looked at him, as if saying, "They're your parents. I'll let you handle this." "Can't we all go?" Michelle asked. "The keys will transport all of us, won't they?" Justin explained how it works. "We'd only be gone for a few days, just long enough to see our daughters and meet their husbands," Doug added. "And meet our grandchildren." With those words, Justin knew that was the real reason his parents wanted to come. They wanted to see their new grandchildren. He looked at Bridget. "Would we all be able to go?" Bridget nodded her head slowly. "I really don't know. As far as I know, only 2 people have traveled together with 1 key. But from what I understand, as long as no one breaks the link with our hands, it will work. We have 2 keys, so I don't see why we wouldn't be able to travel with more people." "Then it's settled," Michelle said firmly. Justin sighed silently. He was starting to wish he had just gone without telling his parents where he'd be, but he also knew that when it came down to it, he couldn't have done that. His parents had already lost too much. "It will be okay," Bridget said as she touched his sleeve. "This all started because a woman in my time brought Kimberly to meet Patrick. Then Nikki and Sean met. Your parents need to know the end to the story. We need to end it." He finally nodded. "Okay, we will all go together." "Yes," Garrett yelled, putting his fist in the air. "But we will only be gone a few days," Justin said firmly. "And this trip will probably be the last one," Bridget said softly. Doug and Michelle nodded, and Justin knew they understood what Bridget was saying. It would be the last time they saw Nikki and Kimberly. "Once we arrive in my time, I know my brothers will insist we get rid of the keys for good. We will not be able to use them again," Bridget explained. "But we will be able to return to our time, right?" Doug clarified. Bridget nodded. "I'm sure one of us will accompany you back and then immediately return." "Okay, now that's settled. What do we need to do?" Michelle asked. Over the next few hours, they talked and planned what they would do the next day. The more they talked, the more excited his parents became. Even though he wanted to leave his parents safe in their time, he understood why they wanted to go. They ordered pizza to share, and Justin enjoyed watching Bridget eat the popular Italian food for the first time. She ended up devouring 4 slices. Garrett wanted to watch another Star Wars movie, but since Justin had seen Bridget reading Pride and Prejudice, he suggested they watch the latest movie about the Jane Austen book. As they watched the show, he watched Bridget more than the movie, enjoying her reaction to the characters acting out the classic book. At one point, his father, who sat next to him, whispered, "Watch yourself, son. You know the two of you belong to different eras." Justin knew his father had seen his fascination and his feelings for Bridget. He nodded at his father, but for the first time admitted to himself that he had feelings for this woman. He still felt a relationship couldn't work between him and Bridget, but he couldn't help but look forward to spending another few days with her. Ranch, 1894. 4 days after Bridget had left, the family sat silently around the kitchen table, eating the dinner that Nikki had prepared. All of them, except Colleen, were feeling guilty in some way that Bridget had left, and all of them blamed themselves for allowing it to happen. All of them silently wondered if they would ever see her again. Patrick and Sean finished their breakfast first and left the house without a word to anyone else. Nikki sighed and started to clear the table, leaving her food unfinished. "Would you like to take the babies outside to play with them?" Kimberly asked Colleen. "Yes," Colleen said with delight. She loved playing with Richard and Catherine, and she did a good job of watching them. Kimberly quickly cleaned their faces. Then Colleen took their hands as they toddled out the door with her. After they left, Kimberly watched them until they were settled in a small patch of grass under the shade of a tree near the cabin to play. She turned and started to wash the dishes. "What are we going to do?" Nikki asked after the silence became too much for her. "I know Bridget made the decision to leave on her own, but I feel like we should be able to do something." "We can't go and get her," Kimberly commented. "She took both of the keys, and to be honest with you, I don't want to go back to the future. I'm happy here, and I don't want anything to keep me there. I'm thinking we should make a trip to Denver and talk to Victoria and Collins. Maybe they would have an idea of what to do," Nikki suggested. "It's a really bad time to be leaving the ranch just now. Patrick wants to move the cattle to their summer pasture in a few days. He's not going to want to make a trip to Denver," Kimberly replied. What was Bridget thinking? Didn't she know we'd be worried about her? "I think she is ready to move on with her life, away from this ranch. She just didn't know how to do it." "Well, traveling to the future isn't the way to move on with your life," Nikki said dryly. "We time traveled," Kimberly said simply. "Bridget knows neither of us regrets our decision. Well, regardless of why she made this decision, I know that Justin will take good care of her. They have been writing to each other all winter," Nikki said, as if hoping that was what had really happened. "I wonder if she was hoping Justin would—" Kimberly started to say but stopped. "If she was hoping that Justin would fall in love with her and travel back to live in this time, she will be disappointed. Justin is very happy in our time. He has a good job making those games." "He has Garrett," Nikki reminded her. Suddenly they heard Kimberly's dog Daisy start to bark, alerting everyone that visitors were coming. Kimberly looked out of the kitchen window near the door as she wiped her wet hands on a towel. "It looks like we don't need to go to Denver. Victoria and Collins are coming with Keegan," she announced happily. "Great," Nikki said, equally happy that they had arrived. Maybe with all of them together, they would be able to figure out what to do about Bridget. For the next few hours, everyone just enjoyed being together. Patrick and Sean heard the barking and arrived at the large cabin, just as Victoria, Collins, and Keegan slid off their horses. Sean gave Keegan a slap on the back by way of greeting, then ruffled his hair for good measure. He knew Keegan wouldn't like it, which was the biggest reason why he did it. Then the two of them took care of the horses, while the rest of the family gathered together in the living room. Victoria and Collins talked about married life. Nikki enjoyed seeing how much they loved each other as they held hands while they talked. It was fun to see the formal Collins soften as he watched Victoria talk about a trip they'd taken to San Francisco around Christmas time. Keegan told everyone about the classes he'd taken. He had only 1 more year, and then he would be able to go to college. He was already looking at the schools from which he would be choosing. Victoria and Collins paid him to help take care of the grounds around their home, and Keegan was saving every penny for college tuition. Patrick and Sean gave a brief description of the cattle and the horses on the ranch. For a while, Nikki wondered if the newcomers even noticed that Bridget was missing. "We do have something to talk to you about," Collins said, after everyone had caught up with each other since being apart all winter. "Can someone fetch Bridget? It would be easier if everyone heard what we have to tell you." Patrick and Sean exchanged glances, and Nikki and Kimberly looked down in their laps. "She's not here," Patrick finally said after an uncomfortable silence. "Where is she?" Keegan asked. "Is she working in the garden? I can go get her." "She's not here at the ranch." Patrick took a deep breath. 4 days ago, she went to the cave to deliver some letters to Nikki's brother, Justin. She left a note saying she was going to use the keys to travel to the future, to Nikki's home. She wanted an adventure. "Oh, no," Victoria breathed, placing her hand to her chest. "Why would she do that? Didn't she know how dangerous that was?" "I would have thought so," Sean said. "We talked about it enough, and she obviously knew of the threat from Gollin. But she did leave. We do know she took both keys with her." Victoria and Collins looked at each other, and Nikki could tell that something was wrong. "We had a visitor a few days ago," Victoria said. She then told everyone about the man who had given her the first key decades before. He was very concerned about Gollin and his intention of getting all the keys for his own use. This man, who refused to give his name and where he was from, wanted to take the keys into his safekeeping. He let Victoria know he wasn't happy that she violated the agreement, that she tell only one person. Kimberly touched Victoria's hand. "I, for one, am glad you told more than one person. I wouldn't have met Patrick otherwise." "I agree," Nikki added. "I think we all would agree. Having Kimberly and Nikki join our family has been a blessing. But I'm glad the man wants to take the keys back. We shouldn't have access to them anymore," Patrick stated firmly. Sean nodded in agreement. "When Bridget returns, we will give you the keys. You can take them back to Denver and give them to the man." "I wonder why he wouldn't tell you his name," Kimberly speculated. "It has been a mystery," Victoria admitted. "Collins and I have been calling him the Irishman because of how he was dressed." She briefly described his clothing and what he looked like. "Your description reminds me of what we'd call a leprechaun in our time," Nikki commented with a grin. "We think he might have his own time-traveling keys. We think he is from a different time than ours. I'm sure he knows where this ranch is located," Victoria added. Patrick started to pace the room, showing his agitation, but he calmed when Kimberly walked up to him and put her arms around him. "It will be okay, Patrick. Bridget will return. Nikki and I have talked about it. She had been asking many questions over the last few months about the future, where we lived, how the keys worked, what life was like for us. She prepared herself." "Justin will take care of her," Nikki said firmly. "We will stay here at your ranch until Bridget returns with the keys, if that would be all right," Collins said. "Of course," Patrick agreed. "Both of you are welcome to stay as long as you want." "I'm looking forward to spoiling these babies," Victoria announced as she picked up Catherine and sat the baby in her lap. Nikki made sure the room Victoria and Collins always used was cleaned and prepared for them. They would stay in the room they used last fall when they'd visited. Nikki liked knowing all 4 bedrooms in the large cabin were going to be in use again, since Keegan would be sleeping in the 4th room. When Collins found out that Patrick, Sean, and Keegan were going to move the cattle to the summer range, he offered to go and help. The man seemed very excited to be able to do cowboy work for a while and experience something new. They planned to leave the beginning of next week and expected to be gone for 3 days. The next day, after lunch was over and cleaned up, Nikki again heard Daisy barking. She ran to the kitchen window and saw a group of people walking towards the cabin. There seemed to be 4 adults and a child. At first, she didn't recognize them, but then she thought she realized that one of them was Bridget. She ran out the door and recognized the others. Bridget had brought Nikki's family with her. Nikki ran towards them, tears running down her face. She reached Justin first, and he gathered her in his arms, swinging her around in a circle with joy. Then she hugged her mother, her father, and Garrett. For a few moments they stood together in a group, hugging each other, glad to be back together. They all talked at the same time, tears still running down Nikki's face. She didn't realize how much she had missed her family until she saw them walking on the ranch. A door slammed and Kimberly joined them, screeching with joy. Colleen stood behind Nikki as she watched the family reunion in awe. Her mouth opened in amazement. "I'm so glad you came," Nikki told her mother as she hugged her. "It is so good to see you," her mother said, with tears running down her face as she hugged Nikki back. "Of course, I'm going to give you a long lecture later for leaving us like you did." "You can lecture me all you want," Nikki agreed, laughing through her tears. Michelle turned to Kimberly and hugged her. "I want to see those sweet babies I've been hearing so much about from Bridget." "They are taking a nap, but I will get them up," Kimberly told her as she turned to hug Doug. "I'm so surprised to see you. When Bridget told us it was time for her to go back, I decided to travel with her to see how you and Nikki were doing, and they insisted on coming," Justin explained. Bridget noticed that Colleen was standing watching the scene. She gestured to Garrett. "Garrett, why don't you come and meet Colleen? She's about your age." Garrett walked slowly towards her. "You're dressed funny." Colleen's smile faltered. "So are you." "Garrett," Justin said, correcting his son. "Greet her properly." Garrett looked down at the ground, not understanding why all the adults were smiling at the two of them. "It's nice to meet you." He offered his hand to shake. Colleen glared at him, but she accepted the handshake. "It's nice to meet you too," she muttered when Nikki nudged her. "Why don't you take Garrett and go find your pa and Uncle Patrick?" Bridget suggested. Colleen's eyes lit up. "Okay, Aunt Bridget." She turned to Garrett. "Pa is probably working in the paddock training a horse." "Horses?" Garrett asked, with interest in his voice. "Sure, we have lots of horses. Come on." As the two children ran off together towards the barn, Colleen started to chatter, doing her best to show Garrett the ranch as they went. Victoria and Collins approached the group, and Bridget noticed an immediate cooling when Nikki's parents were introduced to them. "Are you the one who started this whole mess?" Michelle asked Victoria. "If you mean using the keys to bring Kimberly and Nikki here, then yes, I am," Victoria said, using a formal voice. "Now, Michelle, remember what we talked about," Doug commented to his wife. Michelle waved her hand. "I know. You don't want me to accuse anyone of using the keys to mess up lives, but really—" She quieted when she noticed her husband's frown. "Why don't you come into the cabin?" Bridget offered, quickly changing the subject. "It is cooler in the living room." "Mom," Nikki whispered to her mother as they walked, "let's not bring the keys up now. We can talk about them later." "All right, dear," Michelle agreed as she studied her daughter. "You do look very happy." Nikki smiled. "I am. I love it here." Kimberly disappeared into her small cabin, and Bridget knew she was getting the twins up from their nap. Everyone else settled in the living room, many conversations going on between them. Kimberly arrived, holding the hands of Richard and Catherine. Michelle and Doug enjoyed their role as instant grandparents, and the twins warmed up to them immediately. "They are so sweet, Kimberly," Michelle said as she held Catherine on her lap. "We have a lot of fun with them," Kimberly answered as she handed Richard to Doug. Just then the front door opened and Colleen ran inside with Garrett behind her, followed by two men. Bridget immediately stood to greet them. "Hi, sis," Sean said as he gave her a hug. "Glad you made it back safely." "And you are going to stay," Patrick added firmly, letting her know he wasn't going to agree to her going back to the future, ever. "I'm staying," Bridget agreed with a smile. "Mom, Dad, this is my husband Sean Callahan," Nikki said as she grabbed Sean's hand in her own. Kimberly quickly introduced Patrick, and Nikki was glad to see that he welcomed the visitors to the ranch with an easy smile. She knew Patrick was struggling with the way Bridget disappeared, but she was glad that he was welcoming to Nikki's family. "What do you have in your backpacks?" Nikki asked her brother. All of them, except Bridget, arrived with a bag on their backs, and she was curious about what was in them. "Just a few things that we thought we'd need, a change of clothes, Stuff like that, Justin told her. I brought something back for both you and Kimberly, Bridget spoke up. What is it? Nikki asked curiously. She watched as Justin handed her his backpack. Bridget opened it, reached her hand in, and then stopped. I helped Justin pack up your belongings so he could rent out your home, Bridget explained. I decided to bring you each one thing that looked like could have been important to you. Bridget pulled out a stack of sketchbooks. I found these in your room, Kimberly. Kimberly reached out and slowly took the books. Oh, she breathed. She opened one of them, and tears gathered in her eyes. I didn't think I'd ever see these drawings again. Patrick went to sit by her, and she pointed to one of the drawings. This is my mother. I drew her when I was 12 years old. It's not very good, but it's perfect, Patrick told her as he reached out a hand to touch the page. Thank you so much, Kimberly told Bridget. She gave the sketchbooks to Patrick and stood to give Bridget a hug. This means so much to me. Bridget gave her a hug back and then gave Nikki her gift. I spent some time reading this. I was thrilled to find that this book is still around in the future. Nikki accepted a leather-bound copy of Pride and Prejudice. This is my favorite book. My grandmother gave it to me when I was 12 years old. It's also my favorite. I read part of it while I was staying in your home. I loved reading the notes you've made, Bridget explained. I could tell you loved it. I thought it would be an appropriate choice to bring back with me. Nikki also gave Bridget a hug. It's perfect. Thank you. Chapter 11. Bridget was thrilled with Kimberly's and Nikki's reactions to her gifts. One of the things she had done when she was staying in their townhouse was try to imagine what it would be like to go from her time to more than 100 years in the past. What would she want to take with her if she knew she would never return to her time ever again? She obviously had chosen well for Kimberly and Nikki. She was smiling at Kimberly as she watched her continue to show Patrick the drawings from her childhood when Justin stood and grabbed his backpack. I also brought something for you, he said, looking a little uncomfortable. Both of you left your bank account information with me, and, well, it added up to be quite a bit. I didn't feel good about spending any of the money myself and didn't have any idea what to do with it. When Bridget came, I came up with an idea. I combined all the money to buy these. He reached into his backpack and pulled out a small brick of gold and a larger brick of silver. Everyone in the room gasped, while Patrick sat with his eyes wide in shock. I figured I would send it back with Bridget for you two to use. It was the only way I could think of getting the money to you. He handed it to Nikki, who took it gratefully. I don't know what to say. I'm sure this will last us all a while, Nikki said with a smile. A very long while, Sean pitched in. Thank you. He shook Justin's hand earnestly, then turned to Nikki. Let's find a safe place to keep that. The rest of the day was spent getting to know each other as one large family, a group of people who were brought together from the present and from the future, all because of 2 golden keys. At first, the conversations were stilted, but soon everyone started to feel comfortable with each other. Patrick and Sean took Doug and Justin to show them around the ranch. Michelle refused to go anywhere without Richie or Kathy, and she was constantly holding one of them. When Doug was shown the family garden, he was thrilled with what he saw. He spent most of his time in the future growing his own garden, and he asked many questions about how they did things. He picked a few pods of peas and opened them up to taste them, announcing them delicious. Colleen and Garrett stayed together. Colleen seemed thrilled to be with someone her own age, and she chattered constantly. Garrett didn't seem to mind. In fact, he seemed a bit fascinated by the girl with black braids in a flowered dress. Later in the afternoon, Bridget started to cook a meal for everyone. With Nikki's and Kimberly's help, a simple but delicious dinner was soon on the table. While everyone ate, Bridget watched and listened to the conversation around her. She suddenly felt very tired. So much had happened in the last week. Traveling to the future, meeting Nikki's family, traveling back to her time, and walking to the ranch after hiding the keys in the cave. She was ready to get a good night's sleep. Nikki had baked a cake the night before, and she served everyone a piece. Bridget wasn't very hungry, so she just took a few bites and then pushed her plate away. Then she felt a hand slide into hers. Justin had chosen the chair next to hers, and Bridget tried to keep her eyes from his throughout the meal. She could tell that Patrick suspected that something was going on between her and Justin. Every once in a while, Patrick would look at her, a question in his eyes. She knew her brother was going to corner her with questions as soon as he got a chance. Bridget loved her eldest brother, but she sometimes wished he didn't feel so responsible for her. She glanced at Justin when he took her hand and squeezed it. "Let's go for a walk after dinner," Justin whispered to her. Bridget glanced at Patrick and noticed that he was watching both of them, a frown on his face. "I need to do the dishes." "Don't worry about the dishes," Nikki told her, letting Bridget know that everyone had heard Justin's suggestion, even though he had whispered it to her. "Okay," Bridget finally agreed, and a few minutes later they were practically pushed out the door. It seemed that everyone was perfectly fine with the two of them going for a walk. Everyone except Patrick, that is. "Show me your favorite place," Justin requested as they slowly walked away from the cabin. Bridget glanced at him, sighed, and then started to walk towards the river that was located just beyond the ranch boundaries. Justin again took her hand. "Your brother didn't seem too pleased that we left together," Justin commented. Bridget smiled wryly. "He's just acting like an older brother, that's all." "I guess I can understand how he feels," Justin said. "I'm also an older brother. I had a hard time with Nikki falling in love with Sean until he showed up in my time and declared his feelings for her. I guess love changes everything," Bridget tried to say offhandedly. "So where are you taking me?" Justin asked. "My thinking place," Bridget told him. "I don't go there very often, but when I need to think through something or make a big decision, this is where I go. It is a bit of a walk, though." "I don't mind how long it takes," Justin responded. They walked in silence for a few minutes, and Justin took a deep breath. "I've always loved being in the mountains. I do quite a bit of hiking, and I've done some rock climbing in my time. My ranch, this land my family owns, is heaven to me, but—" Bridget stopped talking, not sure if she should tell him her plans of moving to the city after he left for good. "But—" Justin asked when she didn't finish her sentence. "I'm thinking about going to stay with Victoria and Collins in Denver after you leave." "Why? I thought you loved living here." Bridget stayed silent. What could she tell him that wouldn't sound selfish about her desire to leave this family to start her own? Would he even understand? Justin pulled her to a stop with her hand still in his. "Why do you want to leave?" Bridget sighed. "I'm turning 25 years old this summer. I'm considered an old maid because I'm not married yet. I haven't cared much until last fall. Watching Nikki and Kimberly with my brothers and seeing how happy they were, I started to see what I'm missing in not having my own family. In my time, it's not unusual for young women to not be married at your age," Justin told her with an understanding smile. "But I don't live in your time," Bridget pointed out. They started to walk again silently, each thinking their own thoughts until they arrived at her favorite spot. Part of the river flowed into a small, shallow area that looked like a pond. Trout liked this area of the river and would stay in the pond, growing big and fat. "Keegan likes to come here and catch trout around midsummer," Bridget told Justin as they sat down by the river. "Sometimes one trout is large enough to be a full meal for all of us." "It is beautiful here," Justin told her. "I'd like to taste some of that trout you're talking about." Bridget grinned. "Let Keegan know. He'll use any excuse to go fishing." Justin watched Bridget as she held her face to the sun. The ground that they sat on was in some shade from a huge pine tree, but sunlight broke through some of the branches. The sunlight shone onto her red hair, which created the illusion that she was on fire. Justin again thought she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He was uncomfortable with her plans to move to Denver. He understood her desire to have a family, but he had a hard time picturing her with another man, any man. He knew he was developing some strong feelings for her, and that wasn't fair to her. He was only planning on staying a few days, long enough to make sure all was well with Nikki and Kimberly. He toyed with the thought of inviting her to stay in his time with him. He knew he didn't want to stay in the 1800s. He had a job he was good at and enjoyed doing in 2007. He also would hate taking Garrett away from his school and friends. Garrett was so smart and could use all the advantages of the modern school system. As he thought about it, though, he knew he couldn't ask Bridget to leave her time. She felt the same about her time period as he did about his. It would be cruel to ask her to give up what she loved, to move to the future where everything was new and different. He sighed, knowing for certain there was no future for them. He would need to find a way to back away from her and their relationship, if he could. Justin glanced at Bridget again. He saw that her eyes were closed, and he could see she was enjoying the calmness around them. He decided to learn from her and try to find the calm in the mountains. He looked around and took everything in. The leaves of the trees rustled in the cool breeze, and there were plants just starting to sprout all over the earth. He could see some mountains around him that still had their tips covered with snow. The river flowed by them with clear, sparkling water and a comforting babble. This land was like heaven on earth. He remembered the few kisses they'd shared. He wanted to lean closer and hold her, but he couldn't. He needed to bury his feelings for her. He had no right to them. He needed to allow her to make her own decisions, to live her own life in her own time. "Tell me how your family came to own this ranch," Justin asked, trying to change the subject and get his mind off of kissing her. Bridget opened her eyes and smiled. "It's a fine story," she said, "one that I heard over and over at my pa's knee as a young girl. I'd like to hear it." Bridget started to talk, and he wondered if she realized she'd told the story in a slight Irish accent. "My grandparents lived in Ireland during the potato famine. Grandpa was there for nearly 5 years, as he didn't have any funds to leave, and his employer watched over him carefully, making sure they had barely enough to live off of, but not enough to save even a penny. Luckily, Grandpa had buried some china before everything started. He was able to sell the dishes in order to buy tickets to America for himself, Grandma, and my father. They traveled to Boston to settle down, and Grandpa worked himself to the bone to educate my father. After Father married Mother, and with the help of the Homesteading Act, they moved here. It was always his dream to own his own land, so he was very passionate about this ranch. You can probably tell that it has rubbed off on my brothers as well. This land is a part of us now. Even after I move to Denver, I will always consider this land my home." Justin was entranced, listening to the love Bridget had for her ancestors and the land she lived on. He took her hand and held it tight while smiling at her. "Thank you for telling me. I had almost forgotten what it was like to be so passionate about your ancestors. Most people in my time are so busy and distracted, they hardly have time to think about things like their roots." He knew then that Bridget would be leaving a mark on his soul long after he went back to his own time. Chapter 12. Golan smiled to himself as he watched the activity around the Callahan Ranch. He had just arrived an hour before, and he wanted to walk right up to Patrick and demand the keys, but instinct told him to bide his time. He congratulated himself on acquiring a gun. Just a few hours before, he decided to order some beer at a saloon in Denver before using his key to get to the ranch. As he sat in a corner of the small, dark building, watching the people around him, he saw an older man who had passed out with his head on a table. He wondered who would be stupid enough to drink so much that he'd pass out, conveniently forgetting that he often did the exact same thing in his own time. Then he noticed the gun in the holster on the man's side. During his travels through different time periods, he had seen guns being used, but he had never had an opportunity to get his hands on one. He looked around and was pleased to see the room was almost empty, so he quickly and carefully slid the gun out of the holster. He had no idea what kind of gun it was or even how to use it, but he figured it would come in handy in order to get the other 2 keys. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he would if he had to. He slipped the gun into his pocket and ran out the door. He quickly walked down the street, hoping no one had seen him take the gun. ducking behind a store with a false front. He pulled out his key and transported himself to the ranch. Now that he was at the ranch, he made sure to stay hidden behind a group of pine trees. At first, he didn't see anyone, so he assumed they were all in the large cabin, possibly eating dinner. For quite some time he just watched and waited, letting his thoughts drift. He planned to have the 2 keys in his hands by the time the sun set. The second the keys were in his possession, he would travel back to a few years before his own time to force Gloria, the woman he loved, to marry him. She had gone along with her father's choice of husband for her, despite Golan's proposal. He was going to go back in time and rectify that. Once the ceremony was performed, he would use the keys and transport them both to a place where she wouldn't be able to escape. She would finally be his. Golan didn't care that Gloria was happily married with a young son. In his time, once he went back in time and forced her to marry him, she wouldn't know any other life. Then, with Gloria by his side, he would start his life's work, changing history. He would do what he could to stop all the wars that had ever been fought, using the power of the 3 keys, to become ruler over one country at a time. He hoped that eventually he would be a king over all of Europe, and maybe eventually be the ruler of the entire world. He figured with the 3 keys in his possession, he might as well think big. The door to the large cabin opened, and Golan saw Patrick, Sean, and a man he didn't recognize walk to take care of some horses in a field that was located on the far side of the ranch. He watched as Kimberly, along with Victoria and a woman he didn't know, carried 2 young children into a smaller cabin. Bridget started to weed in the large garden, along with a young boy and a girl. When Golan saw the children, he watched them very carefully. The young girl laughed as the boy threw a clod of dirt at her, and she retaliated. Golan instantly knew that one of the children would be the ticket to get the keys. Children were important to everyone in all time periods. If he could kidnap one of them, he knew the adults would agree to give up the keys for the safe return of the child. He just had to figure out how to grab one of them. A few minutes later, he saw his chance. The girl left the group working in the garden and ran towards the outhouse. Golan carefully moved in that direction, making sure to stay behind the trees. When he was as close as he could get to the outhouse, he waited until the girl left the small building, and then he ran towards her and scooped her up, covering her mouth with his large hand. "Don't make a sound," he growled to her. She whimpered, her eyes wide with fear, but she obeyed Golan's harsh command. Golan half dragged and half carried her back to the pine trees, behind which he had been hiding. "What's your name, girl?" he demanded. The girl looked at him defiantly and pinched her lips closed. Golan shook her roughly. "Answer me," Golan growled again. "Colleen," she finally answered. "Let me go." She struggled to get free and kicked him in the shins. "Ouch." Golan shook her hard. "Don't you dare do that again, or you're going to regret it," he threatened. "You'll be free soon enough. Just tell me where the time travel keys are." Colleen's eyes widened in confusion. "I don't know where the keys are." "But you know about them?" "Yes, Uncle Patrick hid them." "You wouldn't be lying to me, would you? The last time I saw them, they were in a wooden box in your cabin. Are you sure they aren't still there?" Golan asked as he shook her again. "No, they aren't there. I promise," Colleen said quickly, tears starting to form in her eyes. She started to struggle out of his grasp, and he held on tighter. "Colleen!" Golan heard someone yell the girl's name, and he looked around the tree. He saw the young boy running towards the outhouse. "Colleen, where are you?" the boy yelled. "Grandma wants to talk to you about the beans, Colleen." The girl struggled in earnest, doing her best to get away. Golan saw her open her mouth to yell, and he clamped his hand over her face to keep her quiet. "Don't say a word, girl," he whispered harshly. He waited until the boy knocked on the outhouse door and then peeked inside. Seeing that it was empty, he ran back to the garden, yelling to everyone nearby that he couldn't find Colleen. Golan swore to himself. He had been hoping that he'd have a little more time to plan his next step, but it looked like he needed to come up with a new plan, and quickly. He glanced at the barn and instantly decided that that was where he needed to hide. Picking up Colleen, he ran to the barn. Once inside, he dropped the child and quickly closed the door. There was a wooden latch on the door that he used to lock it. Colleen started to cry and moved away from him as far as she could. Golan ignored her as he quickly moved various farm equipment in front of the door until he was satisfied no one would be able to get in. "Stop crying," Golan demanded. Colleen continued to sob. He pulled a dirty cloth he used as a handkerchief out of his pocket and wrapped it around her mouth. "That should shut you up." He found some rope and tied her hands behind her back. After making sure the rope was tight, he pushed her onto a pile of hay. She struggled to sit up, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking. Golan felt a small shred of remorse for needing to treat the child so harshly, but then he told himself she deserved it. Hadn't she continued to cry despite his instructions to her to be quiet? Where he came from, he had seen children hit across the face for less. Golan could hear voices calling Colleen's name, and he knew he didn't have much time before they discovered the barn was locked. He glanced around the large barn and was glad to see that there weren't any animals inside except a barn cat, which hissed at him when he got too close. "You know all of this could have been avoided if you had just told me where the keys are," Golan said to her angrily. Colleen shook her head, as if still denying that she knew where they were. "It doesn't matter now," Golan told her. "Who is your pa? Is Patrick your pa?" Colleen shook her head. "Sean, then." The girl nodded her head. "Well, I'm sure your pa wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Once he gives me the keys, I'll use my own to disappear to my own time." He pulled his own key out of his pocket to show her, waving it in front of her face. Her eyes widened, and he could tell she recognized his key. "I'm sure he'll be willing to exchange 2 golden time travel keys for his daughter's life." He could still hear the search for Colleen going on. Sitting down on some hay, he pulled out the gun, watching the girl's eyes widen with fear. "I wonder how this works," Golan muttered to himself. There was a cylinder in the middle of the gun that popped out when he pushed on it. He cursed when several brass objects hit the floor. He muttered angrily as he dug in the hay to find them, frustrated that he was wasting time. Once they were all back in place, he pushed the cylinder back to where it was, swearing to himself to leave it there from now on. Golan glanced over at Colleen to make sure she wasn't getting into trouble. She continued to shake with fear while tears rolled down her cheeks. At least she wasn't sobbing anymore. He turned back to the gun, looking for more clues as to how to use it. He had seen people holding it before, and placed it in his hand the same way he had seen them do. His finger easily slid onto a rounded piece of metal, so he squeezed it, bracing himself. But nothing happened. Scowling, he looked at it closely. There was a small, hook-shaped part of the gun that seemed to be able to move. He found he was able to move it back, and it clicked and stayed in place. Confident he was getting somewhere, he slid the gun back into his hand and pulled the trigger again. This time, the gun went off, the bullet ricocheting off the dirt floor and splintered the side wall of the barn. The sound of the gun going off startled Golan, and he dropped it to the barn floor. However, once he realized that he wasn't hurt, he grinned. Now he knew how to use it. Suddenly, someone tried to open the barn door and then rattle it. "Colleen, are you in there? Why is this door locked?" Golan felt his heart pick up its pace, knowing now was the time to demand the keys in trade for their daughter. "I've got your girl in here with me," he yelled. "If you do what I say, she won't be harmed." "Who are you?" the man's voice yelled back angrily. "Open this door at once." Golan turned to Colleen. "Who is out there? Is it Patrick?" The child nodded. He smiled. Patrick was the oldest, so he was the one he wanted to deal with. "I'm Golan. I want the 2 time travel keys. As soon as you give them to me, I'll let Colleen go." "Golan," Patrick said, roaring his name in disgust. "We don't have the keys with us." "I have a hard time believing that," Golan retorted angrily. "I know you have the keys. Give them to me and no one gets hurt." "We heard a gun go off. How do we know you haven't hurt Colleen?" Golin went over to the girl and yanked the cloth down out of her mouth. "Tell your uncle you're okay," he ordered her. I'm fine," Colleen called out, her voice shaking, tears still running down her face. Bridget watched helplessly as all the men did their best to get into the barn. She couldn't believe this was happening. Garrett stood next to Nicky and she saw him slip her hand into his. "Is Colleen going to be okay?" Garrett asked his aunt. "Why does that man have her? Why does he want the keys?" "I'm sure Colleen will be fine," Nicky tried to comfort him. "We'll have to explain who that man is later." "This is all my fault," Victoria muttered to herself. "I wish I never took the keys." Collins put his arm around her in comfort. "It isn't your fault that Golin is this determined to get the keys. He would have figured out a way to get them, no matter who owned them." "But if Victoria started to protest, but Kimberly interrupted her. "I agree with Collins. This isn't your fault." Justin ran to where they were standing. "He wants the keys now. He doesn't believe that we don't have them on the ranch and that it would take half a day to get them here. He is starting to sound desperate." "We need to get Colleen out of there," Nicky said as she wrung her hands together. "That man is crazy." "How does he propose we give the keys to him if he's barricaded the barn door?" Bridget asked Justin. "He wants the keys to be slid under the door. My guess is, after he has the keys, he'll take them and go back to his own time." It was starting to get dark, and Bridget had an awful feeling that things were not going to end well. She said a prayer that they would all be safe and that this episode would end soon and no one would get hurt. She could tell that Sean and Patrick were trying to rig something together so that one of them could get to the small open window that was in the hayloft. She knew that none of them were small enough to climb through the window, so she wondered what purpose would be served by getting to the window. "Patrick is hoping he will be able to see them and figure out a way to get Colleen out," Justin explained, answering Bridget's unspoken question. "Hopefully they can do something without Golin knowing what they are doing," Nicky said. Justin walked over to Patrick and started to talk to him, waving his hands in the air as he described his idea, pointing to the woodpile that was located between two of the cabins. Patrick and Justin ran to the woodpile and started to sift through the limbs, and Sean joined them. Bridget wondered what they were up to. Within 15 minutes, they had a makeshift ladder built. Collins stayed at the barn door, trying to convince Golin to let Colleen go, explaining that they didn't have the keys with them on the ranch. Bridget could hear Golin's voice getting louder and angrier, and she wondered how much longer Golin was going to wait. Nicky offered to run as fast as she could to collect the keys, but Patrick waved her offer aside. "This will all be over before you get back," he retorted shortly. Once the ladder was built, Patrick, Sean, and Justin carefully set it against the barn wall. They sent Keegan up the ladder because he didn't weigh as much as the men and there was less chance that the ladder could break. Keegan quietly climbed to the small window to peer inside. He spent a few minutes looking through the window and then climbed down. "The fool lit a lantern and set it near the haystack," he told everyone after he moved away from the barn. "I might be able to slide through the window," Bridget offered. "Maybe I can sneak in and do something." Patrick looked at her, and she could tell he was thinking about her suggestion, but then he shook his head. "We don't want to put anyone else in danger." "How is Colleen?" Nicky asked. "She's okay, although he's got her tied up and she's gagged." "Oh dear," Nicky breathed with concern, with tears in her eyes. Suddenly they heard a large bang and loud cursing come from the barn. "The barn's on fire," Golin yelled. "Where's some water?" "Oh no," Victoria whispered. "Let us in," Patrick demanded. "We'll put the fire out, then we'll talk." "Do you think I'm going to fall for that?" Golin shouted over the roar of the fire. "I want those keys." Justin ran to the woodpile and tried to lift a very large log. Immediately the other men understood what he was going to do and went to help. They all lifted the log, and after making sure they had a good hold on it, they ran with all their strength to knock the door down. At the first hit, the door barely budged, but after ramming the log into it a few times, it started to move, and then finally the log broke through. Patrick dropped his end and ran inside, the other men following. Bridget and the other women, along with Keegan, started to fill buckets of water from the well to throw on the barn, but the fire was soon too large and the water was quickly vaporized by the heat. Sean ran out of the barn, holding Colleen in his arms. He thrust his daughter to Nicky and turned to run back inside. Everyone kept trying to put the fire out, but it was soon apparent that it was out of control. The fire was growing, getting louder and hotter by the minute. Over the roar of the flames, everyone heard a man shout in anguish. Everyone froze, looking at each other in horror, hoping against all odds that it wasn't one of their men making that noise. "Get out of there," Collins yelled into the barn as he stood in the doorway. "The fire is too large. This barn is going to collapse any time." Justin ran back to the doorway. "Golan got himself pinned by part of a stall door. We're trying to get him free." Justin turned around to see Patrick and Sean running toward the door, dragging Golan on the ground behind them. The man wasn't moving, and his right leg stuck out to the side of his body at an unnatural angle. The fire had now grown too large and it was too dangerous to attempt to put out. "Just let it burn itself out," Patrick finally said with a groan as he bent over and coughed hard. Michelle and Kimberly bent over Golan, who still hadn't moved since he had been dragged out of the barn. "I don't think he made it," Michelle whispered to Kimberly, who checked his pulse and then nodded her agreement. "He's dead," she confirmed, and turned to Colleen. "How are you doing, sweetheart?" The girl didn't react in any way, the blank stare on her face never changing. "She seems to be okay, although I think she is in shock. She hasn't said a word," Nicky said, as she held the child close to her chest. "She's been through an ordeal, that's for sure," Bridget commented. "But she doesn't look like she's hurt." "He's dead?" Collins asked, as he walked over and lightly kicked one of Golan's booted feet. The women nodded. "Well, that's that, I guess. We'll need to bury him, but first, let's find his key." Patrick started to search Golan. He found multiple knives and the gun with a bullet missing, but he couldn't find the key. Sean bent down to help. "Still no key. I wonder if he tried to use it when the fire started," Patrick commented with a sigh. "When I found him, he looked like he was trying to find something on the barn floor with his hands before he stopped moving." Sean looked at the burning barn. "I guess we'll have to find his key after the fire is out." "As soon as we find it, I want it taken to the cave," Patrick said in a firm voice, the one no one ever argued with. "We'll take all 3 keys back to our house in Denver and give them to the Irishman as soon as he shows up," Victoria assured everyone. "We won't ever have to worry about them again." Bridget knew they had been planning on staying a few weeks, but she also understood that it was more important to get the keys to the Irishman where they were safe from people like Golan. "But what about my family?" Nicky questioned. "We've got to use the keys at least one more time." Soon everyone was talking, voicing their opinion, and not listening to each other. Suddenly a loud whistle went through the air, and everyone quieted, looking at the culprit in shock. Collins, who always has been so formal, had whistled to get everyone's attention. He cleared his throat. "Let's bury Golan. It's too bad we don't know exactly what time period he was from. There isn't any way to get word of his demise to his relatives." "He doesn't have any family," Colleen said for the first time since she had been pulled out of the burning barn. Everyone looked at her. "How do you know?" Nicky asked gently. "He told me. While he was waiting for Pa and Uncle Patrick to get the keys, he told me what he was going to do and why he wanted the keys. He wasn't married and didn't have any kids, he told me. He wanted the keys to force a woman he loves, but who married someone else, to marry him instead. He was going to go back in time and make her marry him." Collins nodded. "Makes sense. Use the keys to make others do what you want." "Let's get the grave dug, and then we will discuss getting Nicky's family back to their time," Sean suggested. There were 2 shovels that luckily hadn't been stored in the barn, since Patrick had been using them to fix some fence posts. Some of the men started to dig a grave near a cluster of trees. The women gathered the children and went inside the large cabin, trying to get away from the awful scene of the burial and burnt-down barn. Chapter 13. The next morning, everyone gathered together in the kitchen for breakfast. The burial of Golan had taken longer than expected the night before. The men took turns digging and working on putting out small fires of what was left of the barn. By the time the fire was completely out and Golan had been buried, it was almost midnight. After a few hours of discussion, it was finally decided that Nikki's family would stay a few extra days than originally planned. They wanted to help with the cleanup, and since the threat of Golan was gone, returning the keys to the Irishman immediately didn't seem as much of a priority. Patrick and Sean had been working on preparing logs all summer long in order to build another small cabin for Sean and Nikki. These logs were immediately planned to be put to use in building a new barn instead. It was more important to get a barn built than another cabin. The new cabin would need to wait. The animals that were housed in the barn were fine in the fields for the time being since it was summer. However, they would need the protection of a barn during the winter months. Doug and Justin wanted to help build the barn, and Michelle wanted to spend more time with Nikki, Kimberly, and her grandchildren. She also wanted to help with the garden and bottling the vegetables for the coming winter. Victoria and Collins also made plans to stay longer to help. Everyone pitched in to go through the burnt barn remains to see if anything was salvageable and to find Golan's key. It took 2 days to go through everything. Some of the farm equipment had been salvageable, which seemed to relieve the men greatly. However, as they searched through the rubble and the ground where Golan had last laid, they didn't find the key. They kept looking for it as the area was cleared for the new barn to be built, but finally gave up. It had somehow disappeared. No one could explain what might have happened to it. Once they'd given up, Patrick and Sean decided it would be a good idea to go to the cave and retrieve the other 2 keys. Since Golan was no longer a threat, they thought it would be okay to bring the keys back to the ranch. Once Nikki's family went back to their time, Victoria and Collins would be able to take the keys back to their house in Denver and turn them over to the Irishman. Since the cave was near the Indian village, Sean wanted to ask some of Colleen's uncles to help rebuild the barn, in return for some of Bridget's canned fruits and vegetables. A few mornings after the fire, Patrick and Sean left early and headed to the cave. Everyone else spent the day working but also spending time together. Colleen seemed to have recovered from her kidnapping, although she refused to go anywhere by herself, including the outhouse. When she wasn't doing assigned chores, she followed Garrett around. Bridget was pleased to see the friendship that developed between the 2 children. Bridget hadn't talked to Justin since their walk to the fishing hole. He was polite to her and talked to her when he needed to, but it also seemed to Bridget that he was avoiding her. She eventually realized that it was the only thing that he could do. Their mutual attraction was obvious, but a relationship between them wasn't meant to be. Bridget was still determined to go to Denver after Justin left. In fact, she was considering the idea of traveling back to the city with Victoria and Collins. She hadn't told any of her family her decision yet. She figured it would be better to wait to give out that information after Justin was gone. Regret seeped into her heart, but also a peace that things were going to work out the way they were supposed to. "Where are the keys?" Patrick demanded angrily. Bridget promised that she buried them right where she found them. "Where are they?" Sean continued to move rocks, but felt convinced that it was futile. There was a panic in his gut. Who could have taken the keys, and what did that mean for their family? After the confrontation at the barn with Colleen, he was nervous that something else would happen to the people he loved most. They had both gotten up very early that morning to retrieve the keys. They had made good time with their horses to the cave. After that, they hadn't wasted any time climbing the mountain and scooting into the cave. Patrick wanted to get those keys in his saddlebag as soon as possible. They still needed to travel to the Indian village to find Colleen's uncle to ask for some help with their barn. Patrick wanted to be back to their ranch by lunchtime, but Sean wondered if that was going to happen. "I wonder if some of the Indians saw Bridget and Nikki's family leave the cave and decided to investigate," Patrick said. "It's strange that the pile of rocks didn't even look like they were removed at all," Sean pointed out. "I don't think the Indians did this. If they'd found the keys, they would have left the rocks on the cave floor, not piled against the cave wall. Besides, they hate to be in enclosed areas. I would be very surprised if they found them." "Well, someone did, and I don't like it," Patrick retorted. "Those keys have been nothing but trouble." Sean stopped moving rocks and turned to look at his brother, silently. Patrick sighed. I really don't mean that. We wouldn't have Kimberly or Nikki in our lives if not for them. Sean still didn't say anything. I am just very concerned. I've tried all I can do to keep our family safe. It's hard to fight a power I can't understand. I know what you mean, but remember, they are my family too. You don't have to take everything on your shoulders by yourself. I know, Patrick sighed again. He used his feet to move some smaller rocks away from the cave floor. I just hope whoever found them leaves us alone. I'd just like to go back to our boring lives of raising cattle and horses and raising our families. We'd better get home as soon as possible, Sean said, feeling concerned about their families they left behind. Let's head to the village, then hurry home. Sean wondered how Nikki's family was going to get back to their time now. What were they going to say when they find out that they might be stuck in 1894 forever? Victoria pulled a bucket of water from the well and gave it to Colleen so she could carry it to give the chickens water. Garrett gave her an empty bucket, and Victoria sent it down the well to fill. After giving it to Garrett, he ran after Colleen, the bucket bouncing against his legs. Some of the water spilled onto the ground, and Victoria knew by the time Garrett made it to the chicken coop, half the water would be gone. She pulled a fancy embroidered handkerchief out of her pocket and wiped her forehead. The sunny June day was becoming very hot. Looking towards the path that she knew led to the cave, she hoped Patrick and Sean returned soon. They had been gone long enough. She wanted those keys brought safely back to the ranch. She felt responsible for everything that had happened. Colleen could have been killed in the barn fire. Golan's death had happened so quickly, it hurt her heart to think Colleen had come that close to death as well. Even though Kimberly and Nikki had told her they were glad the keys were around, or they wouldn't have met Patrick or Sean, Victoria wondered if the bad was going to override the good of the keys' power. She wished the Irishman who wanted the keys would just show up. She knew he would be able to help and to answer the questions they had. He wasn't a bad man like Golan was. He wanted the keys to be only used in the proper way. Victoria felt a presence behind her and turned to find Michelle standing a few feet away. Victoria gave a slight sigh. She had thought Michelle might confront her since she had received the definite impression that Michelle had some strong feelings against her. She knew Michelle saw her as the one who started this, and she was right. "Can I help you?" Victoria asked Michelle formally when the woman didn't say anything. "I wanted to hate you," Michelle blurted out. "I was so angry when I found out about the time travel and that I might not ever see my daughters again." Victoria smiled gently at her. "Let's get out of this hot sun. We can talk over there." She gestured to some wooden chairs that had been placed under a large shade tree near the large family cabin. Michelle nodded her head once, and both women soon were settled in the cool shade. Victoria started the conversation that she knew they both needed to have. "I feel I need to apologize to you as a mother. Now, I was not blessed to have my own children, but the keys brought me a family, your family. Part of me wishes I had never picked up that first key so many years ago." She looked out over the mountains in the distance, remembering that first day when she held the key, felt its power, its destiny. "But part of me is glad I did. That first key took me all over the world, to my childhood home in England, to the final years before my maternal grandmother died. That's where I found the second key. She had it in a small shop she owned, although she didn't know what it was." Victoria turned and smiled softly at Michelle. She hoped she would be able to convey her thoughts to this woman of the future she barely knew, but with whom she had a bond through her children. "After my late husband died, I was at loose ends and decided to start a mail-order bride business. It's been very successful. By then, Collins knew about the keys. It was his idea to use them to help women in the future. The keys gave me a family with all the Callahans. The 4 of them have become my children, and their children, my grandchildren. The keys brought Patrick and Kimberly together, Sean and Nikki together, Collins and I together." She looked directly at Michelle. and Bridget and Justin. The keys have bounded our families together." "Justin isn't going to marry Bridget," Michelle said firmly. "He promised me we would return to our time, all of us, so unless Bridget comes back with us, they won't be marrying. Justin always keeps his promises." Victoria didn't argue with her. Somehow she knew Justin and Bridget would end up together. The keys brought them together, but Michelle needed to find that out on her own. "I can't say I understand what it's like to suddenly find out that I might not ever see some of my children again," Victoria continued. "I apologize for any suffering you have had." Michelle sighed. "I just don't understand any of this. It took me a long time to believe that time travel is even real." Michelle reached out and squeezed Victoria's hand, and her voice grew thick with emotion. "To be honest, I don't know if I will be able to force myself to leave, to go back to my time. I can barely stand the thought of never seeing Nikki, Kimberly, or the babies again." Victoria noticed that Patrick and Sean had finally returned, guiding their horses to a field where they were keeping all the horses until the barn was rebuilt. "They are back," she said with a sigh of relief. "For some reason, I've been very worried about them." "So have I," Michelle admitted. "Like I said, I wanted to hate you. Because of you, my daughters disappeared. But I don't hate you. I understand what you are saying. After we leave, I'm glad that they will have you and Collins nearby." Tears formed in Michelle's eyes, and Victoria wanted to somehow assure her that there had to be some way for everyone to keep in touch, but she knew she couldn't promise that. "Where is everyone?" Patrick asked as he strode towards them. "Everyone is doing different things around the ranch," Victoria told him. "Did you get the keys?" "We need to have a family meeting." Patrick's mouth was set in a grim line. Victoria noticed he hadn't answered her question. She stood and went to find everyone. Obviously, whatever Patrick had to tell them wasn't good. After everyone had settled under the shade of the tree where Victoria and Michelle had been sitting, Patrick broke the news. "We didn't find the 2 keys in the cave." Justin's jaw dropped in shock. He quickly closed it and scowled with concern. Bridget quickly assured her brothers that she'd returned the keys to their rightful place in the cave, and Justin corroborated her assurances. Everyone started to talk at the same time, each speculating the reason why they might be gone. "Golan must have had someone working for him who figured out where the keys were," Kimberly suggested. "Maybe a mountain man or one of the Indians from the village found them," Nikki added. "Are you sure you looked in the right spot?" Doug asked. Again, Collins stopped the talking with a short, loud whistle. Justin smiled to himself when everyone quieted and looked at him in amazement. Obviously, it was out of Collins' character to do such a thing. Patrick smiled at Collins. "Thanks, Collins. We need to decide what we are going to do." He turned to Justin and his parents. "Obviously, with the keys gone, you cannot return to the future as we had planned." As Patrick said those words, Justin suddenly realized what he was trying to say. With the keys gone, they might be stuck in 1894, at least for the unforeseeable future. He sat back on his hands that sank into the soft dirt in shock. "What does he mean by that, Dad?" Garrett whispered to him. "Do we get to stay here?" "Shush," Justin told his son. "Let me try to figure this out." "Mom? Dad?" Nikki questioned her parents, who hadn't said a word since Patrick had made his announcement. "Do you understand what Patrick is saying?" They nodded their heads numbly. "I just hope the keys haven't fallen into the wrong hands," Victoria said. "And I don't know what I am going to tell the Irishman. He will be expecting us to return the keys to him once we get back home." After a few more minutes of discussion, everyone agreed that they would help rebuild the barn. After that, if the keys didn't turn up, everyone would make the 4-hour horseback trip into Denver. Supplies needed to be purchased anyway, and maybe once they arrived at Victoria's and Colin's home, they would have some answers as to where the keys were. After everyone else went off to perform their own chores, Bridget remained. Justin knew she watched him as he explained to Garrett what was going on. His son seemed surprisingly unconcerned that the keys that had brought them to 1894 were missing. Justin wasn't sure if he understood the ramifications, but he seemed happy enough to be able to stay at the ranch for a few more days, with the promise of a horseback ride to Denver. After he ran off to find Colleen, Justin looked at Bridget, who sat down next to him. She didn't say anything, and Justin suddenly realized that his soul was connected to this woman. Maybe the connection between them had begun even before she wrote that first letter. Maybe the keys were more than time travel devices. Maybe they connected people together through time. Regardless, he was starting to see that even though both of them had plans for their own individual futures, the connection was real. Bridget opened her mouth to say something, and Justin stopped whatever she was going to say and pulled her to him. He cupped her face and gave her a soft kiss. He wanted to deepen it, but knew that very likely at least one of her brothers was watching. "What was that for?" Bridget whispered. "You can feel it, can't you?" Justin asked her. "The connection between us?" Bridget hesitated, as if she didn't want to admit it, but then nodded her head. "Yes, I feel it, but I don't want. It looks like I'm going to be here for a while longer. I think we should explore these feelings. We've been fighting them long enough. It's time to see what's between us." "But what if," Bridget started to say, but Justin placed another kiss on her lips. "Let's not worry about what the future might be, either in mine or in yours, at least for a while. Let's trust that whatever is meant to be will work itself out." Bridget's face lit up and laughter escaped her lips, as if she was feeling so much happiness she couldn't keep it in. She grabbed his face and gave him a firm kiss of her own. "Yes, Justin, let's see what's meant to be." Chapter 14. The next day, it seemed like half the Indian village showed up soon after the sun rose. By evening, the barn walls were up and the roof was almost completed. Colleen's uncles were hard workers, and with the extra help of Justin and Doug, the barn was going up much faster than it had the first time they'd built it. It had been a wonderful day for Bridget. She had never been so happy. After her talk with Justin, she decided she would enjoy this extra time with him. She didn't know what was going to happen. Who had the keys and where were they? One thing she did know was that her relationship with Justin deserved a chance. Patrick cornered her in the kitchen just before she retired for the night the evening before. He had seen Justin kiss her and expressed his usual brotherly concern. "Maybe the keys brought us together, like they did for you and Kimberly," Bridget tried to explain. "I don't know how it will end up between Justin and me, but I do know that we deserve a chance." "I just don't want you to get hurt," Patrick said, as he put his arm around her. "I am well aware of the consequences," Bridget told him as she gave him a light kiss on his cheek. "Let me find out what will be." Patrick understood what she was trying to convey but couldn't say in words. After all, he had fallen in love with Kimberly. He knew what love was. Sean made arrangements for Colleen's uncle Running Deer to care for the horses and other animals while the entire family made the trip to Denver. As soon as breakfast was cleared up, a lunch packed, and a horse saddled for each one of them, they left for Denver. Even though it generally took 4 hours to travel to Denver, Bridget had always enjoyed the journey. They followed a path that ran along the river, the same river that ran at the edge of their ranch, and continued deep into the mountains. About a mile before they arrived in Denver, the path forked right from the river and continued into the large city. The trip took about an hour longer than usual because Nikki's family wasn't used to horseback riding and they needed a few more breaks, along with eating the lunch that was prepared. Bridget enjoyed Justin's awe as they finally made it to the main street of Denver. "It looks just like a Western movie," Justin commented to Nikki, who smiled her agreement. The horses and dirt streets were what gave the town the Western feel. It was dirty and smelled a little, but everyone was happy and kind and seemed to just want to take their time walking down the streets. The shops were all wood, some painted and some not. Justin had never thought he would enjoy this atmosphere so much, but he found himself rather excited to spend some time exploring this town. They were soon riding down a dirt path towards a large white Victorian home, and Bridget knew Justin recognized it as Victoria's house, for it looked almost exactly as it did in 2007. Everyone dismounted from the horses, and all the men led them to a large barn located behind the house. Meanwhile, Victoria invited everyone inside and assigned out bedrooms. The house was large, and there was enough room for everyone. Bridget wanted to help make the evening meal, but Victoria quickly asked her cook to make a large tray of sandwiches, sliced fruit, and lemonade. In Victoria's words, there would be plenty of time in the future to cook, but after the 5-hour horseback ride, maybe it would be okay to relax for the rest of the day. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways for the evening. Bridget decided to spend some time alone out in Victoria's gorgeous gardens. She slowly walked along the stone paths. There were beautifully trimmed rose bushes with some smaller, colorful flowers planted about a foot in front of it that lined the path. She loved the fragrance and imagined during the heat of the day, with the trees providing shade, she would be happy to spend hours out here. She had never spent much time planting flowers at the ranch. Her mother had planted some flowers, but after her death, they had eventually died out. Now that Bridget thought about it, she wished she had taken the time to keep the flowers alive so they could still have a part of their mom at the ranch. She remembered, though, that after her mother's death, she had barely made it through each day. She hadn't been able to bring herself to go out to the garden that reminded her so much of her mother. As she walked among Victoria's flowers, she felt a deep peace come over her, and she could see the benefits of having such a beautiful garden. She knew that Keegan helped with the flower gardens and grounds on Victoria's property. Maybe he would be willing to help her make a beautiful garden on the ranch. It wouldn't be as large or extravagant as Victoria's gardens, but it still could be a beautiful place to relax. Of course, the ranch had its own beauty. Their small valley was surrounded by majestic mountains. They were located so deep in the Rocky Mountains that there was snow on the peaks of some of them year-round. Grassy meadows were available to stroll in, full of various types of wildflowers. The river that ran along the edge of the valley was clear and cold. In Bridget's mind, their land was heaven on earth. Adding a small flower garden would make it even more beautiful, and even though it wasn't her mother's garden, it could be a place they all could go to remember her. She ended up in a small gazebo and sat down on a nicely painted bench. As she sat, she contemplated everything that had happened to her the last few weeks. Traveling through time to the future, meeting Justin and Garrett, along with his parents experiencing wonderful things that were part of the future, coming back to her time with Justin and his family, the kidnapping of Colleen, and the disappearance of all 3 keys. She wondered what was going to happen now. What if they weren't able to find the keys? What would Justin and his family do if they were forced to stay in her time? Would they be angry and blame her? After all, they were in her time, essentially, because she used the keys to begin with. On the other hand, she knew Justin's parents were glad to see that Nikki and Kimberly were doing fine. They were also able to spend time with their new grandchildren. They wouldn't have been able to do that if she hadn't used the keys. She admitted to herself that she was falling in love with Justin, and she was aware that he also had feelings for her. As long as they had a way to return to 2007, she knew nothing would have come of a relationship between the two of them. The attraction was there, but there was the huge stumbling block of them being from different time periods. She wondered what was going to happen if the keys were never found. Would their relationship have a chance to grow? Collins approached Justin with a folded paper in his hand. "We need to gather everyone." Justin looked at the older man sharply. "Why? Is there something else wrong?" Collins hesitated. "I would prefer to explain only once." Justin sighed. "I'll go and gather everyone. Where do you want us to meet?" "We can meet in the front parlor. It is a comfortable room and there are plenty of places to sit," Collins responded. Justin left Collins, ran up the stairs, and started to knock on bedroom doors. He repeated Collins' instructions multiple times, feeling frustrated that he couldn't answer any questions. He had a funny feeling about what Collins had to tell them, and he somehow knew it had to do with the keys. Quickly, he was able to find everyone except Bridget. "I think I saw her go outside to the gardens," Keegan told him. "I'll run and get her." Justin entered the parlor and saw that everyone except for Bridget and Keegan was gathered in the room. Some sat on comfortable chairs and others sat on cushioned sofas. Richie and Kathy played with some wooden blocks on the floor at Kimberly's feet. Garrett was seated next to Colleen, and part of him wanted to tell his son to leave, that he didn't want Garrett to hear what was going on until he'd heard the news himself. But he was the one who got his son into this mess. Garrett was almost not a child anymore. He was 11 years old and very mature for his age. He quickly decided to let his son stay. He just hoped Garrett would understand what was going on. After all, Justin was having a hard time understanding everything himself. No one talked while they waited for Keegan to return with Bridget. Justin sighed with relief when he heard footsteps and they both entered the room. Bridget's eyes darted to his, and he patted an empty chair next to him in invitation. She hesitated and then sat down, smiling softly at him. His heart skipped a beat at her smile, and for the first time he wished things were different, that there was a way to stay together, in one time period or another. Collins cleared his throat. Victoria and I just found this note on her desk in her office. I'll just read it. Dear Victoria, I decided I needed to retrieve the keys myself. I couldn't wait until you and your husband returned from the Callahan's ranch. I'm not going to explain how, but I was able to find the keys in the cave and now have them. The keys have been used too much and too many people know about them. It is time that I got them back and in my possession. I am also aware that Golan died in the fire on your ranch. Even though I don't like knowing that someone had to die, I must admit that I am glad that he is no longer a threat. If he had been able to follow through with his plans, history would have been changed, and many lives would have been lost in many time periods. The Keykeeper. After Collins read the letter, everyone was silent for a few minutes out of shock and disbelief. Then the questions came. Who is this man? Why would he take the keys before we could use them one last time and take Nikki's family back home? How was he able to get to the cave and back past our property without any of us knowing? Does this mean we are going to have to stay here in 1894 indefinitely? Doug asked loudly over the rest of the questions, his face strained. Everyone fell silent again, pondering the implications of his question. Collins broke the silence. It looks like all of you who are from the future will be staying in our time, at least until we can discover where this man is from and ask him if we can use the keys one last time. Do you know where to find him? Michelle asked with tears in her eyes. Victoria answered her question. I met him for the first time at a nearby city, Cripple Creek, in a store. He acted like he owned the shop, but I don't think he really did. I've always suspected he is also from another time and another place. I really don't know how we can find him. We could travel to Cripple Creek and check the store out, Doug suggested firmly. We will definitely do so, Collins answered, but I suggest you resign yourselves to the possibility that you will be here at least for a while. If we can't find the man, then we will need to stay here forever, Justin finished his sentence. His voice was tense, so Bridget looked at him with concern. She could see the muscles in his jaw ticking with frustration. She closed her eyes as she realized what he must be thinking. They were stuck in the past, away from his successful business, his home, and his comfortable life. And it was her fault. If she hadn't gone to the future in the first place, none of them would be in this situation. We get to stay here forever? Cool. Garrett spoke up and turned to Colleen and raised his hand, palm flat and in the air for a high five. Colleen looked at him in confusion until he showed her how to do a high five. Victoria looked at Nikki and then Kimberly. I don't think the man realized your family came from the future for a visit. If he had known, he would have insisted that you return to your time before taking the keys. Collins stood. I will make plans to travel to Cripple Creek immediately. We should know in a few days if we are able to find the man. He turned to leave the room and Victoria followed him. The room was silent again after Collins and Victoria left the parlor, and then one by one, everyone else also left the room, except Justin, Garrett, and Bridget. Before Garrett left, he asked his father, Do we really get to stay here, Dad? For the time being, yes, Justin said. I like it here. Justin looked at Bridget, who was staring down at her hands. I'll come talk to you about this in a few minutes, okay, son? After Garrett agreed, he ran out of the room with Colleen. Justin turned to Bridget. She looked so distraught and upset that he couldn't help but want to comfort her. I'm so sorry, Bridget said quietly. What are you sorry for? It's not your fault that the man picked up the keys before we could use them again. It's my fault that you're here to begin with. If I hadn't... Justin stopped her. If you hadn't used the keys, we would have never met. When Bridget didn't say anything, he stood up and started to pace the room. I believe that most of the time in our lives, things happen for a reason. They don't happen by chance. We've got to stop blaming ourselves and each other for the events that have happened. Kimberly saw that ad because she was supposed to. She and Patrick were meant to be married. They just had to meet in an unorthodox way. Same with Nikki and Sean. In fact, our two families are most likely connected together. He stopped pacing and sat down next to her. Maybe it is the same for you and me. Bridget hung on to his words, wanting them to be true, but she still wasn't convinced that he would resent her for her part in the time travel after some time had passed. She shook her head. But even if what you are saying is true, are you sure you want to give up your life in the future? Remember, I was there. I saw the type of life you'll be giving up. When I compare my time to yours, the difference is probably like living in the dark ages compared to a perfect world. Justin chuckled. The future isn't perfect, I promise. Bridget shrugged. I know it's not perfect, but you have to admit, there is a huge difference between your time and mine. You're right, and the biggest difference is, you aren't there. Bridget wiped her cheeks and looked at Justin. Did he really mean what he said? Or had he decided, since he was in her time, for the time being, with the possibility of staying forever, he should just take what he could get? Actually, I have to admit that I am relieved to find out that the keys are no longer around. While we traveled from your ranch to Denver, I had a lot of time to think. I was starting to wonder if there was some way to work things out between us. Would one of us be willing to leave our time period for the other? But now that decision has been taken out of our hands, I need to stay. But you are being forced to stay. It isn't your decision. Forced, maybe. Or maybe I'm supposed to be here. Bridget stared at him for a moment and then shook her head. What about Garrett, your parents, their lives in your time? You saw that Garrett is thrilled, although I'm not sure if he really understands all that's happened and what it means. I'll talk to him about it later. My parents are a different story. But I do think that once they think things through, they'll be fine with staying here. After all, their entire family is here. I don't think they will be happy in the future without us and their new grandbabies. Do you think Collins is going to find the man? Justin shook his head. No, I don't. I don't understand all that is going on, but I don't think we will see him again, or the keys for that matter. I think if he was able to find the keys in the cave by himself, he has some ability, some power that we are not aware of. Some way to gather information without us knowing. I think he probably could sense we used the keys, and that is why he went to take them. If he wanted to talk to us, he would have done it then. Bridget nodded her head, thinking for a moment. So what are you saying then? I want to give us a chance. Forget about the differences between your time period and mine for a while. Let's explore what could be with us. Bridget looked him in the eyes, trying to see exactly what he was saying. What she saw humbled her. His true feelings in his soul for her showed all over his face. At that moment, she knew what she wanted. Yes, she replied firmly. Yes, I want to give us a chance, no matter what happens. A smile spread across Justin's face that was so big that Bridget couldn't help but respond with a big smile of her own. He stood, took her hand, and pulled her to her feet. He put his arms around her, pulling her tightly to him. Leaning down, he kissed her lightly, then again more firmly. It was a kiss of promise. Chapter 15. Collins and Victoria left first thing the next morning for Cripple Creek. They expected to be gone for 2 days. It was decided that until they knew the outcome of the trip, the keys and the possibility of staying in 1894 would not be discussed. Even though both families agreed to this, small discussions were held in private. Nikki and Kimberly admitted to each other that they would be thrilled if Doug and Michelle stayed in 1894, although Nikki had some concerns that her parents wouldn't be happy. But deep down, she was thrilled that they were going to stay. She loved Sean and Colleen and didn't regret her decision, but she had missed her parents and had been sad that they weren't going to know her own children, that she might have someday. Kimberly was also glad that Doug and Michelle were going to stay, and she vowed she would do all that she could to help make the transition easier for them. Since her parents had died in a car accident when she was 15, she thought of Doug and Michelle as honorary parents. She wanted Richie and Kathy to know them as grandparents. Patrick wasn't as thrilled with them staying, but she knew he was concerned that the more people coming from the future and staying in 1894 there were, the more problems there would be. It would be harder to keep the entire situation a secret. How could they explain to neighbors and townspeople of their sudden appearance? A story would have to be made up. The more lies that were told, the harder it would be to keep everything straight. Kimberly knew that Patrick felt responsible for the entire situation. They had had many conversations about it since her family had shown up. She tried to help him see that at the moment, it didn't matter who wrote the first letter, who contacted Victoria first, and who married first. They needed to accept the situation as it was and help her family adjust to the major changes in their lives. Like Justin had commented one day, it wasn't going to do any good to blame each other or themselves. In fact, it could cause more problems. If the Irishman wasn't found, Justin suggested that they all focus on moving forward. Keegan was probably the only one who didn't care one way or the other about the keys and how they had changed so many people's lives. His focus was on his schooling. He wanted to be a doctor and didn't give much thought to anything else. He was glad his brothers had found love and were starting families. In his mind, the keys freed up his feelings for needing to stay on the ranch to do his part. He had another year of school, and then he was going to a medical school back east, to learn all he could to be the best doctor he could be. During the few days Victoria and Collins were gone, Patrick had taken the bars of gold and silver to the local bank to sell them. They used some of that money to purchase clothes for Justin, Garrett, Michelle, and Doug, so they would not be seen in their 21st century clothes. At Kimberly's suggestion, Patrick talked with Sean, and they both agreed they wanted to split the remainder of the money 3 ways with Justin, if he did need to stay in this time. They were waiting to talk to him about it until Collins and Victoria returned. When Collins and Victoria returned 3 days later, Bridget could tell that the news wasn't good. After calling everyone together again in the parlor, Collins reported that the store where Victoria had gotten the first key was no longer in business. In fact, they couldn't even find the building. It was like the store hadn't ever been there. They asked a few of the local people questions about what might have happened to it and received strange looks. Evidently, a store had never been in that location. There used to be a large field, but now homes had been built. After reporting about their trip, Collins reached over and took Victoria's hand. "We feel we need to apologize to all of you for using these keys the way we have. We have talked extensively about what to do, and we have some ideas." Justin spoke up. "Can I say something first?" Collins nodded his permission. "I know that things haven't worked out the way we thought they would when we first followed Bridget back to your time. We planned to stay a few days, maybe a week, and then return. Of course, we haven't been able to return, and it looks like we are going to be here for the unforeseeable future. I haven't talked to my parents yet, but I want to say something to all of you that I said to Bridget. I feel we are here because we are supposed to be. Yes, our lives are going to be drastically different and there will be adjustments, but I think we are up for the challenge." He looked at his parents. "Now you will be able to live close to Nikki and Kimberly again. You will have a relationship with their children and have the opportunity to develop a good relationship with Patrick and Sean." Collins broke in. We would like to offer Doug and Michelle a position in our home. Our present housekeeper is going to be quitting at the end of the month. Her youngest daughter, who lives in California, is having her first child, and she is having problems in her pregnancy. She wants to go to California to live with and help her daughter. There is a small cottage on the edge of our property. I used to live there when I was Victoria's butler. It is small but comfortable. You both can live there. Michelle, we are offering you the position of housekeeper. Doug, we are offering you the position of groundskeeper. We are also prepared to pay you a salary, enough for you to live on and save a little bit. Doug looked at his wife with a question in her eyes, and Michelle nodded her head slightly. He turned back to Collins. That's very generous of you. We will accept your offers. Thank you. We have been wondering what we could do to support ourselves if we needed to stay. Michelle spoke up. I know all of you are worried that I won't be very happy about this, and truthfully, I'm not. I have a very difficult time with change, and there have been a lot of changes in our lives over the last few months. But I am excited to live close to Nikki and Kimberly. I know that if we do ever find the keys and are able to go back to our time, we will very likely never see them again. If this is what it will take to stay in touch with our daughters, then I am willing to live here in your time. I can't promise that I will be happy with all the adjustments. Michelle looked at Victoria. You will need to be patient with us as we learn your ways and how you do things. But I accept your offer and thank you for making it easier for us to live in your time. Collins looked at Justin. We also have an option for you. We need a bookkeeper and are willing to hire you to help us with our finances. We can offer you a job on the ranch if you'd rather live there, Sean broke in. Justin noticed that Nikki's eyes lit up at the idea of him living so close to her. He held up his hand to let everyone know he wanted to speak. Even though I have accepted the idea of staying here, there are things that I need to work out. He glanced at Bridget and then back to Collins. I need to consider Garrett's needs for one thing. I would like to thank both you and Sean for your job offers, but I want to look around and consider all of my options before I accept anything. Sounds fair and smart, Patrick spoke up, admiration in his voice. But I second Sean's offer that you are welcome to help us on our ranch. We are planning on building another cabin, and once it's built, you can live in the place Nikki and I are living in now. Thank you, Justin said simply. The impromptu meeting broke up after that, and Justin grabbed Garrett's hand. Let's go talk, buddy. Okay, Garrett agreed, and turned to Colleen to make plans to meet after he talked to his dad. Justin smiled, glad that the two of them had become such great friends. Let's take a walk, shall we? Justin suggested, and Garrett readily agreed. They left the house and started down the street. Justin didn't start talking at first, taking the time to notice how far apart the houses were. This area of 1894 Denver was where influential people lived. The houses were large and beautifully designed. None of them looked the same. There was quite a bit of land around each house, giving each family their privacy. Some of the properties had so many trees you couldn't see the next house, giving an illusion of living alone while still having the advantages of being in a city. Justin turned his attention to his son. Garrett kicked a small rock a few feet in front of him. When he reached the rock, he'd kick it again. So how do you feel about everything that is going on? Justin finally asked him. I'm fine with it, Dad. Really? Are you sure? There are going to be many changes. You are going to need to dress differently. You will be going to school with kids that will probably not have learned as much as you have, especially because you were in advanced classes. You'll need to be patient with them and the teacher. School is very different here. Garrett stopped to think about Justin's words and then nodded. I can do that. You also can't tell anyone that you are from the future. Anyone. I know, Dad. I promise I will keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone. Let me ask you another question. Since it looks like we are staying here, where do you want to live? Do you want to stay on the ranch? Garrett looked at him in surprise. I get to help decide? Of course you do. All of this will be affecting you too, not just me. I think you should be able to voice your opinion. I will need to make the final decision since I need to come up with something to support us, but I will take your feelings into account. Garrett nodded with a smile. Well, I guess I don't care where we live. I want to still see Grandma and Grandpa. I like the ranch. Colleen told me she would help me learn to ride horses. She told me all about how she helps her dad train horses and he sells them for lots of money. Okay, one last question. How would you feel about having Bridget be your mother? Do you mean you are going to marry her? Garrett asked curiously. Been thinking about it. Garrett shrugged. I guess it's okay, as long as she doesn't boss me around. Justin grinned. If she's your mother, she'll have to boss you around, at least a little bit. Garrett shrugged again. I think it's neat she traveled to our time all by herself. I've been thinking about it. A lot of things could have gone wrong. She's nice enough. You can marry her if you want. It might be nice to have a mom. Colleen says she likes having Nikki as her mom. Nikki spends time with Colleen and helps her with things. Maybe Bridget would be like that. I'm sure Bridget will want to spend time with you. Justin could tell that even though he hadn't talked to his son about Bridget, Garrett had definitely been thinking about it and had even talked to Colleen about it. Garrett was very aware of what was going on around him. What do you want to do? Garrett asked him. I'm not sure yet. I need to think about things and research all our options. I just wanted to get your input. Will you tell me before you make a decision about where we live? Of course, son, Justin assured him, putting his hand on his shoulder. I won't make any major decisions without talking to you about it, I promise. He could tell that even though Garrett was talking like he was fine with all the changes in his life, he wasn't feeling as comfortable about the situation as he was acting. Justin noticed as they were walking that they were heading towards a street that had multiple small businesses along both sides. He saw a bank, a general store, and a clothing store. He then saw a drugstore, and if he remembered his history correctly, drugstores in the 1890s sold ice cream. How about we get some ice cream? He suggested. Garrett's face lit up. Really? Do you have money from this time? Because I don't think they'll accept money from the future. Yes, Patrick gave me a few dollars. How about it? In fact, Patrick had approached him about splitting the money they got back for the gold and silver bricks. At first, Justin had been uncomfortable with the idea of taking his sister's money, but in the end he agreed that he would need it to get on his feet. Even after splitting it, everyone would still have a fairly large sum. He wasn't going to explain that to Garrett, though. Being that Garrett was only 11 years old, Justin didn't want him too involved with the details of finances quite yet. Yes, I want to see if ice cream tastes the same as it does in our time. By this time, they were almost to the drugstore. Okay, but remember, don't talk about the future. Do you think they have strawberry ice cream? Garrett asked. Let's go find out, shall we? The next day, Justin decided to find Bridget. It was time to find out exactly what her plans were for her future and to see if she was willing to include him and Garrett in them, and to see if she was willing to take a chance on the plans he had come up with to support a family in the 1890s. After asking Victoria, he discovered that Bridget was out in her gardens, a place where she had spent quite a bit of time since they'd arrived in Denver. When he found her, she was sitting on a bench in the gazebo. She was staring off into the distance with a small smile on her face. The sun shone through the slats of the gazebo onto her hair, making it look like it was lit up from within. She was dressed in a simple light blue dress, with long sleeves and a high neck. He had never thought the vintage styles were all that pretty, but on Bridget, he was growing to find them very attractive. Her hair was braided and pulled back into a bun at the top of her head, with the hair at the roots loose enough to frame her face. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever known. As he watched her, he knew he wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. It didn't matter if it was in her time or in his, but since circumstances made it so he was going to be living in her time was now his. Bridget must have realized he was there, for she turned and looked at him as a smile spread across her face. I've been looking for you, Justin told her as he approached her. Well, it looks like you've found me, Bridget replied as she patted the bench beside her. Justin sat down and took her hand in his. He leaned back against the bench and looked around at his surroundings. He could see why Bridget chose this spot to be in. It was beautiful. He looked around at the tall lilies and lavender bushes, the tall trees behind the shorter, more interesting trees. He understood why she had been spending so much time out here. It was very serene. "How are you feeling about staying here?" Bridget asked. "I'm fine with it. In fact, I've come up with a way to support a family." "Really? What is it?" "Yesterday I took Garrett to the drugstore that is located nearby for ice cream. I noticed that there is a building next to it that is empty and for sale. I talked to Sean and Patrick and they insist on splitting the gold and silver I brought for Nikki and Kimberly with me to help me get started. That will help me purchase the building. I want to open up an art gallery." Bridget looked confused. "An art gallery?" "Yes, they are quite popular in the future. I'm sure there are many talented people in this time, just like there are in the future. People who can paint landscapes or portraits. I saw the carvings Keegan has done. Maybe he'd be willing to sell them in the gallery. I design video games in the future, but I also know how to paint. I especially like doing portraits. I'm sure I can find people who would like their family members' portraits painted. Maybe we can find others who can do pottery or embroidery. Anything that people can create, I will sell." Bridget's face lit up as he talked. "I think that's a great idea. I've never heard of a store like that. I might need to travel to nearby towns and cities to find artists. I think it would be a good idea to make the Western states as my focus." "So this must mean you've decided to not live on the ranch," Bridget commented. Justin sobered. "That's something else I want to talk to you about. I want you to know that I love you very much. Bridget, will you marry me?" Bridget looked at him, speechless. Justin quickly continued. "I know we haven't known each other for very long, but I think we can count the months that we wrote during the winter. I enjoyed getting those letters." "So did I," Bridget admitted. "What about Garrett?" "I've already talked to him about this, and he likes the idea of having a mother. He's never had one before. He said he thinks you're really nice." Bridget sighed. "I want to say yes, but I think we need some more time to get to know each other. I have to admit that I have fallen in love with you." "Then what's the holdup?" Justin asked, doing his best to keep the frustration out of his voice. "I want to make sure this is real." Bridget stood and took a few steps away from him. "What has happened between us is like a fairy tale. What if it doesn't last? A couple of keys brought us together. They are gone now. What if our feelings for each other fade? I don't think I fell in love with you just because of the keys. Like I've told you before, I fell in love with you because it was meant to be. I've waited all my life for someone like you. Then a miracle happened. You literally appeared right before my eyes." Bridget smiled at his reference to her appearing in Nikki's living room. "I was happy before I met you. I had Garrett, my job, my family. I was okay. Life was good. But since I met you, it's been better. I can't explain what I feel inside. It just is." "I know what you mean," Bridget confessed. "I'm just afraid that this is all a trick. What if I wake up one morning and you are gone? And what if you wake up one morning and I am right beside you for the rest of our lives? What if we raise Garrett and any other children we will have together? What if we open an art gallery together? I've waited all my life for you. Since it is meant to be, it will all work out." Bridget started to pace, and Justin did his best to keep silent, to let her think through what he had just said, but he wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her until all her fears were gone. When Justin found her and started to talk, she was surprised at how scared she was, especially when he started to talk about marriage. Wasn't this what she wanted? Wasn't this why she traveled to the future, so she could meet Justin and get to know him better? She had told herself that she traveled to the future because she had wanted an adventure. However, she acknowledged for the first time that she had wanted to meet Justin. She had fallen in love with his letters, and now she had fallen in love with him. But could she hope for a happy ending with Justin? She turned to look at him and noticed that he was fidgeting nervously. She knew her answer to his question about marrying him meant the world to him. She could hope for a happy ending. She just needed to believe in it. Take the risk. Okay, maybe you just need some more time. You don't have to give me an answer right now. You can take all the time you need, Justin told her gently, as he stood and walked towards her until he was standing in front of her. Oh, Justin, Bridget whispered, I don't need more time. I just needed to think through things a bit. Yes, Justin, I will marry you. After she said the words, she waited to see if she felt any doubts coming from deep inside her, and there were none. Instead, she felt the happiest she had ever felt. It flooded her heart and spread throughout her entire body and soul. Yes, I want to marry you and live with you and help you raise Garrett and any other children we may have. Justin's face lit up at her words. He gathered her to him and gently held her for a long time. It was nice to be held by a man, especially one whom she had just promised to love for a lifetime. He pressed his forehead to hers for a moment and then cupped her face with his hands and gave her a kiss. A kiss so gentle and so sweet it melted any reservations she'd had left about joining her life with his. Her wish had come true. Epilogue. Now, I know how I do my hair every day here, but I'm not sure what styles are appropriate for fancier occasions. I have something in mind, but if you don't like it for any reason, just tell me, okay? Nikki was standing behind Bridget, brushing out her red curly hair. It was Bridget's wedding day, and Nikki was so excited that she was talking even more so than usual. Bridget smiled and nodded, amused at how different the way Nikki showed her excitement was from the way she showed her own. Nikki had a hard time holding still and being quiet when she was excited. Bridget was the opposite and talked less. Her mind was racing happily, thinking about how much her life was going to change in the next few hours. Bridget was sitting in a chair in her childhood bedroom. Justin was getting ready in Kimberly's cabin as well. There were only a few hours left until they were married, and she knew he was just as excited as she was. It had been 3 months since Justin had proposed. They had spent that time getting to know each other better and fixing up the building he had bought. Kimberly had jumped at the opportunity to sell some of her drawings that she had already finished of flowers and rocks by the river. Keegan also agreed to sell some of his wood carvings as well, and had mentioned the store to a few other people he knew of who were artists in town. The store had a small selection, but it was growing every week, and they hoped business would take off soon. Victoria had offered to let them get married at her house, as Kimberly had done, but Bridget had respectfully declined. Her mother and father had married on the ranch, under the large tree in front of the main cabin. She had always dreamed of getting married in the same spot. Surely it had been good luck for her parents, so it would be good luck in her marriage too. And you know, Sean and I are trying to have a baby soon, so this family is, well, I mean, you know, sometime in the future. Nikki trailed off. It was obvious she hadn't meant to say that last sentence, and maybe that was why it stood out to Bridget. Really, are you getting pregnant soon? Bridget asked, thrilled. Well, don't tell anyone, but yes, hopefully soon, Nikki replied, trying and failing to keep her excitement inside. Sean and I have been as careful as we can be, just to give us some time to get to know each other more before we had a baby, but seeing Kimberly and Patrick with their babies, it's just made both of us eager to have some of our own. I just don't want everyone talking about it. I don't want to jinx it. I won't tell anyone, I promise. Bridget smiled. Nikki had explained superstition to her, that if she wanted something to happen desperately, but she talked about it too much, it might not happen. Bridget thought it was silly. However, she could tell it comforted Nikki to take her little precautions, so she played along. In reality, it wasn't all that much different from her thinking the spot underneath the tree out by the large cabin was a lucky place to be married. There, I think that about does it. What do you think? Nikki stepped back proudly and handed Bridget a handheld mirror to look at her hair. It was swept to one side in a loose French braid, leading back to a mass of curls, elegantly pinned into place at the back of her head. Little ringlets hung around her neck and cheeks, giving her a uniquely feminine look. "Wow, it's so different. It's gorgeous," Bridget breathed. Her heartbeat quickened as she knew it was almost time to walk outside to marry the man she loved. These thoughts raced through her head as she slipped her mother's wedding dress over her head and let Nikki button up the back. The dress may have been considered plain by many in town, but Bridget had always loved it. It was a crisp white, with long sleeves that ended in a V on her hand. A high neck was held by a simple collar, making her neck look longer than it was. Simple white buttons went from the nape of her neck all the way down her back. It was exactly what she would have chosen, made even better by the fact that it had been her mother's. Once Nikki had finished buttoning up the dress, Bridget turned around and held onto Nikki's hand. "Are you ready?" Nikki nearly squealed the question. "Without a doubt," Bridget responded confidently. They walked down the stairs and outside to find everyone already waiting. It was just their family, Victoria and Collins, and the minister who was to marry them. Justin was standing with his eyes locked on the doorway, so when Bridget came out, he was the first to see her. They locked eyes, and both broke into huge, happy grins. She walked informally down to him, while Nikki made her way to Sean, wiping a tear from her cheek. Bridget breathed in the air, loving the simplicity of her wedding. It suited her perfectly. She realized she smelled roses and glanced down to see rose petals scattered all around them. She looked at Colleen, who was beaming proudly. She had clearly orchestrated the rose petals, and Bridget smiled at her to show her how much she loved it. Justin took her hand and they turned toward the minister to say their vows. Her heart felt full, knowing she loved this man more than she had ever thought possible, and despite all odds, through some twist of fate, she was able to marry him. She knew their love was one that would last through all time.